Hello and welcome to round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Steil-Antoni and I'm joined once again by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Dania, how are you today?
Fiona, good afternoon. I'm doing great. Round 10 is upon us. This tournament is flying by, but we have so much intrigue left. I can't wait to jump into today's round. Very fascinating matchups once again.
Absolutely. We'll get to that in a second. For now, let's have a look at the results from yesterday. It was a very decisive day with 4 decisive games. Anish Giri winning a nice game against Sam Shankland. Niels Grandelius against Fabiano. That was such an incredibly tight affair in the time scramble, but Fabiano getting a big win with the bell-like pieces. The longest game of the round, Sergei Karyakin beat Pragnananda and Magnus Carlsen. What a crushing win against Mamedyarov.
Yeah, the greats make it look easy. And it's not just a cliche. Magnus really did make it look easy yesterday. Less than 30 moves as he solidifies his lead. He sits atop the standings with 6.5 out of 9. He is alone. But he is closely pursued by Anish Giri, who's got 6 points. He's riding a 4-game winning streak. Counting the Dubov game, of course, but he's played some really nice games other than that one as well, Fiona. So he's going to be looking to keep that streak going. If he wins this one, and his streak will get up to 5 games, that'll be pretty crazy. He's facing off against JKD with the white pieces. So we've got a lot of players who are bound to be taking a lot of risks as we look at the pairings today. For sure,
Shahryar there, he will be looking to rebound. He's still only he's a full point behind Magnus, as is Vidit. Interestingly enough, the Indian clash today is taking place on Republic Day in India. So congratulations to all our Indian viewers. That will be a very interesting matchup. The 2 youngsters, Yesipenko, Jorden, another interesting clash. And Anish Giri, of course, with the white pieces, that pairing you mentioned, he will be looking to make it 5 in a row.
Yeah, he will be. And Duda has not been in the greatest form this tournament. He's been making certain uncharacteristic mistakes. That is not to say he is easy to beat. So we will keep a very close eye on that one. And of course, Karyakin against Carlsen. Sergei is an incredibly tough nut to crack, particularly with the black pieces. It's a rematch of their world championship match. I always love Karyakin Carlsen games.
Yeah, plenty of exciting matchups to look forward to. And Dania, our viewers at home, they too can get involved in the action.
Yes, they can. Don't forget to vote on the results of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game. So don't miss out, and remember to vote on all the games. Find that at chess.com/events.
Absolutely. Go there. Do it now. We are going to go on a very quick break before we return here as the players arrive for round 10. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. 4 minutes to go until the round starts, and then we see the first players are starting to arrive.
I think that's Mr. Esipenko taking a seat. He's always, is there such a thing as fashionably early? I think 3 minutes early is, the perfect sweet spot for arriving at the game. Although I know some people who come 20 minutes early. That's slight overkill, especially at a closed tournament like this.
Yeah, we see Niels, he's also usually quite early. He's there getting ready for the game against Daniil Dubov. Niels not having the best tournament, but Daniil also still yet to get a win. So he will be looking for that with the white pieces. Today there is the look into the playing hall. So those two players are really the only two that had arrived. We see Anish as well walking around with his good friend and one of his main seconds, not in this event because he's playing in the challengers. It's Erwin Lamy.
This is the most chess player walk ever. There's something just uniquely chess playery about the way people are walking in this playing hall, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I think partially it's walking with your hands behind your back. I mean, I do that. I do that before the round specifically. I think everybody does that. There's a certain anticipation in the air. And of course, the walk of the GM and his second, that is just a very iconic, walking back and forth and, discussing the last important opening details.
Yes.
I mean, this is classic right here.
I'm loving this footage.
Knight F4 and, Bishop G2 and remember to play, even though he doesn't have a Russian accent. Still.
I see in the chat that Tran is calling it the museum walk. I like that comparison.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. But it's totally, and that's what Lamy is saying. But yeah, he's got a Dutch accent, obviously, not a Russian accent.
And we see on the right there, as we see a handshake between, is that Sam? Sam and Mamedyarov, yeah? I think the two players.
Yeah, that's definitely Sam.
The two players arrived. We see on the right-hand side one of our tournament photographers, Leonard Otis. You can find his and Yurian, who's the other photographer. You can find their pictures on our social media, on Facebook, also on the tournament website, Tata Steel Chess.com. And Niels, yesterday was a rough game, but he seems in high spirits again, and you can only commend that.
Yeah, I mean, knowing him, he's very hard to shake. And that's what I love about people like Neil. I mean, he's really easy to root for, even though he's having a rough tournament. Same with Prague, by the way. He's, doesn't show it on his face. Every game is a new game.
We see there that Vidit just arrived for the All-Indian clash here once again. Funny coincidence that this game would fall on Republic Day. Again, congratulations to our Indian viewers, who I'm sure will be very much looking forward to this matchup between two of India's finest players.
I'm a big fan of both of them. Vidit I've known for a longer time, and he's obviously the favorite in this game. He's got the white pieces in Prague. He's demonstrated terrific opening preparation. He's really had very few problems in the opening, but in many of his games, including yesterday, toward the middle game, that early middle game, and toward the late middle game yesterday against Sergey is where he has really struggled. So we'll see if he can put together a fully smooth game. And
Richard Rapport just arriving for his game on the black side against Fabiano Caruana, and we just see the clocks being started, and Fabiano, what's he gonna open with? Interestingly enough, look at this, the arbiter starting the clock in Karyakin against Magnus Carlsen, where none of the players have arrived yet, but it looks like there's some trouble with the clock.
Yeah, the arbiter has to, there we go. There we go. And of course, I didn't know Sergey liked to be fashionably late. It's so funny that Magnus he's so consistent in his arrival time. It's always late, but it's late by the same amount. It's late by 40 seconds.
I mean, who knows? It could be that the lateness is prompted by the opponent. Who knows? But Sergey has arrived, and 1e4 is on the board. We'll wait for Magnus, as you called it. I think 40 seconds is quite right on the money. The photographers are getting ready, but no sign of Magnus yet, as we see the big the playing hall overview camera.
Looks like he's going to forfeit his game. I think e4 is too much for him. I mean, D4 beat Daniel Dubov, and now E4 defeats Magnus Carlsen.
Wasn't it? Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Magnus today, a minute late, but there he is.
There he is.
And I think we'll see a proper handshake here between the two players. What is your money on? What is Magnus' first move going to be?
I thought he might play the Sveshnikov. He's been going back to some of the openings that he was playing really at the start of his professional chess career. It really depends on what his approach is. I mean, Magnus really plays everything. He can play E5 or C5. I don't think that he's going to be going out of his way to burn bridges. Sergey is not someone that you want to do that against. Magnus is fine with the draw. I mean, he's in clear first. He's totally fine with the draw, but he's going to play the position. And I think a lot really depends on Sergey, the way that Sergey handles the opening and what Sergey's mentality is going to be. And we'll see that, after the first 10 moves. First, let's see what Magnus plays.
To be honest, I'm expecting a quiet game here. I don't expect too many fireworks, but I hope that I'm wrong, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, Sergey, okay, so that he was adjusting his pieces. I thought he was about to play C5. The anticipation is unbearable. Let's see.
I see a question in the chat as to what are the players writing, and E5 is on word. What are the players writing on those papers? So those are the score sheets. So what the players are writing is the player names, the date, probably. Depends, every score sheet is a little bit different, but mostly the player names, maybe the event, the date, and later on, the moves.
I just have a request for Sergey. No Italian, please. I prefer Uri Lopez.
He has heard you.
He plays Uri Lopez. He listened. Very polite. But now Magnus's turn to abide by my request. No Berlin. No. And Magnus hasn't listened. I see. I think I can choose my favorites now.
And Karyakin doesn't look too impressed either.
Yeah, no, nobody. I don't think anybody in the history of the Berlin has ever been happy to see it on the board. Now, the question, of course, the big question, and what does the Berlin signify? The Berlin signifies that Magnus is fine with the draw because, as I'm pretty sure everybody knows by now, White does have a forced draw in the Berlin, and White has several very quiet lines where White essentially is not risking. And really, the ball is in Sergey's court. What is he going to go for? Is he going to go for the anti-Berlin with D3? Is he going to go for the mainline endgame with castles short, knight takes C4 and D4? It really depends on how he's feeling.
We'll find out very shortly, but Dania, we had the bird's eye view up for a second, and I already noticed elsewhere things are not as quiet.
Bird's eye view.
And let's bring the bird's eye view back. The first game that my eye went to, somewhat unsurprisingly, is Shankland Mamediyarov. I have no idea how the hell we got there or what's going on. And for the rest, well, we'll get back to it. Maybe we can start there.
Sure. Sam has the white pieces. He obviously always plays for a win with white. D4, C4. This starts as a Catalan, following in Magnus's footsteps. And Shakariar with two black games in a row. And here's the funny thing, Fiona. He actually repeats the same line he played against Magnus yesterday. So he decided that the problem wasn't in his choice of variation. That's admirable. That's not easy to do. And you lose a game, and then you have the same caller in your next game. To play the same line takes a lot of firmness and resolve and belief in your openings. But Sam, he goes A3. I think Magnus castled here. So it seems like Sam the first to diverge from yesterday's game. B5, B3. This is classic stuff, undermining the C pawn. And after C3, the knight returns to B1 in order to attack the C3 pawn. And here it's very important that black is not in time to play B4. Otherwise, white could resign. But after A takes B4, the rook on A8 will hang. Therefore, Shakariar taking the chance to develop his bishop and giving back the C3 pawn, which, Fiona, I'm pretty sure that Sam is going to capture. And he just did.
So Sam just captured. And now, well, my first question to you, Dania, the pawn on B5 is attacked. How do we deal with that? Do we protect the pawn?
d4, I think.
He
Yeah, and he
pushed
played
the
it.
pawn, and that's what Schach goes for.
And my guess is that Sam is going to go knight a4, aiming for c5, and we might see something like knight a4 and knight bd7. I mean, this is clearly the proper square for Black's knight. Now, visually, it seems like White's position is rather pleasant. If you look at these kind of, not full-fledged weaknesses, but slight holes on the queen side, White could later go queen d2 and attack b4. I think Sam enjoys these kinds of positions where he's playing for a small advantage, and I'm sure that he's analyzed this as well. So let's see where he puts the knight and whether he takes on b4 first. That's another decision that he has to make here.
Yeah, and sorry, Daniel, I was just distracted by the line between us. My OCD was being triggered. I was just gonna shoot a message.
Wait, what was wrong with it?
Well, are you kidding? You see us, yeah, on the show.
Oh my God! Now I see it. Oh my God! Now I cannot see it. I was looking at the left side of this. Oh my goodness! Oh, you have to get that away from me. Oh my goodness! I cannot take that. And I think neither can anybody in the chat. I think that there's a universal OCD component to that in particular.
I was literally, the last sentence you said, once I saw the line, I was like, oh my God, I need to, and my brain just short-circuited. And I didn't.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I can't unsee that.
Okay.
I don't know if I can continue commentating, honestly. I'm traumatized. So.
Hello?
Yeah, no. All right, fine. I'll keep going.
Okay, let's move on from here as Sam ponders his decision. Let's bring back the bird's eye view.
Absolutely. And we see a couple of interesting openings, Fiona. I mean, really, I see already three, as we see Sergei castling, by the way, so he's likely to go either rook e1 or d4. And we will keep an eye on that. Caruana Report have an old school English line that I haven't seen in top level play for a long time. Let's maybe have a brief look at that one.
Sure. Before we go there, I just looked at the chat, and while everyone was having a great time with the camera line, Atwell was saying, does anyone remember Tata Steel last year when Danya asked Fiona if an animal was a dog and it had a horn?
I remember that like it was yesterday.
I
didn't remember what animal it actually was. That was hilarious. But what animal was it?
Some kind of cow. Not a cow, but some kind of hairy cow.
Right. I mean,
definitely not a dog
all the time.
Huh?
No, people confuse it all. People confuse it all the time. Cows and dogs. So come on. Okay. Caruana Report. Sam's supposed to be serious. I don't know if I'm capable of that. This is called the Mechanis system. Now, White can play d4 here and transpose into an Nimzoni, but White plays e4. And now the main move is d5, and we actually have another game in this round, which is featuring this line, e5, d4. This is more common in recent times, but Report playing an old school move, c5. That allows White to play e5, and the knight drops back to g8. Now, it may seem like Black is undeveloping. Why is he doing that? Well, if you look at it, the pawn on e5 is now a weakness. The d4 square is also a hole, and Black is going to play knight c6 on the next move. So what White often does, there's a pawn sacrifice variation here. Knight f3, knight c6, and now the main move is d4. White sacrifices the e5 pawn. And why does he sacrifice it? Well, in order to get a major clamp on Black's position, knight db5 is the theoretical continuation. After a6, the knight travels to d6, forcing Black to give away the bishop. And you get this kind of position. Black generally plays f6. And White's compensation is evident. There's still well over 100 games in this position. I wonder if we'll see this main line or if one of them will diverge earlier. I'd be currently thinking in this position.
Yeah, curious opening choice by Richard Report. And Fabi, well, he will be looking today really to make use of the white pieces. Do you think he's happy to see this on the board?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, he's taking his time. And by the way, I should add that this line I happen to know, but in general, I use the Chess.com, the very nifty openings tool, which shows me what the most common moves are and how many games are featured with each of those moves. And, I don't know every single opening, and this really helps me be an informed consumer of the games.
A very useful tool for sure. And I think at home, if you aren't familiar with it, you can play around with it, and yeah, it really helps to figure out, especially the opening stages of the games.
Yeah, and I only knew this is the McKenna's line, but it tells me it's the McKenna's Carls Sicilian Ney Gambit. That's a lot of names. Ney was an Estonian international master, Ivo Ney. I didn't know that his name is also associated with this line. By the way, the only other popular alternative to knight f3 is the immediate d4. So my guess is that that's what Fabi is deciding between, but this is already definitely not expected. Fabi did not expect this, that's for sure.
Well, we're going to let him decide which of the two he goes for, or could it be a completely different move? Let's go back to the bird's eye view, and what else caught your eye?
Well, we can see we don't have to go there immediately. Giri Duda is another one of those McKenna systems, but in that position, Black actually went d5. And Sergey, he went rook e1. He went for like the very peaceful line. What shall we go to now? Well, we can go to the Vidit Prague game, because that is beginning to heat up, even though they're still in theory.
Sure, let's go there.
And actually, they're already in relatively uncommon territory. So this started off as a Nimzo Indian with queen c2. We've seen this opening several times this tournament. Castles a3, takes, d5, bishop g5. This is all standard fare. And now a relatively uncommon move, c5. The main line is d takes c4 here. And Fiona, I'm having a hard time remembering which game reached this position a couple of rounds earlier. Just trying to put my finger on it. There was a game where I think takes happened, and then Black played b6. And I want to say that Vidit was, Vidit was Black. And this time Prague is Black. So colors are reversed. I don't remember who was white in that game. But anyways, Black plays c5, d takes c5, and d4, which was a pretty typical idea in the Nimzo Indian.
It was Van Foreest's Vidit.
Thank you, Van Foreest Vidit. That's right. So Vidit deciding that because he lost that game with Black, maybe he wants to take a stab at the other side. And now e3, and this position. Okay, Prague has played h6. Wait a minute, all of this has happened. Yeah, bishop takes f6, knight takes f6. Still 5 games in the database, and in all 5 of those games, White castled queenside here.
So if White castles queenside, do we get a typical kind of position where White attacks on the king side and Black attacks on the queen side, or what's going on here?
It's weird because White doesn't really have an attack just yet. I think White is more trying to cling to his extra pawn and attack down the d file, actually. So here Black threatens bishop g4, and all 5 people have gone knight e2. Now there's a deviation. 2 games d3. Wow, that looks incredibly dangerous. This pawn looks like a weakness, but the point, and now this is somehow beginning to ring a bell. I feel like I saw a game in this line. Knight c3, bishop g4, and White plays rook takes d3, sacrificing the exchange, and neither player to have reached this position accepted it. Black has played queen a5 in both games. This is an incredibly sharp position, Fiona, where essentially Black is going to be down a pawn, but he's going to have long-lasting chances against White's king. I'm curious to see how deeply the players have analyzed this position, and who knows more. They're going down this line. Knight e2 has been played.
And they're going down pretty fast. None of them have really spent much time on the clock, so very likely both players still in familiar territory. And this is the kind of position where who lands the first surprise could be a very important factor.
Absolutely. Currently Prague with an hour 37. He's taking a little bit longer than Vidit, but I'm sure that he's still in preparation. The other move in this position is bishop g4. And there's an insane line here that I'm noticing, queen g3. And now one of the, there's d3, there's queen a5, and there's even knight e4. Now that's not a blunder. Queen takes g4, knight takes f2. And after queen f3, Black actually took the d1 rook. If you take the h1 rook, your knight's going to get trapped after g3. So it's better to take the d1 rook in order to orchestrate an x-ray down the d file. This is a incredibly complicated position, Fiona.
This is really, really wild stuff between the two Indian players. If you thought this might be a friendly game, and well, we couldn't have been more wrong. The players really throwing everything at each other. And Bik is informing us that Vidit has reached this position after. So did he play on the 12th move? He didn't castle, but played knight e2, I think is what Bik is saying. He reached that game position in a game against Ganguly in 2018.
Ah, interesting. And he was also white in that game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Prague is currently thinking after 92, and it's hard to say. I mean, is he still in his preparation? I would think so. And there is this choice between bishop g4 and d3, especially if Vidit has reached this position before. Prague must know about that, having gone into this incredibly sharp line.
Yeah, I wonder, sometimes the time consumption, I think, can also very much be related to how the tournament is going. If your tournament isn't going so well, you want to take more time to check. And also, I mean, just maybe to remember, because this is very sharp, and it's the kind of line where if you mess up the move order, for example, it can be very, very costly.
Yeah, and you're trying to remember all of those files that you created. As the expression goes, the faintest ink is more powerful than the strongest memory. So as soon as you transfer from looking at your actual file to trying to remember, that's where confusion starts to creep in, no matter how well you think you know the line.
But he has made up his mind, and d3 is on the board.
Yeah, the first move that we explored, and my guess is that Vidit is going to go knight c3. Black actually is threatening d takes c2, even though it doesn't look like that, because after rook takes d8, Black can simply promote to a queen, and the queen escapes via a5, and Black is up a piece.
That's a very funny line.
I'm sensing that Bik is preparing to show us something that is meant to embarrass me, but we won't reveal what it is yet. He's laughing.
Right.
Fiona's
I actually have no idea what's going on. I'm missing out on the...
Soon. Very soon. But for the time being, we're watching Vidit. Yep, he's got knight c3. So he continues to blitz out the moves.
And Prague, same, bishop g4 has also been played. So I think we can for sure tell that the players are both still in familiar territory.
You want announcements? Want to announce the clip?
Do I want to announce the clip? I suppose that I do. This is, Fiona, you really started this because you mentioned something about last year's coverage, and there was a certain commentator who, legend has it, confused a cow with a dog. Now, is that merely a legend, an urban legend, or did that actually happen? Well, let's find out.
Interesting. They met an interesting animal here in Wijk. I'm curious when I saw the photo, I thought I want to go. What do you even call this animal?
I think most people think.
What is that? Are we supposed to know? Is that a dog? I mean, who is that? What is that? Are we supposed to know?
My friends, nor anyone in the chess community, forgave me for that. All right, get that away from me, Vic. How could I think that's that? What came over me? I'm in total disbelief. It was early in the morning. That's the only thing I can say.
I mean, I think it's one of my favorite memories from doing commentary.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I didn't live that down the rest of the broadcast. I was thinking about it.
Interesting.
That's hilarious.
They met an interesting animal here in Wijk. I'm curious when I saw the photo, I thought I want to go and what do you even call this animal actually?
What is that? Are we supposed to know? Is that a dog? I mean, who is that? What is that? Are we supposed to know?
Okay, Daniel, let's move on. Shall we have another look here at the position on the board after rook takes d3?
Absolutely. So I just want to point out one thing, which is that Black can win the exchange. Black can play bishop takes f3. The question, why doesn't he do that? Well, the problem is after rook takes d8, rook takes d8, gf3, White has 2 pawns for the exchange, and the issue is that you're not going to be able to win the c5 pawn.
Oh,
If you go rook a8,
Dania, sorry to interrupt you. Someone, the game is already over, Karyakin against Magnus.
oh my goodness. No, let's have a look. That was a draw. Well, our question was answered. I think the moment Carlsen played the Berlin, we had the sense that this might happen. And they went down a very well-known drawing path. Yeah, Sergey playing the rook e1 variation, and this kind of signals that he is fine with a draw. Bishop f1, knight f5. I mean, this is all very well known. And the position is extremely symmetrical.
So 20 minutes into the round, we see the players have already left the board. Surely soon they will have left the building. And, well, you called it, I think, Magnus, with the black pieces. He is the sole leader. A draw against Sergey is never going to be a bad result. And if Sergey also feels like... Also, Sergey had a very long game yesterday. If he's happy with a draw as White, so both players are off into the rest day.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. Nobody likes these kinds of games. Not me, not you, none of the chess fans, but you also have to sort of put yourself in the player's shoes, and realize that especially Magnus has to do everything, scientifically to maximize his chances of success. I mean, you're playing Karyakin with black, and it's the day before the rest day. You really don't want to lose going to the rest day. Karyakin is such a solid player that burning all of the bridges against him when you're in clear first, it is not worth it. And from Sergey's perspective, Magnus is in great form. It's tempting to score a nice solid draw, gain a couple of rating points, and going to the rest day, in a good mood. So it's understandable. It's not fun to watch, but it is what it is.
And I wonder how Anish Giri feels about that draw, because now, well, he is playing with the white pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and with a win, he would be catching Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at his game against JKD. All right. So this was, as I mentioned, another McKenna system, but this time black going d5. This is the more modern treatment of the position. Okay, so you have a trade on c3, queen takes f6, knight f3. And now there's e5, which is the most popular move. c5 is a close second. The bishop comes out to d3. They're still following quite a few games. Bishop d7, bishop centralizes to e4. Black disarms the bishop with his own bishop. Queen comes out to c2. Only one game with this move. And Duda currently thinking, Fiona, in this position. And what he's thinking about is whether to take the bishop or to simply develop his pieces. In the game that reached this position, this happened. And now black plays knight c6. And this transposes to a position with now 5 games in the database. Rook b1 is possible. And then black actually has castled queenside. Interesting.
I mean, I have to say I'm completely unfamiliar with the opening from both sides, and also with the resulting positions, which are somewhat strange. I think this is a very unusual type of position. Can you maybe try and explain some basic ideas for both sides in this opening, in this position?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very concrete opening. And what I mean by that is it's an opening that from White's perspective, is predicated on very specific tactical ideas to make it work. Now, the only long-term asset that White has is the B file, and that's a pretty serious asset if you think about the fact that black is likely to castle queenside. But White's pawn structure isn't good. Black's pawn structure is obviously much better. And so White has to rely on active tactical play. So for instance, in this position, White has to notice that the queen and the rook are aligned, and so White has the move d4. And the main line continues queen g6, queen takes g6, h takes g6. And now, again, White has to keep developing with an eye toward piling up the pressure, and so the move bishop b3 comes to mind. So the thing about White's pawn structure to understand is that, yes, it's pretty ugly right now, but if there is a trade on d4, then White's structure rectifies itself, and these pawns in the center could become, under a different set of circumstances, a pretty dangerous force. So for instance, White could bring the king up to e2, play rook hd1, and then White would be ready to push that d pawn. So White's position isn't visually attractive, but it contains, it contains a lot of promise. And they're following this line. Takes, knight c6 is on the board.
Yeah, so we could be going down exactly this path and some interesting. I'm definitely going to be learning something today. An interesting game ahead here between the two players. I'm just looking at chat. Banana Chess saying Fiona availing herself for free lessons from Dania. That's exactly what's happening here.
Oh, absolutely. No, I know what you're doing. I totally. I'm just going along with it.
Daniel, let's bring back the bird's eye view, maybe.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, let's take a look at that Caruana and Carlsen. You know, it's fascinating. We should analyze that more.
Yeah, let's go there.
Nah, I'm kidding.
Sorry.
Yeah,
oh my
no.
goodness. I didn't
Yes, I
hear
got
the
you.
name you said. I said that. Okay, let's move
that's
on.
payback for the. That is payback for the dog. Even though you
I
weren't
know.
the one who
Oh my
instigated
god.
it. Even though you weren't the instigator, it was really Bitcoin you to get back to.
I thought you had said Caruana, and then when I processed what you had actually said, I was like, oh my god.
Will do. That basically disqualifies you as a commentator. But in all seriousness, there's a couple of things to point out, and then we could go either to the Fabi game, which is heating up, or to Dubov Grandelius. We see a pretty tame Italian in Yesipenko Van Foreest, so we can let them play out the theoretical moves there before we actually stop in at that game. Dubov Grandelius is a slightly weird. I mean, there's a lot of simplification going on there, so maybe let's have a look at that one.
And okay, let's go from the beginning.
Ooh, knight f3, c5, e4, this move order. So Dubov deciding to transpose the game into a Sicilian, and he plays a Rosolimo, bishop b5 check. Or rather, I guess the Moscow variation is what this is known as. Bishop d7, takes d7. Neil's taking with the knight, which is a totally viable system. You can also take with the queen. c3, knight gf6, queen e2. This is all very normal. e6, and the immediate d4, which is a lot less common. Most people castle here first. But Daniil going d4. We have a trade, and Neil's striking back in the center with d5. And after e5, the standard reaction, Fiona, is knight e4, but Neil's deciding to throw in bishop b4 check. That's a very interesting choice. And I think the idea is to meet bishop d2 with a positional, maybe a positional pawn sacrifice on e4, but maybe he also wants to go knight g8 and then knight e7 and castle.
I'm very confused because we left known territory very quickly. Was that just by when Daniil played d4 instead of castling, or did things already get weird sooner?
It appears that d4 is very uncommon for whatever. And I think the reason is exactly what Niels has demonstrated, which is this move bishop b4 check. And why is this a reason not to play d4? Well, it's just uncomfortable. It's hard to meet this move. You don't really want to trade bishops here because then you don't have anything to attack the king side with. And if you play knight c3, then knight e4 comes with a particularly strong effect. In fact, white could end up losing a pawn. Black has rook c8, queen a5. This gets really nasty. I don't know if Daniil confused this, or is he... I really don't know what it is he's aiming for in this position.
Yeah, I was wondering the same exact thing, but he's been playing very fast, and it's strange that he would now pause after bishop b4. Is he at the board? Can we get a visual and try and read? He is at the board, and yeah, he is looking. I mean, he's not looking like, yeah, this was all in my prep. This was all part of the plan.
I think he might have confused the line. I think he simply might have forgotten to castle. And kudos to Niels for figuring out that this is, and yeah, he just seems very exasperated. I'll add that knight b to d2 might be the best way to cover the check.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at this, after knight e4 castles, knight takes d2, and all you kind of have to take with a bishop, this is not exactly, what I would categorize as an impressive position out of the opening. I mean, this just looks tremendously drawish. There's going to be exchanges on the c file, and white might be nominally better because he's got a little bit more space, but it's not significant.
No, and yeah, I agree with you. I think something went wrong. Maybe he just forgot to cast and maybe confused the lines, as you said, but this is not what Daniil wanted out of the opening.
It's important to remember that they do so much opening review before the round. They have to go through such a volume of different positions that you might say, well, how can he confuse this so early? You know, didn't he rehearse this before the game? Well, he might have, but this might have been one of 15 things that he rehearsed. And this happens, you know, from time to time. Even the greats have, you know, these snafus.
Yeah, and well, we'll come back to this game in a bit. I'm curious to see how Daniil is going to react. But we are going to go on a first quick break of the day, and then we'll be back with all the action here from round 10. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Interesting. They met an interesting animal here in Wijk. I'm curious where when I saw the photo, I thought I want to go and what do you even call this animal actually?
What is that? Are we supposed to know? Is that a dog? I mean, who is that? What is that? Are we supposed to know?
Welcome back to our coverage of round 10 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And as you can see, one game is already in the books. A disappointment for chess fans who were looking forward to the clash between Caruana and Carlsen. But Carlsen, with the black pieces, played a solid Berlin, and Caruana clearly not in the mood, happy to take the quick draw as white, and the players are off into the rest day. And Dania, what is going on elsewhere?
Yeah, as we see our bird's eye view here, I'll quickly run through all of the games and then we'll decide which one we want to focus on. We have a Magnus Giri against Duda, very interesting position where White's bad structure is compensated by an initiative. We'll see if Giri is able to conduct that initiative well. Shankland Mamedyarov is in a Catalan. It feels like Shakhriyar has basically equalized. We could take a look at that game in a little while. We have Vidit against Prague, the all-Indian matchup. Prague has sacrificed a pawn in a Nimzo Indian for long-term compensation against White's king. We have Fabiano against Report, that old school line. Also in the English, Fabiano has just offered a queen trade, and he's trying to play against that light-squared bishop that's blocked by the e6 pawn. I think Fabi is building up toward a very small edge. We have Daniel Dubov, Andrei Sipenko against Van Foreest, lower center of your screen. That is a game we haven't checked out yet. We can do that very soon. It's a knight versus bishop situation in a classic kind of Rai Lopez structure. White's probably going to castle short and try to exploit the f-file. And in Dubov Grandelius, lower right-hand side, Dubov has just played bishop d2, acquiescing to a bishop trade, Fiona, and at this point, I'm 99% certain that he just simply confused the opening and allowed this very nasty check on before. Niels should have absolutely zero issues here if he trades bishops and plays knight g8.
And that will simply be a completely equal position, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we could actually go to that game really real fast, just so I can explain why this is such a big deal. You know, it may not seem so important. In fact, it may seem that black is losing several tempi by rerouting the knight. But here's the thing. The structure is incredibly symmetrical. White really needs that dark squared bishop as an attacker. So if you think about it, knight g8, first of all, White cannot exploit the temporary lead in development. The center is way too locked up. And the dangerous thing after castles knight e7, this pawn on d4 is actually kind of a long-term weakness. It cannot be defended by any other pawns. You don't have a c pawn, you don't have an e pawn. And so black's knight, kind of French style, can swing to c6. The queen can come out to b6. And so black has long-term play against the pawn. But most importantly, once black castles short, just with two knights, there's just no way that white can create any chances whatsoever against black's king. Move like knight g5 is completely a paper tiger. It can just be met with h6 or knight f5. And I have a feeling that the game might fizzle out into a pretty quick draw.
Yeah, I think that quite often happens. I think it also is tough. I don't know if you have any experience, probably you do, but Yoler, I think Yoler is a little bit shook when you realize that you've sort of confused or messed up your lines.
For sure. And we saw Dubov kind of grabbing his head. He seemed to be exasperated, and he took probably around 10 minutes on bishop d2, which really is the strongest indication that this wasn't what he planned for. I also mentioned the positional pawn sacrifice knight e4 as a candidate move, but I've soured on it a little bit. The problem is that after white captures it, what I wanted to do with black is go knight b6 and then stick a knight on d5. But that doesn't work because you give up another pawn, and 2 pawns is way too much of a price to pay just for control over 1 square. So it's not worth doing that. I think Niels is going to go knight g8.
Yeah, knight g8, and he will be happy with what he got here. We'll see how this game evolves, but yeah, something definitely slightly gone wrong for Dubov in the opening. And maybe we can check in also with Yesipenko against Jorden van Foreest, that knight versus bishop position you mentioned.
Definitely, and let's go from the start. This was actually an Italian, not a Spanish. So it was an Italian, knight f6, white opting not to go for the fried liver, but instead going d3 and bishop c5. Oh, and knight c3, which is a little bit less common than, of course, the traditional Italian move, which is pawn c3. This transposes the game into a sort of a four knights defense. Bishop b3, bishop b6, and an early knight d5, which is met with d6. Black doesn't mind. Knight takes b6. That's just fine for black. h3. But then black decides to trade bishops and play knight a5, going after this bishop on c4. And that's why in the Italian, very often white plays bishop b3 and then c3 so that the bishop can hide away on c2. In this case, white is essentially forced to give the bishop up. Bishop b3, takes, castles. I think white's gotten absolutely nothing out of the opening. I think the simplest for Jorden is to drop this queen back to e7, Fiona. And then, okay, maybe this allows queen e1. I was going to say play for an early f5. Yeah, I think even this is totally fine. No problems here for black, and he can play a6. So the a file isn't even such a big deal. This looks like a completely equal position at best for white.
Yeah, so once another game where something out of the opening, I don't know here if it's something gone wrong, because Andre, he's only spent 10 minutes, or if it's just a little bit of an opening experiment which didn't really yield any fruits.
Well, the other thing to point out, Fiona, is that even if black doesn't play f5, now generally these positions, white's main idea is to go knight h4, queen g3, assemble the pieces on the king side. But with only one minor piece, I'm just not seeing the serious attack happening. I mean, there is the move knight f5 in a position like this. And if you take on f5 and drop your bishop back, yeah, white has the move f6 and white actually wins. Queen g3 is coming. Yeah. But in such situations, as my grandfather used to say, it's not checkers. In the Russian version of checkers, you have to capture the pieces. And here black can play queen g5 and say, all right, you're welcome to chill on f5, but now I want to take you.
So in this spot, do we have to drop the knight back, or is there any way to continue the assault?
Well, there's the move h4, but here there's the very pretty idea of going queen d8, blundering the pawn on h6. No, not a blunder. King g7, and where is this knight going to go? Absolutely nowhere. You have to sacrifice on f5, but at this point, capturing and dropping the bishop back is a far more viable strategy. f6 can be met with king h6. And white is just not in time. Queen g3, rook g8, all key squares are undefended and black is up a piece. Now, of course, we went pretty far, but this is just an illustration to show that if black is careful, he shouldn't have really any significant problems on the king side. So Jorden
easily equalized. Do you think black might be better here with the bishop?
Well, the engine is giving a tiny preference to black. I would disagree with that. I think it's equal. I really don't think that black is better. The structure is too symmetrical, and the knight is not bad in this position. I mean, make no mistake, as Jorden does indeed play queen e7. I think we're going to see queen e1, and I think we're likely going to see some sort of liquidation down the f-file.
Okay, well, this one's shaping up quite peacefully at the moment. We'll see what happens. Let's go back again to the bird's eye view. And where do you want to go next?
Well, we have some developments both in the Shanklin game as well as the Vidit game. Let's start with the Vidit game, perhaps, and then move to the Shanklin-Mamediarov affair. Okay, well, this is getting pretty crazy. I will point out that Vidit is still playing very, very quickly. He's got almost all of his time remaining.
Very impressive. Looks like Vidit's still in prep here. So where did this leave? We're still until here following a couple of games? And
yeah, this is the novelty, it appears. Rook d2. Rook d2 is the novelty. The previous two games had both continued e4.
E4.
And Vidit going rook d2 to defend the c-pawn with his bishop. This move actually makes a lot of sense to me. E4 makes less sense. Like
yeah,
E4,
I was gonna ask you because I was still stuck at e4. I didn't understand why we can afford to give up that big pawn in front of our king.
Oh, I think oops, not rook d5. The idea is to play rook d6, I'm pretty sure. And rook takes f6 is unstoppable. I mean, you can drop the queen to c8, but that doesn't stop rook f6 and h3.
Very nice.
So that's the idea of e4. But black is under no obligation to take c4. In fact, black drops the bishop back to e6, and white does encounter problems with the c4 pawn. So Vidit going rook d2, and now b4, absolutely fearless, just opening up his own king. And after queen c8, he is thinking he's got a couple of options. He can take on e5 here, but then he has to calculate bishop takes c4. And I like what Pragg is doing. Pragg is going for a long-term attack against white's king. And white has to be very precise in this kind of position.
I mean, b4 has to be preparation, right? He must have looked at this before, because it doesn't look so dangerous to the human eye to open up the king like that.
Yeah, it does. And I think one way that he could consider handling this is to take on e5 and to meet bishop takes c4 with king b2. The king on b2 is not entirely unsafe. Black can try to open up the king further with a5, but that will be met with b5. And on the other hand, you know, I like what Pragg is doing generally speaking, but if he doesn't show something concrete on the queen side, and if white is able to bring this last stroke into the game, let's not forget that black is down a full pawn, and it's a healthy pawn. White's pawn structure is completely intact.
Yeah, very, very interesting battle here between the two Indian players, as Vidit was hovering with the hand, but then the hand went back on the head.
I think he's going to take on e5. I really don't see him playing the move c5 here. That overextends the queen side even further. And after a5, you know, black is going to take on b4 and get the a file. And I think he just took on e5.
Yeah,
he
queen
did.
e5 is on the board. And, well, we'll come back here, but very interesting stuff indeed. And the other game we wanted to update was Shankland Mamedyarov.
Indeed. Okay, so we saw Sam playing knight b1, Shakhriyar developing and throwing in b4. Yeah, knight a4, knight b7 is what we expected. Castles, castles. Queen c2, and now bishop e4, kind of a typical idea executed by Shakhriyar, where the bishop moves away from b7, and then the queen takes the bishop's place to get that battery along the long diagonal. Rook fc1, queen b7, and Sam disarming that battery by playing knight e1. Takes, and rook fe8. I think Shakhriyar is preparing to break free in the center with a move e5. Now, Sam, once again, he's got c-file pressure. He's got control over the c5 square. I think white is for choice here. I think white's position is slightly preferable.
But look at Shach. I mean, the speed at which he's played is incredible. He's spent less than 5 minutes, and he doesn't look too concerned at all.
No, I wonder what he's looking off into the distance. Just, I don't know if he's frustrated or if he's just bored.
He looks incredibly bored, yeah.
He looks very comfortable in some weird way, but yeah, he...
My camera broke.
Oh my goodness, this is...
off into the sea we go.
Oh yeah, that is the sea. That's the painting of the sea, right? Or is that just the background?
Yeah, it's the background in the playing hall.
Right. Now we zoom back into reality. Sam is hard at work here thinking about his move. Yeah, he has spent about 40 minutes.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I mean, white's position looks very nice to me. Shach, you have to wonder, is this all prep? Is this where he wanted? He doesn't look unhappy, so we'll come back here and find out what is going on as Shach continues looking very, very relaxed.
Indeed, and if we can go back to our bird's eye view, we've got a couple of expected developments. We have first and foremost Vidit. Yeah, he's gone bishop takes c4, king b2, and now the onus is on Pragg to prove his compensation for the pawn, which is a pretty concerning moment.
Yeah, for Pragg, I mean, Pragg has lost 3 games in a row, which is a very tough spot then to play with black. Yesterday, he sacrificed an exchange, which looked really interesting. In the end, it didn't work out for him. But yeah, today the onus is on him here, as you say, to show the compensation. And I think since we've just come there, we'll return a little bit later while we let him figure out how he's going to go on about that.
Of course, yeah.
Shall we update Anish maybe?
Yeah, it's been a while since we looked at that, and Anish has just played Rook B1. So he took a very significant amount of time on that move. He's dropped down to 1 hour and 9 minutes, and we were discussing Rook B1, and the idea is essentially to induce long castles in order to make sure that the queen and the rook are aligned. Now white has the move D4. So we were discussing the line with queen G6. Now the question is, does black have alternatives to castles? Well, black has the move rook B8, but I think that's highly inadvisable because apart from everything else, there's tactics with rook takes B7, but even the simpler move D4 looks incredibly strong, and that rook on B8 is unstable. It can be attacked by the bishop through F4, but the engine is actually indicating that rook takes B7 in this position is very strong. Takes C6, and now, bishop G5 is totally crushing. Bishop G5 wins the queen, because if you move it, you get checkmated with queen C8.
That would be one brutal way to end the game.
Not the
as
hill
Duda
that Duda
has
wants to
indeed
die on.
castled.
Yep, he's castled, and I think Giri is going to pretty quickly play D4. I guess white could also castle short and stay flexible, but the issue with that to me is that black is going to go queen G6, and then you're going to regret not playing D4 when you had the chance, because now this pawn on D2 is a backward pawn, and a D4 is no longer possible. So you need to take the opportunity while you have this temporary tactical trump card to get D4 in so that you get your pawns rolling.
Yeah, for sure. Anish, he is taking his time, but I'm with you. I think that sorry, I'm so sorry. I just completely lost my train of thought. Can you just?
Oh, you're good. No, I think
What is it today? What is it about this cursed day? I'll just blame it all on Magnus. The camera has also lost the thread.
Yeah, they can't. No, I think everyone. Dubov is confused. It's in the air. It's in the Wijk on Zee air. You know, Dubov confuses his preparation, and we've got weird stuff going on in a lot of the games. You know, it's the day before the rest day.
It is the day before the rest day. The rest day clearly cannot come soon enough. Let's move on from this game and go back to the bird's eye view.
And now we see, by the way, that in Yasipenko Van Foreest, they are following that simplifying line. Van Foreest has gone F5, and Andre has captured. I have that game might end pretty quickly. I mean, it's such a symmetrical position.
And we also see that Daniil Dubov has castled queenside.
Yes, he has. That's very Dubovian of him. Let's take a look at that as we see Giri did indeed play D4, but let's go to the Dubov game. Okay, he decided after knight G8, he decided to castle queenside, and that's not necessarily a declaration of war. It's just that his king probably is just as safe on the queen side as it is on the king side. And it is a declaration of war in the sense that I think he does still want to attack black's king when Niels castles. And my guess is that Niels is going to castle king side. Dubov could even consider going h4 in this position just to get a head start on the attack. And in the event that black castles, you go h5, and white's already creating some threats and probing for holes. The attack isn't that strong, but it can get annoying. So from Niels' perspective, I wouldn't castle that quickly.
Well, funnily enough, that answers my question. I was going to ask, can I stay with the king in the center for now and maybe launch my queenside pawns?
I'll tell you more. I would even contemplate castling queenside if I'm Niels. So something like queen b6, queen e3, and castles queenside is very much on the cards as well. And then going king b8. If white's king is safe, black's king is also pretty safe. But you mentioned the idea of pushing the queenside pawns, also very possible. You could you could say, hey, if you're getting a head start on your attack, well, I'm going to get a head start on mine, and you can play a move like a6. The problem is that Black's pawn storm is just not as effective. There aren't really any targets on the queen side, whereas on the king side, you know, white is already very close to playing h6 and creating a lot of dark square weaknesses. And if black goes h6, then, you know, g4, g5 comes, and this can get pretty unpleasant.
But it's funny how after the opening where we felt that something happened, most likely confused some line, or but he's found a way, I think, to still make this game interesting. He said, okay, I might have messed this one up slightly, but that's not to mean that this is just going to be a boring equal game.
No, and Dubov, he always knows how to make it interesting, even in the driest of situations. I agree with you. I was trying to think of a pun. His name means dub in Russian means oak, like an oak tree.
Oh.
So
okay.
I was trying to figure out a way to work that into a pun, but I have so far failed.
I mean, oak is not an easy one to work with.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I remember teasing him when I was I played a tournament in Russia in 2008, which was called Young Stars of the World. It was a scholastic tournament with some of the top players, I think under 15. And Dubov won that tournament. It was really one of his first big tournament victories. He was not even in the top half of the tournament standings rating wise. And I remember my good friend Alexei Pato and I were chasing him around the park outside the playing hall, and we were arguing what his Skype name would be. Would it be Dub97 or Dub96? You know, because that means oak. So good memories. That was the first time I met him, and since then he's only shot up.
Fun times, but he doesn't look like he's having so much fun right now. Still looking somewhat concerned, but yeah, h4. I like your suggestions. We will leave him to it for now. Let's bring back the bird's eye view again, and Pragg. He is answering our questions as to, and just as we said, that h4 has appeared on the board. Yeah. And in Pragg's game, maybe we can go back there. Is there anything else, Danya, you'd like to go to first?
Dubov just did go h4, by the way. So this idea of getting a head start, he's done it. And the last thing I'll say, Giri and Duda are going down that endgame, are in that endgame queen g6 trade, and Giri's probably going to go bishop e3. But yeah, let's go back to the Vidit game and explore this position and see if black has enough compensation for that pawn.
So we only left it a move ago after king b2, and we were wondering, what is Pragg gonna do? As you say, he is a pawn down, he needs to show something. And a5, probably one of the most direct approaches, and I think you had shown b5 being the logical move, the logical reply for Vidit here.
Yeah, and I mean, black needs to create anchor points for his pieces, because otherwise this king is not going to checkmate itself. So the move a4 comes to mind as one way to do that. If you look at the b3 square, this essentially prevents bishop takes e4, which would be totally unthinkable. That would help the queen get to b3. So this would create an interesting kind of tension between the bishops. White can drop the queen down to d4. With a twofold idea. The main idea is to cover the c4 square so that the queen doesn't get to b3. And if the queen tries to get to that square via e6, then white can cover it with queen b4. The very important thing for Vidit is obviously not to go pawn grabbing. Further, something like knight takes a4 allows the move knight e4, and white's pieces start to get overextended. So this is definitely dangerous for white. But from a purely objective standpoint, Fiona, I think that black doesn't, my intuition tells me that black doesn't have enough if Vidit plays very, very carefully.
He has plenty of time on the clock to find those careful moves. And let's remind everyone, maybe we can very briefly bring up the standings, because Vidit, he is one of the players who is in close pursuit of Magnus. So this hasn't been updated yet. Magnus, he drew his game, so he is on 7 out of 10 right now, which means that if Vidit can get a win here, he will be only half a point behind Magnus.
Absolutely. And Vidit has had a great tournament. We can remember his wonderful save. I mean, his save yesterday was something to behold against Rapport. That was textbook endgame play. And when you score a game like that, even though you didn't win, I talked about this yesterday. It's the same. It gives you the same confidence as a win does, because you tell yourself, man, I mean, if I can save these positions, I'm basically unstoppable. And he's been playing fast today, but we'll see if he manages to handle this very complex situation against Prague.
Indeed, we'll come back here. Let's bring up the bird's eye view again, and Daniel, let you choose where to go next.
Well, let's see. We have a couple of moves played in the Yesipenko Van Foreest game, an interesting move there. We have Anish Giri did indeed play bishop e3. And it's been a while since we checked into the Caruana report game. So let's have a look at that one and assess that end game. Okay.
Another strange position with f5 having just appeared on the board. Let's go back to where we left it off.
So Fabi did end up deciding on the immediate d4. He didn't go for that pawn sacrifice variation I showed earlier. Now, this is not a sacrifice line because the queen anchors itself to the pawn. Richard goes d6. Fabi keeps the tension, knight f3, knight h6. Okay, we have a trade, and now this move, queen g5, essentially forcing a queen trade because you don't want to give up the g7 pawn, obviously. So takes. And now the move f5. And I think Richard's idea is to reroute the knight back to f7. Now, one might ask, well, why didn't he go to f5? That seems more active. Well, the problem is that after white castles, this knight is quite vulnerable. And, white's already threatening g4. Although the engine actually prefers this to what Richard did. But in any case, he's gone f5. Fabi has castled. And now a decision moment for Richard, who's got to decide whether he plays knight f7 or bishop c5 or bishop b8. Very, very complicated endgame here in Caruana report.
Yeah, I have a question about that pawn formation on e6, f5 for black. What is the idea? Does black want to try and get in e5 in the long term, or otherwise are those pawns not too weak? Like, how do you feel about black's pawn structure?
I think in the long run, black definitely wants to go e5, e4, but the main drawback of that is that the move e5 creates a big hole on d5. So I don't really see this happening anytime soon. Black's position is still quite a bit too passive to sustain a move like e5. And there's no big hurry because the bishop on c8 is doing a good job of protecting the e6 pawn. It's not an easy pawn to attack. But the main concern, I think, for black right now is how to, first of all, finish the development. The bishop on c8 is still undeveloped. And I think f5 might have been a slight misjudgment by Richard, who might have just underestimated the extent of white's initiative. After knight f7, something like bishop e3 also threatens the move c5, and then the bishop could come out. I feel like this is quite a bit unpleasant for black, to be honest.
Yeah, and Fabiano must be quite happy with what he has gotten here. He had a slow start to his event, but he's picking up speed now in the second part of the tournament. And we'll see if he can squeeze a full point out of what looks like a nice endgame. Meanwhile, the hoodie is back in the Mehmediyarov game. It's well and truly back.
It is. Just the level of focus is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I'm curious. Let's bring the bird's eye view to see. I'm curious if it's Schach's move or...
Yes, I think it is.
He is thinking, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sam has gone knight f4. Sam is rerouting that knight to d3, where it's going to control the c5 and e5 squares. And if Schach doesn't go e5 in that position, well, he might end up in some trouble positionally speaking. I don't think he's necessarily thrilled with his position, Fiona.
Yeah, it's funny because last time we were there, he looked very relaxed and very calm and confident. But this is a very different Schach. We are going to go on a quick break now. We'll be back with all the action here from round 10. During the break, like every day, we'll be checking in with the challengers section with Big, bringing you some highlights. So enjoy that, and we'll see you soon.
Yes, welcome everyone to check in with the challengers. My name is Wouter Bik. I'm the esports producer here for Chess.com and also the producer here in Wijk and Zee at the moment. And next to the Masters section, we also have the Challenger section. And the winner of that section will obviously play in the Masters section next year. So there's a lot on the line. And today we're checking in a little bit. Each day it's a segment. And Ganguly versus Bier. We'll have a look at this position and it's absolutely already crazy. There's mayhem on the board. The king is not that safe. This king is prone to attacks. The rooks are coming in. It's absolutely beautiful. We already see it's a +5.5 for white. And after the move, queen to e6, which seems like a very good move. The idea here is rook to d7, trying to put more pressure on. So I absolutely understand this move. There's actually a move here for black that would solve the situation. And it is bishop takes f3. We are going in hams jabroni. I don't even know if that's a word, but it should be now. Because after bishop takes f3, we cannot ignore this. We give a check. And the point is, ladies and gentlemen, this rook isn't defended at the moment. And if you go up to h2, there are like a bunch of checks you can do, and the queen will zigzag around. You have to be careful you're not getting mated. You cannot go to this line because this knight will jump in, and uh-oh, you're checkmate. Just to show a little bit. If you start running in the wrong direction, knight f3 check, you're losing this rook. This one's coming in. I'm pretty sure this is mate. Even though after king e2, you might escape. This is absolutely horrible. So we cannot do that. So we cannot really take the bishop. And after rook takes g2, we take here. It's actually a pretty equal position at this moment. Black has a lot of attack going. White is very solid in that regard. And they're both trying to survive. g5 is hanging. There's a whole mayhem on the board, but it should be equal. The move that white should have made was queen to d8. And obviously this is move, well, was it 35? They both had a minute left, so I don't really mind that they didn't see this. But after queen to d8, bishop takes f3. If we go into the same idea, we can see now that the rook on d1 is defended, and the idea of going rook d7 later in the position is still a theme. And after king h2, there are no longer any checks. You might throw this one in just for the fun of it. But after, let's say here, rook g2, it's finally over. And you can see that this pawn is getting absolutely slaughtered on g5. And black can resign here because there's no way to defend the queen. And the rook coming in, delivering checkmate at some point. Now, this option was missed, unfortunately, by black. And after a few moves, which is not my analysis, we came to this position, a rook to d7 again, and white played bishop to b8. Now, you're attacking this knight. There's a pin on the queen and the bishops. There are no back rank checkmates because this rook is defending c1. So obviously, this is a very good move. The engine still likes white. But there is a crazy variation. That's what I really want to show you, that the move rook to c7 was the best move. Now you might be thinking like, well, Bik, what happens after bishop to d5? This is actually not that great. If I take this bishop, where you think like, well, this could happen, at least I can trade something off and save my guts. Again, bishop d5 seems very tempting, but white has a better move than just taking that bishop. It's bishop to d4. Check. With the idea that if you take my bishop, your rook isn't defended anymore. And even though it is defended by the bishop like through an x-ray, you can deliver it an easy checkmate this way. Unbelievable. I'm just going to leave that position on the board. And if you move away to h7, now we're just going to take your bishop. And again, there is no backward checkmate because this rook is defending it very nicely. And it is absolutely mayhem on the board. So let's leave it like this. Bishop to d4 check. An absolutely crazy position there at the end. White did win this game as he should, because this was a spectacular, fantastic game from both sides. The Challengers group is growing some. Arjun Erigaisi is now 2 points in the lead. He's going to win this tournament with 3 rounds to spare or something. So it's going to be absolutely mayhem. So we're not going to congratulate yet, but he is doing an absolutely fantastic job for the community. And hope you guys enjoyed this small little technical oversight. Again, my name is Wouter Bik, and I'm not going to bore you with any more challenges section. You can follow it as well on Chess.com/events or TataSteelChess.com to follow all the games that are going on at the moment. But for now, let's bring it back to Fiona and Danya.
I used to read a lot of books. I even wrote once to play in the C group when I was like very, very young. So I guess I was around 13, 14, something like this. Yeah, I think around that time I must have heard about it. But I finally got the opportunity in 2018. I was already 2700 back then. And I played the B group. I was the top seed, which I managed to win and then play in the A group. I came here first as a second of Anish, not as a player. And then, of course, winning the B group was very, very special. That is something which was kind of a breakthrough to get elite level tournaments invitation. If I don't use technology, I'll be just lagging behind against all my colleagues, because you have to use it, kind of. The thing is, my thinking is a bit old school, because it's very slow to do it old style with the chessboard. It's possible, but I think you need a team which will help you. At least somebody has to check with the engine. That's what I feel. In my heart, I like to, move the pieces and do it on the board.
Welcome back to round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We just heard from Vidit, who on the Republic Day in India, he is playing his compatriot Pragnananda. One game has already ended. Karyakin against Magnus was a quick draw. And Danya, where would you like to go back to?
Yeah, we've got interesting developments in a couple of the games. Let's have a look at Yasipenko van Foreest. Just to see whether Andre has managed to create anything out of that position. And really the answer to that seems to be no. Fiona, we saw Jorden go for this F5 idea, Queen E1, F5. We had a trade. Interestingly, Jorden takes with the rook, which I wasn't really expecting. I was expecting to take with the bishop. Of course, rook takes F5 is also perfectly viable. And now Queen B4, trying to prevent Black from developing his bishop, aiming at the B7 pawn, to which Jorden responds C5. I think the point of this move is not only to attack the queen, it is to prepare the development of the bishop, because now the queen on E7 defends the pawn on B7. Queen E4 is likely here. And then after bishop E6, Black is still, I think, doing quite all right.
Can we go back to the moment when Jorden decided to capture on F5 with the rook? I think bishop takes looked so natural. Do you think that rook takes is a more ambitious choice, or how would you explain it?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, maybe he was worried about knight H4, but it's very clearly nothing to worry about due to bishop H7, and G6 is well protected. I should also add, after rook takes F8 check, you can go rook takes F8, and if White grabs the pawn on A7, there's this very nasty move E4. And the knight on H4 experiences big problems. So you could also just play queen takes F8 here, even if you didn't see that. So I really don't know why he subjected himself to this kind of slight awkwardness. Now he has to make a weakening move. I don't think it's significant. I still think it's equal, but I'm a little bit confused, to be honest. I don't fully understand. Oh, maybe he was worried about E4, but it's not like White didn't have E4 after rook takes F5. So I don't know.
Yeah, hard to understand his decision. Maybe we'll hear from Jorden later, but he's also looking like he could be in some trouble. He's looking quite concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I think Queen E4 is the likeliest choice by Andre. All other moves just either seem awkward or not particularly ambitious. I don't think he's going to drop his queen back. So I think after Queen E4, bishop, okay, Andre's about to make a move. And it is, I think, Queen E4. Let's confirm. Yes, Queen E4 has been played. Now, bishop E6 is, I wouldn't say forced, but pretty
I think
natural.
It's already
and,
been played, yeah.
Yeah, and now the move knight h4 could end up being a little bit of a problem, Fiona, because, okay, let's say black takes on f1 and white recaptures. One very important detail is that d5 runs into queen takes e5, and the bishop on e6 is going to hang. Otherwise, you know, the knight either comes into g6 or to f5, and black still has, you know, maybe small problems, but black has to solve problems, and that's not something I thought Jorden would have to do in this game at all.
Yeah, very strange decision to take on f5 with the rook. And as you said, it's probably not big trouble, but little trouble is already worse than equality, which the other line seemed to be giving. But we'll come back here, see if Yesipenko can continue taking some small ground. Meanwhile, elsewhere, should we maybe check back in with Shahriar Mamediyarov?
What I was thinking too.
Okay.
Yeah, that game is undergoing some developments, and we saw Shahriar contemplating what to do after knight f4. And I think he correctly decided, I mean, he took on a3 first to open up the b file, but I think largely he correctly decided to play e5. And otherwise, let's say he makes a neutral move like h6. Sam goes knight d3, and then the opportunity train passes. You can't play e5 anymore. You can definitely never play c5. And white's got this nasty clamp on the center on these two squares. So Shahriar taking the chance while he still has it. And Sam has just dropped his knight back to d3 anyway. No question in my mind that white is better. The question is how much. And I think if black is careful, the advantage should not be too significant. Maybe rook b5. I mean, that looks pretty natural here. Rook b5. I mean, you could consider going rook h5 and going for the kingside attack, but I don't think that's. I feel like that's hope chess.
How much of a concern are the weaknesses for black on the queen side? The pawn on c7, the pawn on a5.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why it's better, I think. I think the pawn on c7 is really the biggest. It's the most accessible weakness. It can be attacked by the white queen. As of yet, you know, you're not going to lose either of these pawns if you're careful. So, for example, after rook b5, if white just plays queen c3, that's not too effective due to knight d5. Although, white could advance the queen to c6, and in an endgame, these weaknesses become an even greater concern because black doesn't have as many resources to defend them. So Sam is playing risk-free. Essentially, this is already a game for two results, but I think a draw is a lot likelier than a Shanklin victory here.
Yeah, but Sam, one of the players who also is still chasing his first full point, and he is going to try and make the most out of what he's got. And I'm curious, will Shahriar return to this line a third time? Yesterday against Magnus, it went wrong very quickly, and today, as you say, I mean, the position is far from being much worse or anything like that, but still, I don't think that this is really what Shah wanted out of the opening.
No, and you know, is there a little bit of tilt involved? I'm sure he was very unhappy to lose in the way that he did yesterday. He didn't play terribly. And again, we discussed it many times how Magnus he makes people look, I don't want to say like fools, but you know, he makes it look easy, and he makes you think that you've just played a terrible game, when in reality, you've just only really made one, you know, seemingly small mistake, which is kind of what happened yesterday. It was even hard to say where Shahriar went wrong exactly.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, we'll see. Shahriar, he is quite an emotional player. I don't know if there's already tilt. He shouldn't be tilting, of course. He is only 1 point behind. He's still in contention, not just for a podium, but also for first place. He's a player who's entirely capable of stringing together a few wins. But yeah, we'll see. We'll come back here. But Sam, he is enjoying himself in a position, I think, as you said, where he's pretty much playing for two results unless something catastrophic happens here.
Yeah, Sam is almost impossible to beat with black also. People don't realize that, but he is so solid with the white pieces when he wants to be. And we do have our first Irish pawns of the round. Giri accepting the tripled pawns in his game against Duda. Let's move to that one as we look briefly at our bird's eye view here. No big developments in any of the other games. So Andre did go knight h4, by the way, and Fabi with a very interesting move, knight e5. But let's move to the Giri game. I want to see how the pawn structure transformed in that endgame. So d4, queen g6. We have an exchange, bishop e3, f6. Duda preparing kingside expansion with this f6 g5 idea. That looks nice. King e2 g5. And after h3 bishop e7, Anish couldn't resist. He took that pawn. And Duda responds with e5 controlling the d4 square. I think black is totally fine here. But so is white. I mean, I think this is equal.
I mean, it's always such a weird pawn structure here. So you think the pawn sacrifice was justified by Duda. What are the plans now for both sides? You say both should be happy, but how do they continue?
Well, I think I would also point out that these triple pawns aren't that bad. They're defending important squares. You know, the pawn on c4 is creating an anchor point on d5. The pawn on c3 is guarding the d4 square, which would otherwise have been a potential outpost for black's knight. So I suppose I don't know exactly who benefits in the event of both rooks getting traded. So if black goes rook d8 here, white could respond with a move rook d5. In fact, I think he will. So probably not worth playing rook d8. And I mean, the engine likes king c7 here. And if white still puts a rook on d5, then there's an interesting idea of going bishop f8 and following it up with knight e7 in order to chase the rook away from d5. So I feel like they might run into a situation where neither side can make much progress. Perhaps white can swing the knight around to e4 if given the opportunity. So there's ideas for both sides. These ideas are approximately equivalent. And again, the likeliest result in this game is definitely a draw.
Yeah, and we see Anish there. Of course, maybe he was hoping to get a slightly bigger pull with the white pieces. He will continue trying, but looks like Duda is very solid. He also has a very healthy time advantage on the clock. So we'll come back here. Shall we go to Fabi's game?
Let's go to Fabi's game. Couple of moves in that game. And in response to bishop c5, so f5, we saw Castles Rehard going bishop c5, and now knight e5, a very interesting try. Of course, the knight is untouchable because of rook d8 check and rook takes h8, winning the exchange. But I like what Richard did. He didn't panic, and he just brings the other knight back to f7, offering white, forcing white to trade the knight for one of black's knights. Now, I would imagine that Fabi takes the knight on c6 to at least damage black's pawn structure. You can't take the bishop still because of rook d8. After b takes c6, bishop e3, this type of endgame, Fiona, also looks pretty balanced to me. I mean, white also has a weakness. Black can go e5, bishop e6 here, and finally get that bishop out of the self-made prison. I don't think Fabi has really gotten anything at all in this endgame.
If Fabi doesn't have anything here, do you think maybe knight e5 was not the best try, or?
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, maybe the thing is, you probably do have to defend the f2 pawn. It's not that bishop takes f2 is such a huge threat. Knight g4 is a very nasty threat here, because then the knight captures on f2 with very annoying consequences, obviously. So a move like rook d2 could have been considered. But yeah, now black plays knight f7. And if you move the bishop to f4, then the pawns already start rolling. So this idea of e5 is now a lot closer to becoming a reality. Maybe not immediately. Maybe black should even castle first. But e5 in this position is definitely already a kind of positional threat. So maybe it's just the case that visually white's position looks very pleasant. But if you look at it concretely, black has all the important squares covered.
Yeah, and I have to say once again that I'm very impressed by how Rapport has handled this position. I like the look of it for Fabiano earlier on, and a few weird-looking moves later, he seems to be doing completely fine.
Interesting, and this is Richard at his best. This is how he plays chess. You know, he has a very unorthodox style. He used to have these insane offbeat openings. He's gotten that under control just a little bit, and I think that's served him very, very well. And he's stabilized at high 2700s. But people really don't always think of Rapport as having the same rating as some of these top guys. Let's not forget he's 2763. He's higher rated than Sergei Karyakin, for example.
Yeah, incredible. And well, we go down here with the knights being exchanged on c6. Is bishop e3 the only move? Can bishop h4 be considered?
I think, well, there is an idea. So you can go bishop g3, f4. You do have the move knight e4 here, but that's a, that can be easily parried with bishop e7 and the bishop is trapped. So no bishop h4. Another question is, can you sacrifice the pawn on f2 and you play bishop f4? I think the answer is no for several reasons. First of all, I just don't see where the compensation is. And second of all, bishop f4 also walks into e5. So it's bad for multiple reasons. Now, I think you have to play bishop e3.
And bishop e3, yeah, is on the board already. And it looks like
we're going to see takes in e7.
Yeah. And Richard, would you say that he has just equalized here?
Completely. I think he's got no target. And the thing that people have to realize is when you look at this position, it's just, again, visually, it might seem like white is better. Where does that intuition come from? Well, I think it's the fact that c6 looks like a weaker pawn than e3. That's an illusion because c6 can be very effectively defended with, for example, a bishop on d7 or later on a rook on c8. Not to mention the fact that you could push that c-pawn in perhaps another set of circumstances. And the second thing is that black's bishop is temporarily not that good. But as I explained, it can get into the game very easily with e5, bishop e6.
Yeah, and we see that, Richard didn't play. No, sorry, no, he did take. I thought we were already on the next move. So here is the moment where we expect king e7. And yeah, just very impressive how he handled this position. He's shaking his head, which I'm not sure what that's about. But no, he has every reason to be happy with what he's got here. And where do you want to go next, Tanya?
Well, let's see. Let's start by going back to our bird's eye view, our beloved bird's eye view. I think Yasipenko and Van Foreest, they have a situation in which they could repeat moves. So let's stop back onto that game and let's see whether Andre goes for the repetition or not. Okay, so we were discussing that Jorden, it's that he's in trouble, but he's got some problems to solve. And the way that he went about solving them, after knight h4, he decided not to take on f1, but instead to go rook g5, which invites a repetition. I mean, Andre could go back to f3, and then I guess Jorden will have to go back to f5. Does white have alternatives to knight f3? Well, you could build up the pressure by playing a move like rook f2 and preparing to double on the f file. The problem is that there's bishop takes h3, and you would have to sacrifice a pawn here. So I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, let's have a look at this pawn sacrifice, because the engine is just skyrocketing.
The engine says white's winning. Knight f3. So
it's
wow.
Not actually a pawn sacrifice, or like a
no, because after rook g4, queen d5, king h7, king h2, and the bishop is all of a sudden just trapped by its own rook.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so this isn't an option for black?
Nope. And one more thing, if bishop f5, then all of a sudden queen h4, and now the queen is on e7 ends up being the culprit. Jeez. So no, you can't take on h3. Not easy to see, by the way. What you can do is get the queen, for example, to d7. The point is that knight g6 no longer comes with tempo. That's important, by the way. And if rook f1, you can now play the move d5, which puts white in an incredibly awkward situation. You could try knight g6, and that doesn't work. It almost leads to mate, but unfortunately, at the end of this line, the knight on g6 is undefended. If only there was a pawn on h5, but there isn't. So
it's also, I think, a tough spot for Yasipenko from a psychological point of view, because a couple of days ago, with the white pieces, he could go for a draw out of the opening against Anish. He decided not to do that, ended up losing the game, and surely that's got to be at the back of his mind now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, once you've lost a game like that, now you want to get back. And so the next time you have this dilemma, perhaps you're even more likely to not take the draw. You want to vindicate your approach.
Yeah, I'm curious, what do you predict? What is he, will we see a repetition here or no? What do you think?
I think he's going to find a way to keep playing, whether it's something like King H2, sort of just a neutral move, getting out of the X-ray, or Rook F2. I think he's going to make one of those moves, and he's going to make Jorden work for it.
Interesting. Well, he has a decision on his hands now. We'll come back to it. Do you want to update the Indian clash? Has anything
Let's do it.
happened there?
Yeah, there has been an interesting development. Okay, so this is interesting because Pragg has gotten his queen to c4, and he's almost certainly going to follow up with a move a4. The rook is hanging. Rook is hanging, and if you go rook c1, Pragg's idea is to play a4, and he is going to get his queen to b3. Now, there is a very powerful defensive move. White can go queen e7. And the idea is to take the sting out of the move, queen b3 check. You just drop the king back to a1. a3 is protected. And if black tries to pile on the pressure with rook fc8, white chases away the queen just in time with the move rook b2. And black's initiative fizzles out, and he ends up one pawn down, perhaps even two pawns down, if white snaps off the pawn on b7.
Yeah, so this doesn't look good for black. So after rook c1, is a4 is maybe not the problem. Was queen b4 the problem? Queen b3 the problem in this line, or is the position already just problematic for black?
I think the position's already. I think if you don't play a4, I mean, what else can you do? You can play rook fc8. Oh, no. Then there's rook d4, and the queen is simply trapped. You have to go for a queen trade here. In fact, rook d4 is a very serious positional threat on top of discoveries. Well, yeah, and Vidit just has to realize that he doesn't have to go rook b1. I mean, he can go rook b1 and then king a1, but this is incredibly awkward. And he's got to find the move queen e7. If he sees that move and he goes rook c1, I'll tell you what, black is in serious danger here of not having enough for the pawn. In fact, black doesn't have enough for the pawn, and Vidit just has to find a couple more accurate moves.
Let's see if we can get a visual on Vidit, or if someone is blocking the camera. Is he even at the board? Does he sense his moment? I'm sure he does, Dania, because he came to this game incredibly well prepared, and he must have looked at not this exact position, but that type of position before.
That's exactly right. And that's what these players do when they prepare. They don't just try to memorize moves. They look at ideas and they talk more generally about which types of positions are favorable and which are not. And I'm sure Vidit has come across a similar type of position, and he believes in his ability to disarm black's initiative, which is really only composed of the queen. That's the only attacker. It's very, very hard to succeed in an attack that is conducted just by the queen. You know, the queen alone is often insufficient to cause serious problems against the best defense. And I think this is a great example of that.
Yeah, and Vidit, well, we'll see if he plays rook c1, but of course it would be tough for Pragg to lose 4 in a row, but for Vidit, on the other hand, he is at the very top, well, not the very top of the standings, but towards the top, and a win for him would be absolutely huge today. We are back in the bird's eye view, and where shall we check in with Dubov and Grandelius, or what do you think?
Yep, and I will mention as we do that Andre has gone queen f3, so he has found a way to keep the game going. Not surprising. And he's got the white pieces. He's not just going to give up an easy draw.
Good stuff there. And here, this one, h4, h5.
No, this is a little concerning for black. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, a few moves ago, we thought that Niels had solved all the opening problems after the exchange on g2, but long castles and some h-pawn pushes later, suddenly this looks quite different again.
Yeah, and I mean, Dubov has done a fantastic job actually creating play. This decision to play h4 and castling queenside, it seems to have paid off. Queen b6, now simply queen e3, defending the pawn. Niels activating his rook. And, you know, I actually think that Niels maybe should have castled queenside himself. I think he should have taken the opportunity and gotten away from the kingside. The problem with rook c8, he burns his bridges. Now he can't castle queenside because the rook is moved. He can only castle kingside or stay in the center. And I think Dubov should just go g4. I think he should roll with it and try to get this pawn down the board as quickly as he can before Niels is able to create any significant counterplay on the queen side.
And
this is unpleasant.
Yeah, and Dubov certainly not one who's going to shy away from an opportunity to throw the g-pawn up the board as well. And sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm expecting g4. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, g4, and then the question is, what is Niels going to do? I think castling kingside surely must be completely out of the question by now.
Yeah, I mean, castling kingside would be like those. Oh, and there it is. It would be like those 18th century games where, you know, one of the players just almost deliberately goes into an attack just to let his opponent play a brilliancy. That was a pretty common practice when there were no stakes associated with the games. And I'm shocked at the move rook c8, Fio, and I'm going to be totally honest here. I'm at a loss to explain, you know, why Niels didn't castle queenside, because now his king is stuck at the center, and it's not like he has anything clear going on the queen side. I mean, maybe knight a5 can be played, but what does this do? This doesn't do anything. It doesn't threaten knight c4. And after g5, white is already crashing through on the king side. I wouldn't say that black is losing or anything like that. And maybe you should just escape with the king. Maybe you should go king d8 and try to castle by hand. That's not out of the question either.
I was, funnily enough, I was going to ask you about that. But once again, that is just so tough to do. When you had the opportunity to castle queenside and then resign yourself to spend, like, what, 3 extra moves on getting the king there?
Right.
It's tough.
It might still be fine for black, actually, though. King d8. I mean, white can try to discourage the evacuation by playing rook c1, but I don't know what this accomplishes, and black is able to get the king to b8. Perhaps white goes queen f4 and hits f7. I think white is for choice. But for Niels, I think it's time to start thinking about moderating the damage. And if you look at his clock, he's starting to slip into time pressure. This is very reminiscent of the game yesterday, Fiona, where he got off to a great start and took too long at one moment and made a couple of very questionable decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, from the camera on Niels, we can see that he is not happy right now. He realizes things have not gone his way, and yeah, it's tough to see a player who's struggling in their tournament, and today once again from a position with which looks so comfortable to so quickly suddenly find yourself having to answer a lot of questions. A tough spot here for Niels. We will come back to this game and the other 5 after a quick break. So Danya, they should stay with us, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Absolutely.
Magnus Carlsen, a quick draw with Sergei Karyakin. That's a nice way to clear all the black games.
It's quite all right considering the tournament standings. I'm still going to be at least in the shared lead after this, and I got a couple of white games. I didn't really know what to expect today. I thought he would probably be relatively satisfied with the way the last few rounds had gone, but and maybe not risk much. But on the other hand, you know, he could have almost caught up with the lead if he'd won. So I expected him to at least have some to try a little bit. I suspect he was a bit surprised by the Berlin, since I haven't played that recently. and maybe he had some try there from the match, because evidently they prepared it. Maybe he had a couple of ideas that he sort of didn't feel prepared to play today, and thus he just decided to call it a day early. It's always a pity to miss a chance to fight against a strong opponent, but yeah, tournament-wise, this is okay. But yeah, you certainly don't want too many of these.
Yeah. I want to ask you about the sensation of the tournament so far, which is Arjun Erigazi in the Challengers, 8 out of 9. Do you have any comments on his play?
Yeah, I don't think it's a sensation at all. He's going to be 2700 very soon. He's by far the best player in the B group, which we've seen for a while now, both in Rapid and Blitz. So I guess the only surprise is the score he's winning with, but yeah, he's by far the best player, and he really plays chess in a way that I enjoy.
Yeah. Can you describe like what is his playing style, or why is he so good, and why do you think he will make it to 2700 or higher?
You can just sense it that he knows how to play. Both he has a good tactical eye, and he can switch styles very easily. So yeah, he's very strong.
Yeah. And then what has been like your most favorite game that you have seen so far in Wijk aan Zee this year?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, Arjen played some nice games, but I'm gonna go with a bit of a Scandinavian flair, and I said that I really enjoyed Jonas Bjerre's game yesterday against Ganguly. That was nice.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Some very high praise there, Danya, from Magnus for Arjun Erigaisi, who's leading the Challengers section with an absolutely stunning score, 8 out of 9. And Danya, I remember in the early days, Magnus, he had some high praise for a certain Alireza Firouzja, and well, we saw where that has led. So. What are your thoughts actually? I'm sure you have played Arjun plenty online. What are your thoughts on him?
I've probably played him over 1,000 times across time controls online. I've never met him in person. The fact that he's below 2,600, which is he below 2,600?
He's a little over, I think.
A little bit over. Still very underrated. He should be 2,650. I mean, he is such a classy player, and I mean his positional sense is amazing, and as Magnus indicated, he's got that universality of a 2,700 player. He's got that ability to play really any type of position, and you know, a lot of people have heard of him because of his performances in the SCC, but I think this is really the first tournament where I think a lot of fans are realizing that he's got it in classical chess as well. So I'm very impressed with Arjun. And you know, how could one disagree with Magnus? He's definitely going to be over 2,700.
Yeah, and very soon, I mean, in this tournament alone, he's gaining some nice rating points already. So I'm sure on his live rating, he must be over 2,650 already. And yeah, next up, 2,700. For now, well, we see that in the position we currently have on the board, Niels has met G4 with Queen B5. So not too much to report here. I guess we're still feeling very worrisome about Niels' position.
Queen B5 is interesting as he drops below 30 minutes. I suppose that he is preparing Knight B6, maybe trying to go to C4 or A4. Dubov taking care of the queen side and going Rook C1. Classic sort of play on both sides of the board. This also immobilizes the knight on C6. It creates a pin. I still think, as I said earlier, I think that Niels has to bite the bullet. It doesn't look pretty, but you got to get that king over to the queen side, because if it gets stuck in the center, you know, there's going to be no more flights. The airport's going to get closed when White goes G5. There's going to be no more flights home, and you're going to be caught in the crossfire.
That's a good. I like that image, but yeah, for Niels there is some serious danger, I think, as you just explained, to staying in the center. Maybe we can go back a few moves. I think just after White played Queen E3, that was the moment where you were saying you're so surprised by Niels' decision to play Rook C8 when he had the chance to castle queenside and get the king out of the center.
Yeah, and I'm sure he was aware of the possibility of castling. And I thought about this during the break. I think what he might have been worried about is Rook C1 and Rook C3. And this idea of getting the Rook to B3. But if you look at this sort of very concretely, Rook B3 is just not that dangerous. I mean, the queen can move on over to A6, and then you're going to have knight A5. Because the C file is open, anytime White puts a rook on C1, Black is going to move the knight away from C6 and offer a trade. Now, the interesting thing, if we circle back to the current position, is that, so after Rook C1, the engine proposes castling short, believe it or not. I don't believe this. And I think this is a great example of not over trusting the engine. It was saying equal at first. I'd bet a silver dollar it's not equal. The point is that G5 is met with knight B4, and all of a sudden Black develops counterplay against White's king based on Queen D3 check. G takes H6. Amazingly, Black plays G takes H6. And if Queen takes H6, then Black takes the rook. And if White takes back with the rook, then Queen D3 and Knight C2 comes at exactly the right time. And White's going to have nothing more than a perpetual there. Niels is not going to castle short. I mean, if he castles short, everything I know about chess, will go up in flames.
I mean, it does look completely insane to castle into White's pawn storm on the king's side. Yeah, I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if Niels does that. But who knows? We will come back here. Let's bring back the bird's eye view and see what's been happening elsewhere.
Indeed. Well, we have Schenkel and Mamedyarov trading a pair of knights, and they've gotten the kind of position we discussed, where Shakhriyar has these two weaknesses on the queen side that's really weighing him down, and he's got to be careful. Vidit has adopted a defensive posture that isn't entirely what we expected. Let's check into that game and let's see what's going on there.
Sure. So
because
no, sorry, go ahead.
No, so Vidit actually went Rook C1. Oh, he did go Rook C1. And now in this position, we were saying that Queen E7, Fiona, is the best defensive move, but he dropped his knight back to B1.
So a different way of defending the pawn on A3. Do you like this one less, and why?
Yes. I like this one less. I feel like it's more passive. I think if we compare this, so it's good to do direct comparison in chess. So why is Queen E7 a better idea? Well, a couple of things. First of all, here, if Black procrastinates with Queen B3 check, then the queen will get back to B4. And obviously, the queen trade is always in White's favor. White is just up a pawn. But the main reason is that after Queen B3, King A1, that knight is going to remain on C3, and it's going to hold the B5 pawn together. And if Black goes Rook FC8, as we discussed, White is in time to go Rook B2, and Black is actually just in big trouble here. The queen doesn't have any good spots. Knight B1 just seems like a more passive version of this type of line. And after Rook AC8, Prague keeps the initiative going. It's a lot harder to get this queen out of B3, because if you play Rook B2 here, well, among other things, Fiona, Black can just play Rook takes C1 and get two rooks for the queen. And this position looks very unappealing for White. White is just too passive here. So, I don't know.
Yeah, this one, it looks like Prague here in better shape than if the queen were on E7. What I wonder is, what should Vidit do now? How should he meet Rook C8 as White? Do you want to swap the rooks? How do you want to go on about this?
I mean, I don't see what else you do. I don't think you should move the rook away from the C file and just sort of resign the battle over the. I guess you do resign the battle over the C file by taking, but at least you simplify. And the sort of
Daniel, sorry, can I interrupt you for 1 second to let you know that everything you thought you knew about chess has just gone up in flames.
Oh my God, it castled. I can't believe it. And I want to see what Dubov's face looks like right now because, okay, you know what I'll say in my defense? First of all, Dubov took like a minute to write down that move. Then he took his mask off, and I think he's as surprised as I am.
Did you see Niels before we went to Dubov? Like when Dubov arrived at the board, Niels sort of almost smiled, like half smiled at him.
Well, I think for Niels, he's like, I have 25 minutes. I'm playing badly in the tournament. I might as well do something interesting. I might as well create some fire on board. And that is crazy. That's just mad. And I take my hat off to Niels.
It is mad. Funny you should use that word because I was looking into the chat and Distant Roarings was just saying he did it, the absolute mad lad.
Lad. He is a mad lad. And you can see Dubov is definitely surprised. Now, the fundamental question for White, and let's go back to that game. We'll get to the Prague game later. This is the pressing game right now. White could very well consider playing a3 in order to prevent knight b4, and then on the next move, push g5. So that's one option. The other option is to go g5, and after knight b4, to make a move like rook g1, and try to pile up on the g file, but keep the queen on e3 for defensive purposes to stop queen d3 check, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here, Black has the move rook c2, and if g takes h6, there's actually a brilliant tactical idea. Rook takes b2 check. After king takes b2, it's mate, knight d3. You can't go to a1 because of checkmate on b2. And if king c2, there's check, king d1, and check on c1, and knight f4 mate. Look at that line.
That's incredible.
That is just...
Wow.
And did Niels calculate everything here? Probably not. I mean, he probably saw rook c2 and just intuitively concluded that he's got enough counterplay here. But what an incredible decision. And if this pays off, this will be just a monumental effort by Niels.
I mean, it's so crazy to judge, especially with so little time on the clock. Like, I have to say, for me, I feel if I were playing Black, it wouldn't even enter my mind to look at castling kingside. But I mean, this is really gonna become very, very interesting. We see that Dubov, he's now he's calmed down, but he was definitely very perplexed when he sat down at the board and saw Castle's kingside.
Well, I mean, he's got an hour 12. That's what's going to hurt Niels in this position. Now that things have gotten so sharp, I would imagine that Dubov might spend 20, 30 minutes in this position. He's got that time to spend, whereas Niels has to continue playing very quickly. Well, we'll keep an eye on this position. We'll see what Dubov decides. Will he go for g5, or will he try to play prophylactically to slow down Black's counterplay before going g5?
So let's go back to Vidit, because I had just interrupted the point you were trying to make.
No. Rightly so.
So we see the rooks have come off, and queen f5 was played by Vidit.
Yeah, that's an understandable move. He's attacking the rook, and of course, rook c1 gets checkmated. So queen f5 forces the rook to stay on the 8th rank. I wouldn't want to move the rook away from c8 if I'm Prague. Can you defend? I mean, I guess you can defend it with queen c4. That looks like a pretty interesting move. And I guess at this point, Black isn't really threatening anything, so Vidit could take the opportunity to improve the position and play f3 followed by e4. Now, I didn't want to suggest in what I said previously that White is not better. I think if anyone is better here, it's White. I don't think Black has sufficient compensation even now. I just think that this is a more appetizing version when compared to queen e7. So
and
I don't know what White's advantage is.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about the position actually that you showed on the board there with f3 appearing, just as to how Black is planning to continue making progress, because right now, well, as you pointed out, the rook is tied to the defense of the back rank, and Black's pieces all kind of look nice, but I'm wondering concretely, what's next for black?
Yeah, it's very interesting. This knight on b1 is a good defensive piece. It's guarding a3. The engine suggests queen c7, and the point of this move is just to say, yeah, I'm going to retool my pieces. I'm not going to checkmate you in the next 2 moves, but at least I'm going to try to untangle. And the bottom line is that White's king is going to be weak for the rest of the game, at least until the queens come off. And so, and when that situation occurs, it's very difficult to convert a material advantage, because the more you push your pawns, the more overextended you become. And you're always going to have to watch all of these squares, which is a giant headache. So I guess the point is just that White has a hard time making progress himself, and black doesn't really even need to do anything specific. So for example, e4, maybe black just goes rook e8 and stops the e-pawn from progressing any further. This is not glamorous, Fiona, but it can be a very effective way of defending, just sort of doing nothing and waiting for White to overpress.
Could White, okay, I guess White first has to deal with defending the h2 pawn, now that the queen is not tied to defending the rook any longer.
Yeah, you should go g3.
I was wondering, as White, could I try at some point to try and use my pawn majority on the king side to push those pawns up the board and maybe also challenge the black king a little?
Yeah, I think that should be the general idea. And so from that perspective, you could go g4, but black has the response rook e6, and if you sort of blindly go h4, you can get your queen trapped with g6. That's a funny line. But yeah, no, in general, I agree. I think that should be that's White's only plan, really, because how else do you use your pawn majority?
Very interesting game here. I'd be very curious to know how Pragg feels about his position. Like, is he happy with the slight pressure he has, or would he rather have his pawn back at a different kind of... I guess you would always take White here, Danya.
Yeah, and I think he has gone queen c4. Yes, he has. Kudos to Pragg. This is an important move. He keeps his rook on the c file, and I think I would say that a draw is the likeliest outcome here, just because it's so hard to make progress. But we'll see. There's a lot fight. This game could go in a lot of different directions, and it's hard to predict at this exact moment.
Yeah, and
what's going to happen.
We'll go back to the bird's eye view. Like every day, people are discussing the Pragg mask situation. I can confirm that is by choice. I think Pragg, also in previous events, has always played with the mask on, so that is his choice indeed. And Danya, where should we go next?
Yeah, there's a lot of games that have had developments. By the way, a3 was chosen by Dubov, and Niels immediately responding with knight to e7, preparing to move the knight on over to f5 in the event that Dubov goes g5. So we'll return to that game once a few more moves are made. Shall we have a look at the Shankland game and see how Shakhriyar is faring in his defensive task?
Sure, let's go there.
Okay. I think Shakhriyar is doing fantastic. I think he's on the road to solving most of his problems. He's gone...
Catch up, yeah.
Yeah, he's knight d3, rook e7. Sam goes knight c3, okay. Shakhriyar immediately jumping out to e5 and trading one pair of knights. And then he goes h5, creating some luft. And of course, preparing h4, h3. That's a very annoying idea. And this is the position on the board. Knight g4 is also an idea here.
Yeah, I mean, you earlier at some point you mentioned black, when black went rook e5, that potentially there could be some attack on the king side, and suddenly the queen on b6, although it is on the other side of the board, it is looking directly down at the king on g1, also the pawn on f2. It is white to move first, but is black's idea to throw in some knight g4 and continue with the pressure on the king side?
I think black has two main ideas. The first, as you indicated, is indeed to play knight g4. The second is to play rook b8. Let's not fall asleep on the fact that white also has a weakness on b3. That pawn was always very hard to attack, but for the first time in the last couple of moves, it has become readily accessible. And the irony after rook b8 is that a5 and c7 are now as safe as they have been in the last couple of moves. The rook on e5 is such a hero for defending a5 and h5. It's stabilizing the whole position. And even though white does have an x-ray against that rook, there are no discovered attacks. I mean, the knight really doesn't have any good squares to move to. I think Sam, this move knight c3, it might not have seemed like a significant moment, but I wasn't sure that there was a need to move the knight off of a4 that early. I think he might have underestimated the effect of the knight trade on how it helps black stabilize his position. So I think Shak is doing well here.
And I have another question. If Sam feels like his advantage has vanished, is there a way for him to immediately sort of simplify the position?
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. I was briefly considering the move b4, but if anything, this move seems to do more harm than good. I mean, first of all, black could start with knight g4 and attack f2, and then after e3, there's an interesting try, rook b8. And if you play rook takes a5 thinking that this leads to simplification, well, no, it doesn't. Rook a5, and queen takes a5 wins an entire rook. So all three results are possible here. This does look very drawish, but there's no way to peter this out by force, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I might have to take back what I said about once again. I mean, it's one of those games where a few innocuous looking moves happen, and suddenly, Shach.
Yeah.
I mean, you just said it. All three results are possible. An hour ago, we thought Sam is playing for 2 results. It looked like there was no danger on the horizon whatsoever. But that's just what players like Shahriar Mamedyarov do.
Yeah, I mean, he's incredibly crafty and he's gritty. He doesn't let his opponents do what they want to do. As we look at Shahriar adopting a very, by now it is an iconic stance, iconic thinking posture. The finger on the cheek. That reminds me of the pinky you kind of stick out when you're,
He reminds me of
drinking.
What is it? Is it Austin Powers, like where the bad guy, what's his name? He puts the...
No?
Yeah, exactly. He does that, no?
I know, it's been so many years since I've seen that.
I'm sure somebody in the chat can confirm.
You're probably right.
For now, let's move on from here. But yeah, Shach asking some serious questions of... it's Dr. Evil, not Dr. No.
Evil. Dr. No is from James Bond, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Dr. Evil is
Dr.
the
No
one.
is James Bond. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. That's Dr. something.
And elsewhere, what can we... Do you want to update the Fabiano report endgame, maybe?
Sure.
Dr.
Sure,
Evil.
Oh, the evil bar? Yeah. Well, it can be evil. The eval bar can be evil sometimes.
For sure. Okay, well, in this one, we liked what Richard had done. We only left it a couple of moves ago, I believe, after king e7.
Yeah, the eval bar likes what Fabi has done. So bishop e2 developing, and Richard deciding to expand on the king side, which is a reasonable approach. Knight a4, establishing blockade over the c5 square, making sure that black doesn't play c5. And h5. And Fabi has just got knight c5, sticking that knight onto a very nice square. And my guess is that Richard is just going to keep expanding. He's going to go h4. Whether we can wait for the eval bar to stabilize. The engine wanted Fabi to go h4 and essentially dry up the king side like that. Which makes some sense. I mean, by allowing black to play h4, you're really giving black the opportunity to expand quite significantly on the king side. So I'm anticipating the move h4. I still think this is about equal. I really don't think that knight c5 is a mistake. I just think that it's a dynamically balanced endgame. And ultimately, I think a situation might arise where neither side will be able to make progress.
Yeah, Richard, once again, I mean, the whole opening play was very, I don't know even what the word should be, kind of different, like, I think very report, like a different approach to what we see, but seems to absolutely be paying off.
Indeed. Well, you seem to be a fan of it, so you can give me a full report later.
No, Dania.
No, that's not allowed. I mean, this is
can't
the
allow
most...
it.
Okay, all right. I take it back.
Oh, and there it is.
Oh my god! Oh, that was amazing. How did you like?
Bigfoot is working hard behind the scenes while we are commentating here. That was
first of all,
on
that was
Twitter.
amazing. But
it's
I'm more
genius.
impressed with you. I'm more impressed with you just noticing that straight off the bat like that. That's amazing work by Vic as well. Wow, I'm surrounded by very impressive people.
Shout out to whoever did this on Twitter. I mean, the timing, everything is just so great.
Vic needs a raise. That's amazing.
He did it, so he found it on Twitter. I think we should give a shout out to whoever.
It's on our Chess.com.
It's on our Chess.com. Okay. So shout out to whoever at Chess.com did this.
Now, do you think Shakhriyar has seen Austin Powers?
Yeah, maybe he's trying to be the
do you
bad
think he's
guy.
Doing it? It would be mind-blowing if he's doing that deliberately.
Mind games. Okay,
Incredible.
let's move on from here as well.
A remake maybe with Shakhriyar as Dr. Evil? What do you think of that?
Oh my god. Did you say you wanted to go what did you ask?
No, I was proposing a remake, Austin Powers remake. Austin Mamedyarov. No, with Mamedyarov as Dr. Evil. Shakhriyar is too sweet. He's got such a calm and courteous demeanor. I don't think he'd be a good Dr. Evil.
No, I agree. Although he's not so nice on the chessboard.
Nope.
And yeah, we'll see what happens. What happens there? What haven't we updated in a while? Maybe Anish Giri against Duda?
Yeah, let's see whether Anish has turned on third Giri. That was so bad that even I was just disappointed as I was saying it.
Yeah, I saw your face.
Spoiler alert, he has not gone into third gear or any gear. He's actually not better. He's probably slightly worse. Okay, so Duda has just infiltrated the d3 square with his rook. We'll get to that move in a second, but let's see how this has all kind of gone wrong for Anish. So there's an interesting subtlety here, Fiona, where White has to decide which rook to put on d1, and I'm very surprised that Anish went rook bd1. I thought that rook hd1 is a lot more natural, to keep the other rook on an open file. And if Black plays knight a5, as he did in the game, then after the rook trade and knight d2, if you compare the rook on b1 versus the rook on h1, well, there's no comparison. The rook on b1 can swing up to b5 and chase this knight away. This very small subtlety, I think, contributed to the progression of the play. So knight a5, knight d2, Duda starts to double on the d file. And Fiona, wouldn't you just love to have the possibility of going rook b5 here and chasing that knight away?
I would.
And Giri going rook b1, there's the case in point. He spends another tempo bringing the rook back. Definitely a mistake to go with the b rook. f5, striking at the other side. f3, doubling. Giri is forced to defend passively. And after rook d3, rook c2, I don't think that White is clearly worse, but I think that Giri needs to be extremely careful here. Duda can continue increasing the pressure with bishop f6. Anish has to be cautious here, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I wonder, bishop f6, and then how do we, is e4 already is some kind of threat, or what's...
Yeah, I mean, let's say White plays rook b1, you could definitely consider an idea like e4, f takes e4, and f4. This is a very classic type of idea where you push a pawn and then you push the other pawn forward. You don't take on e4. Black has very definite compensation here. I mean, the knight can go to e5. So this is interesting. But Black can also play it in a more calm way. I mean, Black can drop the knight back to c6. It sort of has done its job on a5. I like what Duda is doing here. Another idea for White is to play g4, trying to carve out the e4 square. Unfortunately for White, this doesn't seem to do much on account of g6. But maybe you can take on f5 and go rook g1 and try to get counterplay oriented around the g5 pawn. I actually think that might be the best approach for Anish.
And
If
Dania,
Black plays bishop f6.
I think we'll come back to this game. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll be back with the remainder of the action here in a minute. Hello and welcome back to round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where things are heating up, or in Shachiar's case, maybe they are colding down. What's the word?
Cooling down. Take a sip of water. You know what that means, Fiona, right? He's happy with his position. We don't even have to look at the position to know he's happy with it. You know who's not happy with his position?
Crazy. Let's go to Daniil Dubov against Niels Grandelius. Just a few moves ago, we saw the incredible decision, and incredible in the good sense, from Niels to castle kingside. And it looks like Daniil was maybe thrown by that move.
Incredible decision making by Grandelius. This is why people love watching him play. And Daniil deciding on the slower approach, going a3 to stop knight b4. I think he missed knight e7, and I think he got frustrated here. The point of knight e7 is to meet the move g5 with, of course, knight f5. And if you move the queen to f4, you allow a potentially unpleasant check on d3. I mean, this remains incredibly complicated and needs to be analyzed. Black also has knight b6, knight a4. So the knight on f5 is an amazing defensive piece. And so Daniil deciding on an understandable move. He goes knight h4, which is, of course, aimed against knight f5. But Niels immediately activating his other knight. And I think what Dubov might have overlooked is that after g5, h takes g5, queen takes g5, black plays knight a4, and black is the one who delivers checkmate. I mean, this is just crushing. Because if white plays b3, boom, 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 right? There isn't even much to calculate here. That queen on g5 is too far away from the king in order to lend its defensive powers. And if white plays b4, then queen d3, queen takes a3 is also checkmate. So with that in mind, Dubov is unable to go g5, and he has to waste the tempo on the move king a2. And if Niels plays knight c4, it's very clear, Fiona, that he has managed to strike first.
I mean, this is simply incredible stuff from Niels. Who do you think, what are the chances, Dania, that Niels is going to get his first win of the tournament here?
I think he needs to play quickly, though. He's got 19 minutes and he's got 20 moves to make. That's the most concerning thing for me, not to sound like a broken record. But, you know, I wouldn't overstate the case here. I think after knight c4, just to illustrate why is this that good for black? Well, the point is that if knight takes c4, black plays dc, and look at this monster score. Look at that square on d5. Wow. And this is basically unthinkable for white. For example, g5, knight d5, queen g3, c3 is coming in with tremendous effect. This is crushing. So the knight is untouchable. Okay, that means the queen has to move. Where can it move? Well, it can't move to c3. It has to go to b3, offering a trade of queens, which I think Niels should decline with a move like queen a6. And if white moves the knight away, there is a very nasty rook lift through c6 to b6. With the knight on c4 like that, Fiona, the attack reaches very, very dangerous proportions and potentially decisive proportions if Dubov is not very careful.
I mean, it's really crazy to me how quickly Dubov's king, which looked so safe a few moves ago, suddenly finds itself in quite serious trouble, actually.
Trouble indeed, and one might wonder what Niels is contemplating here. What are his other candidate moves? I mean, I guess he might be thinking about knight a4, but this is clearly a lot less dangerous for white. One of the reasons being just the move b3 forces the knight back to b6. I don't think black can afford to lose this many tempi. I'm a little bit surprised that Niels is taking as long as he is. Knight c4 is a very natural move. And I've said that before, and you know, he's proven me wrong in terms of castling. But here, I think he really needs to make an effort to keep some time on his clock.
Yeah, so reminder, we're on move 21. So Niels, he needs to make 20 moves, and he shouldn't spend too long here. Hopefully, knight c4 will be played soon. We'll come back here. But what a turnaround and what a game in general. I mean,
incredible.
Really crazy, crazy stuff. We'll come back here. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. And Dania, where do you want to go next?
I feel good about I'm giving myself a pat on the back. Look at what's happening in Giri Duda. Bishop f6 was played, and Anish going for g4. I think he's going precisely for that idea with g takes f5 and rook g1, attacking the g5 pawn and distracting Black's attention. I have a sense that that game, it has the potential also to fizzle out into some sort of a draw. We'll keep an eye on that.
And I'm reading in the chat that Prague has apparently blundered. We know that people take liberties with the word blunder, but let's go and see what's happened.
No, but he's given up. Well, here's the thing. He played queen c4, right? Vidit responding with rook d4, and now it appears that he had to go queen c1 in order. Okay, but here you have to meet rook takes a4 with a ridiculous move. Now here's the idea. You want to go rook c2, right? You can't do it because you get checkmated. So you might ask yourself, well, I need to prepare rook c2. How do I go about doing that? It's not so easy because you can't play g6, but you can do it with the move king h8. And the idea is that after h3 rook c2, this is no longer effective due to knight g8. But how easy is this to miss? I mean, you have to see king h8 if you're going to play
stunning
queen
move,
c1.
but yeah, as you say, very easy to miss. And
but Prague, yeah, he goes queen c7, and now after rook takes a4, he really has nothing to show for the second pawn that he sacrificed. I think his idea might be to swing this knight over to c5, but it's just, I mean, I still think that Black has long-term compensation. I don't think White is winning or anywhere close to that. I would push back against the notion that, you know, that Vidit is even close to being winning here, but sacrificing two pawns is a pretty steep price to pay for the position that he has.
Yeah, and you gotta fancy Vidit's chances here today. Both players, similar amounts of time left on the clock. We're also on move 28 already, so this shouldn't be so much of an issue today. Vidit has not captured the pawn yet, but I guess he will. What else?
Well, there's a tempting move b6, but after queen c6, I was thinking about doing something along these lines, but the queen can always drop back to e8, and this only serves to overextend White even further on the queen side. I think Vidit's going to capture that pawn.
So Vidit is going to capture that pawn, most likely go up 2 pawns. There is still some play for Prague, but you've got to fancy Vidit's chances today to rack up another win. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else. We haven't checked in with Yesipenko and Jorden for a while.
By the way, Niels played knight c4, and they're following the line we discussed, queen b3, queen a6. And Daniil Dubov is in the lion's den now. We'll keep a close eye on that game as it unfolds. But yes, I agree. Let's stop in at the Andrei Yesipenko Hotel. Take a look at what's happening there.
And Andrei Yesipenko, well, he decided early on to play on, and good on him, because at least from when we drop back, my eye immediately goes to the VAR, and it looks like the VAR is liking what he's doing.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. Jorden, if you remember, he had to play this move c5 in order to be able to develop his bishop, and he's kind of paid the price for that. These light squares are very weak, and it's unpleasant. Black's position is just unpleasant. White has kingside play. This knight on h4 is poised and ready to jump into one of these squares at a moment's notice. Jorden tucking his king away on h7. Andrei doing the same thing, just a little prophylaxis. Queen c7, back to e2. Andrei goes, maybe vacating the f3 square potentially. And now he's doubled on the f file. White is clearly better. Jorden doesn't have a ton of time. He's now below 30 minutes. And Andrei continues to assemble his pieces on the king side, and an attack is definitely possible here. My question is, okay, let's say Black plays something like b5.
And Jorden has just made that move.
Oh, he's just played b5. Okay, great. How exactly does White continue on the king side? My guess is that rook f8 can be contemplated by Andrei. And if you have a trade on f8 and Black tries to dislodge the rook with queen e7, after something like queen f3, man, oh man, is the king in concerning shape here. I mean, the rook is threatening to move to a8. The knight can still go to f5. I'm concerned about Jordan's position.
Would you say that all of this trouble stems basically from the decision to take on f5 with the rook?
Yes. I would absolutely say that, and I still can't explain it. I just don't understand. Because this move doesn't even really have any virtues. Even if white doesn't go queen b4, yeah, you're going to go. I guess what Jorden was saying is that he's going to accelerate the pace at which he doubles rooks. I think he missed queen b4, and this is actually a very difficult move to deal with. And you know, the problems really started around this moment. I'm sure that he can still equalize. I'm sure the engine. In fact, the engine indicates that rook takes f1 was the best move here. After rook takes f1, queen d7, black is ready to play rook f8, and it does appear that black is able to still preserve near equality here. But that's not so easy to find. You have to give away the f file. And that's how these issues begin.
Yeah.
Andre thinking this position.
And Jorden now finding himself in a situation where he's definitely under pressure, and it also, Andre, he is sensing his chance. Today he's had a difficult few days, of course, with that loss, starting with the loss against Anish before the previous rest day, and today he will be looking to go into the next rest day on a win rather than a loss. We'll come back here. Let's go back once again to the bird's eye view, and Daniel, I'll let you choose the next game.
We've got some action in as Dubov, and he is thinking in the position after knight c4. My guess is that he's going to spend quite a while trying to figure something out. Let's check back into Giri against Duda, because
Daniel, just to say, Vidit hasn't taken the pawn on a4.
Oh wow! So there was something about that line that he didn't like. I really am kind of at a loss to figure out what it was. He's played g3, so he's played a pretty slow move, and maybe he's saying that the pawn on a4 isn't going anywhere. It's actually not so easy to defend it. So maybe that's his logic. In any case, we'll keep an eye on that game as well. I wonder how Prague is going to react to that. I want to stop in at the Giri Duda game, because that's kind of heating up.
Let's go there.
And it's very likely that the smoke will clear in just a couple of moves. So Giri going for g4 takes and rook g1. This is a very powerful defensive idea, striking at the g5 pawn, and Duda responds with e4. Now, Giri's about to make a move. I think it's bishop takes g5. Yes. So what we're very likely to see, Fiona, is bishop takes, rook takes. Now, I think Duda is going to play e3. And while this looks very intimidating after something like knight b3, knight takes c4, now this is not possible because of the very powerful move rook d2 check. This is a very pretty tactic. Knight takes d2, e takes d2. Now you stop the pawn, right? Nope. Knight e3 check is devastating. But white has either knight d4 in this position, or even the move rook g8, forcing a trade of rooks. Now, black doesn't want to take on g8, because then black is going to lose the e5, the e3 pawn. Black wants to play the move f4 here in order to solidify that pawn. And the funny thing is that the engine line is h4, knight e5 to defend the rook, rook g5, knight c4 with a repetition.
Oh my god.
Crazy. So one way or another, this game is likely to end in a draw.
I mean, I was wondering, why is it giving all zeros in this crazy looking position? And there comes the very calm and collected move repetition. But that's a crazy line. But you think very likely that we will see some kind of simplification now, which might lead to quite a quick draw from here on out?
Yeah, I mean, Duda's definitely taking. I guess e takes f3 is also a possibility. Takes and then knight takes c4. The point being, I don't think you can play rook takes f5 on account of the fork on e3. But you know, white can play a move like h4, and I would say that this endgame looks quite balanced. Black has a lot of piece activity, but white does have the outside passer. So, you know, it's hard to evaluate this with scientific accuracy. But as Jan Krzysztof ponders his move, it seems to me that neither player is going to stumble here. This is a pretty easy position to calculate.
Let's go back once again to the bird's eye view. Has something happened in the Fabi game? Because I'm reading in the chat, Fabi blundered a pawn, ? And there were a couple of comments. So let's go back there.
Let's, yes, it appears that, he has walked into a tactic. Breaking news alert. In this position, so he's gone G4 to try to slow down Black's pawns. That's normal. After 95, though, he had to go Rook H to G1. Rook D4 is a blunder. And it can be punished by Knight takes G4, Fiona.
Nope.
Bishop takes G4, and now E5.
Right.
And
Well,
has
I'm
Report done
confused.
it?
Isn't this... So what's the position on the board right now?
Wait, what is the position of the
Yeah, I think you were going down the line. And now I'm confused as well.
No. That I think this is the live position, and Report is just taken on G4. No, this is happening.
Wow.
This is happening, and Fabi has just blundered. Bishop takes G4. He has completely missed the intermediate move E5. It attacks the rook. The rook has to move. After F takes G4, Black is on the cusp of being winning. Not only is he up a pawn, Fiona, but look at that pawn mass on the king side. Black is on the verge of creating a passer with G3.
And Fabiano, I
man.
mean, when we tuned in, he looked pretty much straight at the camera. And I think Fabiano is someone that we know well enough to know when he has, I think it's clear, yeah, he has missed it, not just from the body language, but also the board tells a story here, which is obvious. And how much trouble is it? Is it more trouble than just a pawn? Because that pawn mass looks
losing.
very scary. What did you say? Sorry?
Well, I would say it's not completely lost. I mean, White could go after the e-pawn by playing knight d3. And the point is to meet king e6 with knight c5 check. The king doesn't really have a safe spot. I mean, if it goes to the f file, it walks into another check. So in this position, what Black should probably do is just completely orient himself toward the idea of creating a passer. So for instance, let's say you play bishop f5, then you give up another pawn, then you play bishop e4, forking the knight and the rook. White can defend against that with a check. But the idea that I want to demonstrate in this position, and this is what's going to be deadly, g3, h takes g3, h3, threatening h2. The rook has to stop the pawn, but just look at this. Look at the fact that White is so completely tied down to that pawn. And even though Black is now down 2 pawns, well, the engine evaluates this as winning for Black, and I don't think that's particularly surprising. It's really only a matter of time before Black doubles on the f file, infiltrates to f2, and promotes the pawn. So I think that with best play, Black should be probably technically winning. And the other part about this is to recover from such a blunder is very difficult. So Fabi has to make sure that he doesn't tilt and that he finds objectively the best defense. That's a shocking blunder, and it's the second one that Fabi has made this tournament. Not as extreme as rook b6, but is still at this level, this is a shocking oversight.
Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff here. And I was just looking at the standings. Richard Rapport and Fabi are actually currently both tied on 5 out of 9. So Richard Rapport, I mean, sometimes it's strange, like you said it earlier. I mean, he's in the high 2700s. I feel sometimes he's a little overlooked here. He hasn't had the best run for the last 4 games. Let's say he drew the last 3, lost to Magnus, but here he could be on the cusp of a big win against Fabi, who's looking, I was reading in the chat, someone said he's looking quite distressed. And yeah, I think it's just, I don't know how you explain it. Rook b6, as you say, was of course even more shocking, but something isn't quite going Fabi's way in this tournament.
Yeah, it's just the board vision, you know, the crisp opening preparation that we're used to, the energetic play. Things just have not been clicking in the way that he would have liked in this turn, and he might lose a second game with a white pieces, which for Fabi, I mean, he virtually never loses with the white pieces at all, and to lose 2 in the same tournament is pretty shocking. It's way too early to talk about him losing, but man, oh man, is this a crazy turn of events.
Yeah, and today's round, it started somewhat slowly. Of course, we had this very quick draw between Caruana and Carlsen, but now things are coming to life. We see Danil Dubov in the bottom right corner. He's still thinking after rook c6.
Yeah. He played knight h f3, and man, rook c6 threatens rook b6, and he is still in big trouble. I mean, he's not solving these problems anytime soon. Great stuff by Niels.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get back there shortly. Do you want to
I think-
update Vidit against Prague or maybe Sam against Mamedyarov? Because I see a queen has landed on h3.
I think we might see a repetition of moves than Sam Mamedyarov. I predict that we will see a draw. Now, black threatens knight g4. White has to go rook h4. And then I think Mamedyarov simply plans to return to e6. And then Sam has nothing better than to return to c4. I mean, the rook on h4 is terrible. It can be locked in with the knight on g4. So the only real move here is rook c4. I guess Sam is contemplating the move f3. But something tells me that this is just a little bit of a too big of a risk to take. And although Sam is thinking, I think ultimately he's going to go for the repetition here. I don't think he's going to take any crazy risk.
Yeah, because f3, of course, you keep the game going. And I'm sure Sam, in a way, will be a little bit disappointed if this were to end in a repetition here. He is famously very hard on himself. And he must have sensed that at some point in today's game, there was a little something. It did look quite uncomfortable for Shahriar Mamedyarov out of the opening.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sam is going to maybe be kicking himself for allowing the knight trade so early. But, you know, for the time being, he's still thinking. I'm sure he's still entertaining the prospect of going f3. But it's just that, you know, black still has this weakness on c7, but really other than that, black's pieces are perfectly coordinated. So there's really no grounds to assume that white should be better here at all.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye. We'll see if the repetition happens or if Sam does decide to play on maybe with f3. Are there other options as well?
I don't see anything else because of the threat of knight g4. I think this is a devastating threat.
Yeah. So two options. One could lead to a repetition. The other will keep the game going. We'll keep an eye, see what Sam decides on. And shall we go back maybe to the Indian clash or what else?
Yeah, and by the way, Caruana report, we see that bishop takes g4, e5 has happened. So they are following that line. Yeah, let's check that. And Andreas Epenko has gone rook f8 in that game with Jorden van Foreest as he continues to escalate the tension on the king side. Okay, let's go back to the Vidit Prague game where Prague has just gone b6, freezing white's pawn on b5.
So we left this off just a move ago after after Prague's move queen c7. We were expecting Vidit to take on a4. He didn't. He went g3 instead. And I'm just curious, if we just go back that half move, after g3, I guess there was no way to hold on to the pawn on a4.
Well, there was the move queen c1, which essentially transposes to queen c1 on the previous move. g3 doesn't make any significant changes. But of course, if you didn't see this idea once, it's very unrealistic to expect that you will suddenly find the move king h8. So b6 is understandable from that perspective. Now you can still probably grab the pawn, but I'm sure this is really good for white. But I still think Prague wants to reroute this knight to c5. In fact, I think that's why he played b6 to create that anchor point for the knight. But your idea, Fiona, of attacking on the king side, I think is very effective here. If white goes h4, with the straightforward idea of g4, g5, this rook on d4 is doing a great job just limiting the knight. It's just really not allowing the knight to move anywhere. And if you go knight e8, you walk into rook d7. So not much that black can do here.
And suddenly even that knight that at first we didn't like so much when it came to b1 just because there was an option that looked better. I mean, that knight is doing such a great job sort of sheltering the white king all by itself.
Indeed, and not only is it protecting a3, but it's also guarding the c3 square. And it's a very underrated way of defending. I mean, the knight next to the king is a tremendous defensive force. It guards all of the important squares around the king, and this gives white the freedom to focus on the other side of the board without having to constantly attend to the king.
Yeah, so we'll see. Does Vidit go for the king side attack, which looks promising? He is still thinking. we'll move on for now. Bring back once again our overview. And where do we go?
Yeah, I mean, Dubov is still thinking. Fabiano has indeed gone knight d3, going after the e5 pawn. That's, of course, his best chance, as we were discussing. And Giri Duda are also following the line that we outlined, Fiona, with the black pawn on e3, and a very, very sharp endgame, but one that is likely to fizzle out nonetheless.
For sure. Everyone seems to be thinking a lot to contemplate all over the place.
Yeah.
Maybe we update Yasipenko against Jorden.
Yeah, sure. So in this position, we were discussing Jordan's move b5. We proposed rook f8, which is what Andre has played. And Jorden continues to expand on the queen side, a4, ba4, ba4. I guess Jordan's idea is to
and sorry,
isolate.
Dania. Sorry to interrupt you, but we did see the repetition. I think you were highlighting in Shankland, Mamedyarov as a draw is agreed. And plenty to discuss for these two players. A very interesting game.
Yeah, short, but interesting. A lot of positional subtleties there and nuances. This is a game that definitely can be studied to get a better appreciation for, for the role of pawn structure and weak pawns in defining the game. They actually didn't end up repeating, but I think Queen H3 was accompanied by a draw offer, which Sam accepted. So they both saw the repetition, of course.
They did indeed. So a draw agreed there. That's our second draw of the day after Karyakin against Carlsen. But we expect some blood to be shed elsewhere.
For sure. And now we can return perhaps to the Yasipenko Van Foreest game. This is the position on the board. And I think the reason Jorden has gotten his pawn to a4 is to clamp down on the b2 pawn. Now he can reposition the queen to let's say b7. And at the very least, he's going to have some counterplay in relation to that pawn. And that is why White can seriously consider playing the move c4 as a prophylactic measure, just so that White doesn't have to worry about this pawn constantly being weak. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Jorden, how do you evaluate Andre's chances to win this game?
I would say it's probably somewhere around 70-30. I still think that a draw is a likelier outcome than a White victory. But, if you asked me after Jorden played f5, I would have told you, 90-10. And the 10 being like one of the sides wins because Black wasn't even worse.
Yeah, it's crazy how this position has changed, and Jorden has just made a move.
It's Andre's move right now.
Oh wait, he did
after b takes a4.
Yeah, no. So okay, I
guess he's writing something down. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Do you think? No, surely he didn't offer a draw. Oh well, we'll move on from here.
Yeah.
Shall we maybe take a closer look at what's happening in Dubov Grandelius? And we've also had some moves, so let's go there.
Absolutely, because they're repeating moves. They've just repeated moves once. And this is interesting. Is Niels okay? Dubov is definitely going for the repetition. He's got no choice. And for Niels, he's got 13 minutes for 14 moves. So what happened is queen b3, so queen b5, queen b3, queen a6, and queen e3. This is the repetition that they're currently going for. If Niels is to decline the repetition, the way to do that would be rook f to c8. Black is 100% much better after rook f c8. But the time pressure could play a role in Niels's decision. And he's thinking about it.
Yeah, also, of course, the confidence. He's had a rough tournament, but I have a feeling he will play on. What do you think?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, with every passing minute, it becomes less and less likely because, if he had 5 minutes in this position, I would take the draw. And I think you're right on the money, Fiona. You mentioned confidence. That's how having a bad tournament actually hurts you. You begin doubting your ability to convert an advantage and you say, well, maybe making a draw going into the rest day isn't the worst idea. At least I won't lose. So you begin to convince yourself that you shouldn't take any risks. Whereas normally Niels almost always takes risks in these kinds of positions.
On the other hand, there is, of course, also maybe the thought that, okay, I'm having a bad tournament anyway. And, like, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it's like I might as well try and get the win. So there's that. But yeah, I think the clock really is the main consideration.
I think that's what he should tell himself is, yeah, there's nothing to lose. You know, if I lose another game, well, that doesn't really change anything. I think he's going to go rook f(c)8. I mean, it's such a natural move, too. It's sort of asking to be played. Although, let's not sleep on the move g5. Dubov still has what could turn into a very nasty kingside attack. If Niels falls asleep and, you know, allows something like that, things could turn around very quickly here as well. So,
let's have a look maybe at that.
Cut.
Shall we have a quick look at that line?
Yeah, so what happens after rook f(c)? Well, if white doesn't react, there is a brilliant tactical shot here. Knight takes e5. Okay, so if you take the knight, then black simply takes the rook, and he's up in exchange. And Niels, what did he do?
He did
go rook f(c)8.
Good stuff.
To which Dubov immediately responded to the rook c3. Was there ever any doubt? But now what if Niels just sends his b pawn down the board? b5. Dubov was very disappointed at that. He was really hoping for a draw, of course.
And Dania, I think we'll take a quick break as the time control is coming up in an hour, but some very exciting stuff happening here. We'll be back to this game and the others after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We're 1 hour away from the first time control and things are heating up. Let's start where we left off, Dania, with the game between Daniel Dubov and Niels Grandelius.
Indeed. Well, Niels, in this position, we were contemplating b5, which is extremely nasty for white. But I was thinking that it's quite hard to find a response to the move rook b3. And in time pressure, Niels going for a simpler continuation, knight takes d2, which probably is objectively not as good as b5, but preserves a big advantage. Now, the point is this. If you recapture with a knight, then black plays rook takes c3, and in the endgame, black not only wins a pawn, but gets, infiltration to all of these squares, and d4 is really weak. This is very bad for white. But that might be the best that white can actually do. I mean, the alternative is to play queen takes a6, which essentially just transposes. I mean, this is the exact same position. And here's the amazing thing. If you play rook takes c6 first, looks like white's out of the woods. But no, there's knight takes c6. And the weakness of the pawn on d4, I mentioned that in the opening. And finally, it comes back to bite him.
I mean, it's such a tough spot for Daniel Dubov when the best you can do is transpose into an endgame where you're pawn down. Do you think that endgame is lost, or there is chances for Dubov to hold on there?
Yeah, well, I mean, first we'll see what Dubov actually does. I mean, he plays queen takes c2. So he figures that the best chance is to keep the queens on the board. This has to be lost. Rook takes c3 bc. Okay. Now, Niels also has 8.5 minutes. Apparently, the move rook c6 is extremely strong here.
He already played something. It wasn't rook c6. What was it?
Queen
Queen c4 check.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, of course.
And
King
I guess
b2.
now rook
Okay.
c6. Or
Well, you can go queen b5 check and repeat moves once if he wants to gain time. But rook c6 is really asking to be played, for sure. For sure.
I see that our engine wants to play rook c6 with the queen already, like with the queen on b5. What's the difference?
Yeah, that's a great question. Rook c6 here, I guess it allows something like queen c2. And if you give a check, the king drops back to c1. And it has chances to escape via d2. Now, this is still losing for white, no question about it. But by giving a check on b5 first, you are ensuring that the king will have to stay on the a file. Because if it goes to c2, you can go queen a4 check. Force it back to the b file, and now go rook c6, rook b6. This is a better version. White's position totally collapses here.
That is a nice point. Yeah, Niels, I think queen b5 would make sense anyway, because even if it's only, as you said, to get closer to the 40 move mark when the players get an extra 50 minutes, we're on move 30, so Niels still has to make 11 moves. And I think he must be contemplating when is the best moment for me to bring the rook to c6.
I mean, realistically, his clock is Dubov's only hope, because the position is terrible, and with just a couple of accurate moves, black should be able to win this game. The other thing to remember, after queen b5, king a2, rook c6, it looks like white defends with rook b1. But it turns out that after queen c4 check, white doesn't have a way to defend everything. If you go king a1, you drop c3. If you go rook b3, you walk into a pin. And after rook b6, queen c2, black actually wins a minor piece. Rook takes b3, and whoop, queen e2 check.
Lose pieces. Drop off.
LPDO, absolutely. Okay, so Niels is thinking. And he's about to make a move.
Reaching out, and he gave, I think, the check.
B5.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And I think Dubov is going to go king a2. I just don't see him allowing king c2, queen a4 check.
And for Dubov, I mean, what a turnaround, really, this game. At some point later on, and it all started with Niels playing the incredible short castles, and from that moment on out, it was all downhill for Dubov.
Yeah, and it's great to see players rewarded for brave decisions. We're not rooting for anyone in particular, but I like it when someone makes a decision as gutsy as Niels, and he's been doing that this whole tournament. And no matter who you're a fan of, it's hard not to feel bad, because of the types of positions that he's gotten. So it would be great to see him take one all the way to the end, and to beat Duat with black is no easy task, that's for sure.
But now he's given the check on c4 again.
I think he might end up going rook c6 here. I think the more human decision is to play rook c6 here, even though it's not quite as good. I mean, it's hard to figure out that you need to get the king to a2 and only then play rook c6.
Danny, I have to admit, I'm so terrible at counting sometimes the tree move. You cannot afford to go queen b5 one more time, right? Or can you?
No. It's not just you. It's like, that's a common thing to accidentally repeat. I actually think you can. No, I think you can. So you can play it again. You can play it again, but I think you'll either go rook c6. Another possibility is to go knight c6 and try to use the knight and bring it all the way to a5. And okay, he's made a move.
Yeah, rook c6 has been his choice. And does Dania have a choice here with queen c2 and freeing the path for the king the only way?
Yeah, I guess you have to play queen c2. And another possibility here, by the way, is to go knight c8. Knight b6, knight a4. White is completely lost even here. I mean, I just don't see it. 6.5 minutes is plenty of time to find, these kinds of simple maneuvers or simple tactical moves. And he's not so far away from the time control. I mean, it's move 32. And
Niels, he's had a rough start, but it would be fantastic, of course, for him if he can get a win here, especially against especially with the black pieces. But let's bring back the bird's eye view and see what's been happening in the other games.
First of all, Vidit has snapped off that second pawn on a4, so it took him a while, but ultimately couldn't avoid the temptation. And yeah, Prague has gotten his queen to c5. He's obviously much worse. He doesn't have enough comp for the two pawns, but there's plenty of fight left. I saw some murmurs in the chat that Esipenko is now winning.
Yeah, I was literally just gonna say that the bar has skyrocketed. Let's go back there.
Oh, and okay, so he has gone c4, and now Jorden apparently made a big mistake. Queen e7, queen f3, bishop g8. And it's funny, it's one of those cases where it's +4, but not because there's a tactic, it's just +4 positionally. Takes, queen f8 is the correct approach, essentially forcing a queen trade. And if you think about it, just look at this position. That rook is completely dominated by the knight. It has no way back. And White's literally just going to vacuum all of the pawns up. I mean, starting with the d6 pawn, White's going to go rook d8, rook takes d6, rook c6, rook takes c5, rook a5, rook takes a4. And black is never going to be able to get this rook back into the game. So maybe black can actually avoid the queen trade with queen a5, but this is obviously desperation. You're giving up d6, and the knight is coming to f5. Well, White should win this game.
So what was the mistake? Bishop g8.
Bishop g8.
Already
I think both queen
earlier,
e7 and bishop
queen
g8.
e7.
Apparently, queen b8 was the best move here. Queen b8 is just more incisive. It forces White to decide what to do with the rook, and most probably Andre would have dropped back to f2, and then probably played against this g5 rook. But at least this is playable for black. And I was wrong. I thought that Jorden would consolidate, and it's actually gone the opposite direction.
And it's gone in the opposite direction in a dramatic fashion. I mean, and he's about to take, I think he has just captured on d8. Queen takes will be played as soon as Jorden is back. And
and then queen f8 is such a strong move. It just shows that you understand the position.
It's also, I guess, not so hard to find, or what would you say?
Yeah, queen f8 is natural. Once you notice that the rook is dominated by the knight, as Hess says, this Esipenko game will be like Pac-Man without Blinky, Inky, Pinky, and Clyde chasing you. Yeah, you're just eating up all the little pieces all on your own. You're the last man remaining in the world. And as long as Andre notices that, wait a second, the rook is it's stuck on g5. Queen f8 comes very naturally because the only piece that's capable of defending the weak pawns is the black queen. And without it, that's it. The game is over.
Wow, I mean, suddenly everything really springing to life here. Andrei Osipenko on the verge of getting a winning position. He is super focused. I think he has seen this. He's just double checking, maybe especially the line with Queen A5. I would be shocked if Jorden went for the pack line, the Pac-Man line, which is just too depressing. But he is in great shape, Andrei Osipenko. Let's bring back the bird's eye view.
Ooh. Now the Giri Duda game just took an interesting turn. Knight d4 by Anish. Let's have a look at that if that's okay. I think I see. I think this is about to fizzle out into a draw. I think that we're about to have a mass trade and a draw. And here's how I think it's going to happen. And it's already happening, in fact. So Knight d4 was played, slicing off the connection between the two rooks. If you play knight takes d4, then I guess after c takes d4, white is going to emerge a pawn up in the rook endgame. So instead of that, Duda has taken on c3 with the rook. And the point is that after takes, king takes c3, it looks like white is doing well, but black is a concrete drawing idea. And that is sort of the sundial with the knight. You keep checking the king, and the king is unable to leave to lose contact with the knight. I mean, it can go here, but then rook takes d4, rook takes f4 is obviously also a draw.
And all of that is already happening on the board as we speak.
It's a draw.
And we'll see a handshake here in a second. I think that is the final repetition. Oh, not yet.
Yeah, that's there. I mean, Anish is going to briefly contemplate king c2, but he's going to go for the repetition.
And I'm reading in the chat that things are also happening in the Vidit game. This one here, is it about to end in a draw? And I think, well, maybe we can stick around. I don't know. It feels like it will end in a second, but then no, here we go.
There it is. Yeah, king c3. I mean, king c2 is totally useless. I mean, black is actually drawing from a position of strength there. And Jan Christoph repeating.
They're really milking the end of that game.
Yeah, there's really nothing to calculate here. You have to go for it, and there he goes, Anish. Nope.
What is he thinking about? King
d4. Ooh. Exciting.
It feels like we've had this position so many times, but I think we're almost there, no?
We're almost there. I think they're one repetition away.
Duda is looking like, okay, I'm ready. The mask is already on. He's ready to go home. Tomorrow is a rest day. This game will end peacefully. As Anish
is thinking about the previous moments in the game, and there we go. Handshake, another draw, and that is our third result of the day. Giri and Duda making a draw. Anish is going to be slightly disappointed, maybe. But again, drawing young Krzysztof Duda is never an embarrassing or disappointing result in the least.
For sure. And let's bring back the bird's eye view, because I think I read in the chat that something was happening in Vidit's game. Or maybe we can just go there straight away.
Something is happening in Vidit's game. Now, wait a minute. This actually... Has this been a turnaround? The Evo bar shows black as being winning.
What the?
Holy smokes.
Let's go back. Wow, what a turnaround. Okay, let's go back first and see what did we miss?
Now, wait a minute. Now, we saw this position, right? Queen c5, black is down 2 pawns, but clear compensation against white's king. Apparently, the move here was rook b4, which is understandable, right? You have to defend the pawn. But Vidit, he decided to take the pawn on h6. And after queen takes b5, I think his point is to play rook h4. But here, black gives a check on e5. And black strikes first, because if you move the king up to a2, you simply get checkmated. Rook c2, queen b2, and knight c5. This necessitates rook d4. But with a rook gone from the h-file, Black infiltrates to c2, and then Black threatens knight c5, followed by knight b3, as well as queen e6, queen a2.
I mean, this
is insane.
This is absolutely incredible, and I wonder what Vidit missed.
I mean, I'm at a loss to say what he missed. Maybe he simply missed queen e5 check, just forgot that the rook leaves e4. Because here's the thing: what if White doesn't play rook h4? Well, if White doesn't play rook h4, Black threatens knight c5, knight b3, with absolutely devastating. If White just doesn't have any moves, not that I see. Maybe it's not as lost as the e-ball bar is initially showing. But this looks so dangerous. And if queen f4, for example, knight c5, rook b4, knight b3 check, there's one more very important detail. It looks like White is out of the woods here, but no, he is not. Queen e2 check leads to immediate mate. Very, very pretty mating construction.
Indeed.
And that is one of the reasons why White really can't stop knight c5 and knight b3. This is a potentially stunning turnaround.
And, well, Prag, he is still thinking. Do you think there are other moves that are... No,
I don't see them. I mean, queen takes b5 is natural. I mean, in this case, that move is pretty understandable. You have to vacate the c5 square for the knight, and while you're at it, you might as well take a pawn. I think Prag is just double checking. He sees it. He just can't believe it.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. I think he needs to recover from his surprise. It's such a... I think during games, especially when you play opponents who are so strong, and I'm sure he has tremendous respect for Vidit, especially as they are also a countryman, and you understand you're under pressure, and suddenly your opponent plays a move and you're like, what? Like,
right.
What am I missing here?
What am I missing? Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying.
And yeah, I think he will take. He still has 20 minutes on the clock. We're already on move 33, so only 8 moves to go. Time shouldn't be such a big issue here. What a turnaround. I'm reading in the chat that Daniil is making a comeback. Let's go back there.
Let's see. Well, yeah, so Daniil Dumov has managed to get this into an endgame where he has definite drawing chances. What happened since the last moment? So rook a6, king b2. Okay, so we had a repetition, and apparently knight c6, bringing the knight into the attack, was decisive with the idea of knight a5. But Niels going for the queen trade, which you can't really blame him for that. I mean, he's got no time, and he sees that in the event of this endgame, he's playing risk-free. He wins the a3 pawn, and this certainly looks incredibly nasty for White. I don't know if White's drawing chances outweigh Black's winning chances. I don't think so. This looks very, very hard to defend because the knight is still coming to c4, Fiona, and Black has an extra passed pawn on a7.
Yeah, so the good news for Niels is now making the move 40 won't be an issue. Well, they're almost there. Knight d2 was in fact White's 40th move, so Niels only has 1 move to make. But on the other hand, the other one was a crushing attack, while here there is still plenty of work to do to get the full point. And of course, Daniil has definite survival chances.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I guess the point of knight c6, I think what Niels might have been worried about is g5. And it's not so easy to coordinate Black's pieces correctly. It's not like there's mate in 2 or anything like that. You probably have to go knight a5 here. And if g takes h6, you go queen b5 check, king a2, and then knight c4 is mating. And if king c1 in this position, then there's knight b3 check, king d1, rook takes a3. But finding all of this again with like 3 minutes on the clock is not easy. It's very disorienting to have to maneuver the knight and the queen and the rook in the right way. A lot of moving parts.
And look at Niels. He's almost like talking to himself. I don't know. He was muttering something that Niels is away from the board. I wonder if Niels himself is in a way a bit disappointed with having to. I'm sure with more time he wouldn't have gone for the end game. And here, do you think he's calculating lines? What do you make of what he's doing? What do you think that is?
Yeah, I think he might. I think he was expecting to deliver checkmate at some point. I mean, once Dubov went queen d2, and he had that wide open king. I think, Grandelius was already sensing that first win. And now as he looks at this position and realizes that, he has to win the game, not from scratch, but that he has to convert an advantage that may not be convertible, that's a very disappointing feeling. And the reason I say that is just because White has all of the squares protected. Dubov still has a nice space advantage on the king side, and his pawn structure is fundamentally sound and extremely solid. This might very well end in a draw, and that would be the ultimate disappointment for Niels.
Yeah, for Dubov, this must be such a huge relief. Well, we'll have plenty more time now to come back to this game. So let's bring back the bird's eye view as we see that Pragg has indeed taken the pawn on b5, and that one is completely turning around. I mean, Vidit in a lost position, and the problem is there's not really much he can do to fight or to create some tricks.
Not that I see him. I mean, maybe... Again, I wouldn't put too much necessarily all of the stock into the eval bar, into the engine eval, but the point isn't that the engine eval is in Black's favor. It's just that the queen on h6 is totally removed from the defense. The knight is coming to c5. Black's ideas are very clear cut. Unlike, one could argue, the Dubov-Grandelius game, Black's attack here proceeds with forced moves, and there's just nothing that I don't see what White can do. I mean, the top engine move is a4. That's incredibly ugly, and that's saying a lot. Ugh, queen c6 and knight c5. This does not look good.
Yeah, I mean, if rook h4 doesn't work, which we have seen it doesn't, and then queen h6, suddenly you're also wondering what's that queen doing there. Of course, it did pick up a pawn, but the white pieces, they were nicely coordinated just a few moves ago, and suddenly that white king is looking in a world of trouble, and the white piece is uncoordinated and far away from the defense of the king.
That's well put. And also, what exacerbates this is 11 minutes for Vidit, so he doesn't have much time to think of defenses. He's not. I mean, you can kind of see the concern on his face as it's starting to dawn on him that there might not be any defense here, and there isn't.
And what a huge, huge, huge win that would be. Let's not call it over just yet.
Right.
But at Pragg, he must be... I mean, he always looks so calm, but surely inside, the adrenaline must be kicking in.
Oh, yeah. I can guarantee right now he's sitting there, he's praying that there's no defense, that his conception of the position is accurate. And, of course, we know that it is. We know the truth. But put it yourself in Pragg's shoes. He doesn't know whether there's a defense or not. You don't know the truth of the position, and so you get nervous. But Vidit now down to 10.5 minutes. I wonder what he's going to find here. Can he find any way to complicate Pragg's task, to make the attack as practically difficult as possible?
That's what he is looking for sure. And he has gone a4.
Yeah, that's a good move. That's the best that he can do. At least it forces Pragg to make a decision. Although that decision is pretty easily resolved. The point is that you need to keep access to one of these two squares so that rook h4 can be met with queen f6. And that's why queen c6 is pretty natural.
So we'll see Pragg probably going to take a little bit. I think he's going to try and use a little bit of his time at every turn. I don't think we'll see any fast move by him. As he has plenty of time to reach the time control. So maybe we can go back either to Stepanko or Van Foreest.
Well, there's actually been no moves.
Oh, nothing. Andre is still thinking. Yeah.
He's taken about 15 minutes, I want to say, deciding whether or not to play queen f8. Queen f8 is the winning move. No doubt about that. I think he's going to play it. I think what he's thinking about is how to respond to a move like queen a5. How should White extend the initiative? And the engine suggests the very cold-blooded rook f2, just stop the queen from infiltrating to d2, but that's not the easiest move to come up with. I also had the idea of going queen c8 with the idea of rook f8, but after queen d2,
not queen a6,
d2, not queen a6, no. Rook f8, there's this move queen e1, And white is not in time. Black is in time to deliver perpetual checks. So rook f2 is kind of a prophylactic move. And then you can prepare the infiltration to the 8th rank. So we'll see. But Andre down to 13.5 minutes for 10 moves. That's not a ton of time either.
Yeah, here, this is one, maybe the only game where we'll have some sort of time trouble action. For now, let's check in with Fabiano. How is his quest going? We saw him lose a pawn in uncharacteristic fashion. Now material is even, but those black pawns still look pretty threatening.
Yeah, so Richard, okay, so let's see, e5, rook d2, knight d3. He went for rook h6. This apparently was very inaccurate. So he didn't go for this double pawn sack line, bishop f5 and king e6 that we initially discussed. Can't really blame him. I mean, coming up with the idea of sacking e5 and c6, again, very difficult. So he went rook h6, swinging the rook to e6. Fabiano takes the g4 pawn, rook e4, counter-forking the knight and the pawn. And we have a trade of rooks. So obviously black is playing for a win, and you know that because black is the one who has the potential to create an outside passer. Also, the bishop in these wide open positions is, of course, better than the knight. But Fabi going g4, and he's able to station his knight on an outpost, which is huge. And now he's inching his king closer to the king side. Black, for the time being, hasn't even created a passer. I think Fabi is holding this together very nicely.
Yeah, still some work to be done, but this is definitely looking better than some of the lines we had analyzed earlier. Dania, we're going to go for a very quick final break before the first time control, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very shortly.
2010 when I played in the C group. It was fantastic. I mean, that was really the first time for me that I played, on the same stage, let's say, as all the top players, and I had them so close up, and I could just go there and watch their games and so on. And for a young boy, of course, it was fantastic. I do like to sit down with an actual chessboard and analyze things, or at least think about things. But when I use, let's say, technology or engines, I try to use the best ones always. I think the next development we will see, this is a bit of a guess, but I think what they will try to do is, because now they are so incredibly strong and so much stronger than all the humans, but rather what they will be improving is to make them play more like a human, or make them play more similar to how the best humans play. So I think we will have a shift to the engines working in that direction rather than just pure, strength improving. This year, of course, and last year was a little bit strange because of the pandemic. We don't have this vibe in the village of the, let's say, the festival. I think we still managed to keep some of that spirit alive, but of course we are hoping for, back to the old ways soon.
Let's indeed hope that we are back to the old ways soon. Meanwhile, Niels, he might be kicking himself now that the time control has been made, and he realizes this is not going to be an easy conversion. And Danya, how do you deal, especially Niels, these players are so strong. He, some of the time, might go to considering the chances that have gone by.
Yeah, you almost always do that, especially when time control is reached. You have more time. It's so hard to stop yourself from dwelling, from spending sometimes even 15 minutes dwelling on what could have been. Now, why is this endgame hard to win? Well, I think he could start by playing b6. That's probably how Black should start, because I mean you have to restrict the knight. Dubov is probably going to play f4 and reinforce his king side, and it's just hard for Black to untangle. The rook on a4 is currently a little bit trapped. If you go rook c4, you could get your rook trapped. Rook a1, a5, knight d2, and goodbye. So Black also has to be careful here. That's why I think you should move your knight away first in order to have this pathway back towards c7. And here, Dubov could create active counterplay by playing rook f1 and preparing f5. And yeah, Fiona, I mean, this very, very strong king side, coupled with the fact that Black is going to have a very hard time ever pushing the a pawn past a4, makes this endgame very difficult to win.
Yeah, so Niels, well, he will try, of course. This game, I think, is going to go on for quite a while, but definitely a big mischance, as Dubov fought valiantly to hold on, and now, well, we are in this ending, but we're back in the bird's eye view. We haven't made the time control in other games. Let's start with Vidit Gujrati against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, this is the key position right now with 5 moves left until time control, as Prague has 7.5 minutes on the clock, and the move is knight c5 here for sure. You have to start with knight c5, and the bottom line is that Black's attack is just overwhelming. So here's an example. Knight c5, rook c4. You actually don't want to play knight b3 check, which is incredibly tempting, but this endgame is a lot less clear than it might seem, because don't forget, White has 2 pawns for the exchange, and with the king in the right place, White could go after the b6 pawn. Okay, this position has been reached. Vidit has gone rook c4, and the best move here is to reposition the rook to a8. Rook a8, this to me is the biggest roadblock. If Prague finds rook a8, I think he wins the game, but you have to notice how strong that move actually is. Rook a8 prepares b5, Fiona, and it transitions the attack to the right place, to the a file.
What about other moves? Like rook a8 looks very strong. What if your eye isn't drawn there? What if I activate my rook, let's say, via d8?
Yeah, that's a viable option. But it's just that I'm not sure where exactly the rook is going. I suppose you could deploy it to d1. But maybe White can go rook b4 and then get the queen involved via c4. The other move that I thinking about is b5, but apparently White can just drop the rook back to c3, and after b takes a4, this is what you don't want to allow. You don't want to allow White's rook and queen to essentially coordinate and control a lot of entry points to White's king. That's why rook a8 is so strong, because White's queen is still far removed from the king side, or I guess it's technically the queen side, but from the area near White's king. And so you want to strike while you still have a chance in the fastest possible way.
Yeah, so rook a8, the most convincing. The reason I was asking about other moves is sometimes here we have, of course, we see the evaluation and then we only see the top line. So I always wonder, when the top line is so strong, are there other moves that sort of keep the advantage? But it looks like everything else we've looked at is nowhere near as convincing. So this is really potentially the decisive moment of the game.
It's a missable move. I mean, to me, b5 is extremely tempting. I could totally see Pragg playing b5 here. I couldn't see him go knight b. I don't think he's going to go knight b3. I think he's going to recognize that the end game is far from clear. But b5 is tempting. Your move, rook d8, also, definitely tempting.
But I'm with you. I think it just doesn't do much.
And another move that I thought about is queen d5 to threaten knight b3 check. And again, after rook c3, White is able to involve the queen, but that's very, very easy to kind of overlook or underestimate. Pragg now down to 5.5 minutes. He's going to have to make a decision very shortly.
Yeah. So 5 moves, 5 minutes, and rook a8 is the money move. Not an easy move to spot, but on the other hand, it makes sense. The king on a1, you want your pieces to get closer to that. That is the target of the position. And from that sense, it does make sense to align your rook with the enemy king.
Yeah, rook a8 and then b5. And after rook a8, it's not that White can resign yet, but it gets very, very close to reaching that point. This is the game-deciding moment. Can Pragg find rook a8? I think he recognizes the importance of this moment. He's taking a while, and he's making that investment. He's telling himself, if I find the right move here, I think I can win the game. So he notices that, but will he deliver on the move itself?
While we wait, should we very quickly update what's been well, we don't need to go there, but Yasipenko has found queen f8. But then...
Yeah, he has, and Jorden has done his queen to a3.
Yeah, shall we very quickly check in there?
Okay. Yeah, and actually this seems to be... Something has seemed to go wrong. Now, in this position, I think... So the key position is here. After bishop e6, Andre went rook e2 to stop the queen from coming to e1, but apparently... No, knight f5 is not the move. It's funny because the engine... Oh, g4. Apparently you have to play g4 and fully restrict the rook. Gosh, that's hard to see, and especially it allows queen e1. Oh, and knight g2. Knight drops back to g2, chasing the way the queen, and now you go queen e8 followed by rook f8 with unstoppable.
That's not easy. And by the way, just to let the viewers know, the camera that we've kept above is from the Pragg game, so we will see when he makes a move. But that line was crazy, Daniel.
It was, and after rook e2, Jorden pounces on the opportunity. He goes a3, takes. And here's what I think Andre overlooked. He was orienting himself toward queen takes d6, but there's this stunning tactical counterblow, bishop takes d3. And if bishop takes c4. And if d takes c4, queen g3 check, king h1, queen takes h4. And yes, White is up a pawn with some winning chances, but, Black is as alive as he's been in the last, 7 moves. So I think Andre might have to go for this position. I don't really see an alternative because Black is attacking the d3 pawn. And if he takes it, then Black has developed full counterplay against the king.
And here, actually, the time situation, we're not out of the woods yet. We're both players have around 6 minutes left, and we're only on move 33, and it's not an easy position. Like, there's some positions where you can make some easy, quick moves, reach the time control, but that's not the case here. So very exciting stuff. Very quick look at Caruana against Rapport. Maybe see
Yeah.
if we had an update there, and then we can go back to Pragnananda, whose time must be ticking down dangerously at this point.
Yeah, and it's the same type of situation with Caruana. He's got 6 minutes for 5 moves, and it's still a very, very unpleasant, very dangerous situation. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up losing this game. As Richard, you can see him playing on both sides of the board. He's just played a5, fully restricting White's pawns, basically stopping them from moving and keeping them on light squares where they can be attacked by the bishop. But Prague
has played my move, which is bad
he's
news.
played rook d8. Oh man, not necessarily.
Bad news for him. And I mean, my move is the last move that I wanted him to make for his own sake. And immediately we see the bars shoot back up the other way.
Yeah, but now Vidit has to find a very difficult move. Rook b4 is not intuitive. It's just not intuitive to voluntarily unpin the knight and also walk into a fork. You have to see that you can just go back to c4. I mean, this is crazy. No, I don't think Vidit's going to play rook b4. If he does, major props to him. But if you don't play rook b4, what do you do?
I was just going to ask that also. How much trouble are you in if you don't play rook b4? One of the reasons, we discarded rook d8 after I suggested it is because, what's the follow-up? I liked putting my rook on the open file because in general that's a tempting thing to do, but are there any concrete threats for black?
Well, I guess, rook d1 is going to be the follow-up. And let me be very clear. Also, b5 is still a very dangerous idea. I could still see Vidit losing this game. In fact, I think from a practical standpoint, rook d8 is not such a bad move. I mean, it increases the pressure. It puts White in a very difficult spot. And I just don't see Vidit playing rook b4. I feel like rook c3 might be a more human move. But now definitely Prague is going to go rook a8 and hit it where it hurts. So White just has a hard time finding a single move here. I mean, his pieces are kind of stuck in molasses.
And 9 minutes for Vidit. There are four moves to be left to be made for either player. Rook b4, of course, would be a really spectacular find by Vidit.
It really would be.
If you had to predict a result from this moment on out, what do you think the most likely result is?
I mean, I would still predict that Prague's winning chances outweigh Vidit's chances of saving the game. Again, Vidit has proven himself. And I said that yesterday, and then Vidit proved me wrong, putting together an amazing defense against Rapport in that endgame. The difference is that this is not an endgame. This is a middle game. And it concerns me that Prague has gotten himself down to 2 minutes. But Vidit's at 8.5 minutes. And when you're defending these types of positions, you need 30, 40 minutes. I mean, you just can't play quickly because every move loses and you often have to find a single accurate defense. I would say that Prague still has excellent winning chances in spite of rook d8 being, objectively speaking, a mistake. Maybe Vidit will go h4 or something. I mean, I would at least, I would probably go h4. Oh, no, here's the problem. You know what Black's best move is here? Rook a8. Of course. Rook a8 still wins, but Prague is not going to do that. He's probably going to go rook d1. And now Vidit can go h5, and this actually becomes quite a bit more unclear. I'm thinking that this might actually happen. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree with you. h4 seems like a much more human choice than rook b4. Well, Vidit still has 8 minutes. That's very quickly bringing up the bird's eye view and see, especially in the Esipenko Van Foreest game, we've gone down that line where Jorden is now a pawn down. So Andre with some chances, of course, but there was better. How do you evaluate the winning chances here with the extra pawn?
In Jordan's game?
Yeah.
By the way, Vidit has gone rook c2. Vidit has gone rook c2, and he has allowed rook a8.
Let's go back there.
Rook a8 is now completely overwhelming. Oh, my lands.
But it's so tough when you've just gone rook c8, when you've just gone from c8 to d8. But I guess the fact that the rook is not defending the pawn any longer makes it even more tempting.
Yeah, now I think rook a8 is very human because now you see that it creates a concrete threat of rook takes a4 and you play it. But Prague now down to a minute and a half. Can he play it in rapid fashion? After rook a8, I think Vidit is planning to play rook a2. I think he saw rook a8, And after rook a2, Pragg has to continue playing very accurately, and there's going to be 2 or 3 pivotal moves that he's going to have to find with less than a minute on his clock. Here we go. Buckle in. Can Pragg start by seeing rook a8?
He was getting ready to make a move. We don't see Pragg any longer. We only see that fateful rook. Is it going to land on a8?
Under a minute for a crucial 4 moves. Here he goes. 50 seconds.
He's hovering over the queen, actually.
Ooh, queen h1 maybe? Does he want queen h1? To me, rook a8 is pretty natural move. Although, again, of course, I have the benefit of the engine, so it's almost impossible to really say what's human and what's not.
Queen h1, indeed.
H1. Okay, so he's preparing rook d1, and now Vidit has the move queen c4, consolidating and bringing the queen back into the defense. And the point is that after rook d1, White parries the threat with queen b5, keeping the rook on the second rank for defensive purposes. This was another mistake by Pragg. And if Vidit finds queen c4, he is right back in the thick of things.
I mean, this game really has...
What a crazy game.
There's so many chess fans in India, and they're really getting their money's worth here today. I think also, once again, it's so important in these situations where we have the benefit of the bar and it goes up and down so much with every move. But remember, these players are sitting over the board. The situation is completely different, and anything could still happen here.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, I'm not going to stop the chat from passing judgment and many people from thinking that these players are actually terrible at chess. There's nothing I can do to change someone's mind, but I can try. And it really is impossible to, when you see the engine move, it is impossible to actually figure out how difficult or easy that move is. Or the contrary, you always are going to find a justification for the engine move, and you're going to say, okay, this move is clearly good because it attacks a4, right? So therefore, Pragg should find this move. What you don't realize is that for every one of those moves, there's 3 or 4 other moves that are equally tempting. You know that those moves aren't correct, but he doesn't. So it's so important to realize that. With that being said, I think in this specific position, he should have seen rook a8. This is a mistake that I think Pragg himself is going to be very angry at himself about over the game. The previous move, 0 blame. Rook a8 is such a hard move to appreciate the strength of. But here, you got to see that the queen and the king are so incredibly vulnerable, and the way to exploit them is through the a file. I just think he wasn't looking at the a file.
I
think that he just was intent on putting the rook on d1. Yeah, go ahead.
After queen h1, I saw Frisky Frog in the chat say that knight a4 he thought was a threat here. So, followed by rook a8, I guess. So how does queen c4 stop that?
Yeah, well, again, queen c4 is also a very difficult move for that reason. You have to see that queen c6 forces the queen trade here. Because if black's queen moves away, then the a8 square is no longer protected and you can take the knight.
That is incredible.
Queen c6, wow, another very hard detail to spot. Vidit might not see that either. And he's got, let's not forget, 3 moves to make, and he's got 5 minutes on his clock.
And queen b4.
Okay, but now isn't there knight takes a4? Yeah, now there is knight takes a4, and he might want to just take the knight on a4 and sacrifice his queen.
Does he have a choice?
That might happen.
Is the question.
No. After knight takes a4, he has to take it and then take a8. But that resulting position, Fiona, I think is going to be a lot closer to a draw than to a black victory. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Pragg currently with 30 seconds. Can he see knight takes a4 in time?
I'm sure he will. I'm sure that was one of the ideas when he played queen h1.
Right.
So I expect knight a4 to be played.
Rook a8 is also tempting, by the way.
True, very true. And 20 seconds for Pragg, 16-15, and knight a4, there he goes.
Does. Yep, knight takes a4 played. Good stuff by Pragg. And yeah, I mean, rook a8 is now, once again, a massive threat. Vidit is most likely going to take on a4 and then take the rook on a8 and hope that the rook and the knight and pawn constitute sufficient material to pull off the fortress.
Yeah, it's going to
think
be
they
a
do.
very interesting endgame, this one, I feel, with the black b pass pawn there on the queen side. And I mean, I love the queen still, and I'm curious to, you'll tell us more when we get there. First, Vidit has yet to make a move. And wait, he didn't
Whoa.
take.
He didn't take? He went rook d2. Okay. But wait a minute. Rook a8, rook a2. Okay, rook d2 also makes a good deal of sense. I think he's still harboring thoughts of winning this game. I can guarantee you the reason he didn't take on a4 is because he's still hopeful that Prague will somehow mess this up, which is understandable. 20 seconds for Prague. He's got to go rook a8 and then meet rook a2 with b5 to support the knight. Not an easy 40th move to find.
But he
Can
hasn't
do
gone
it?
to
Rook
a8
c8.
once again.
Rook c8. And again, I think Vidit probably has to go for the queen takes a4. I think he has to bite the bullet because now Prague is threatening rook c1 and knight c3. This just looks incredibly dangerous. Vidit, though, with 5 minutes to make his 40th move.
So last move for both players. I mean, this game, Danny, has been so intense between the two players. Both of them have so many fans. So I think today it's been a tough day for the fans on the sidelines.
Yeah. By the way, rook c8 is not a bad move. It's probably just as good as rook a8. I mean, rook a8 is far from convincing after rook a2. This position is the engine recommendation, but it's hard to figure out why this is winning for black. I mean, white has all of the key squares protected. I guess just the point is that black is probably winning this in the long run if he brings the queen back, but this is almost impossible to establish with no time on the clock.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Vidit,
Rook
as you
c8
said,
is-
probably he just has to take now on a4. We can have a look and see if we come up with any alternatives, but rook c1 looks...
I mean,
very
I just need to make it clear. Rook a8 is not obvious. It's an obvious move, but it's not obvious what to do after rook a2. When Prague looks at this with 10 seconds left, he's like, okay, I have to move the knight, and then that allows a rook trade. And I don't, b5 is an incredibly difficult engine move. What about queen takes b5? You have to see the move knight c3 here.
Oh
And the
my
fact that rook
goodness.
takes a8 allows queen takes a8 check. So I really need people to understand that
Yeah.
this stuff is incredibly hard. And the only thing I would fault Prague for is not finding rook a8 2 moves ago. Every other quote unquote mistake by both players has been the product of the position being incredibly complex.
I mean, it's just incredible. And for Vidit, it's a tough spot. He didn't want to take on a4 on the previous move. I think absolutely because of what you were saying. He has 0 winning chances once they go into this endgame with the rook and knight
Right.
versus the queen. But here, yeah, there might just not be a choice. Under 3 minutes now. This is Vidit's final move before the time control.
This is his final move. He's going to take all of his time. The rook c8 has been played, and he has to make this big decision. Does he want to play queen takes a4? He probably knows that that gives him excellent drawing chances. In fact, I would go so far as to say that that should end in a draw. I just don't see another move. I mean, too many threats. I think he's going to end up doing it. But let's see.
He doesn't look thrilled as he reaches out.
It's hard to say what he's about to
Hesitation.
do.
He hasn't taken the knight. Oh
He's
my
gone queen
goodness.
e7, and he is going for rook d8. He wants to trade rooks, and apparently, so the move here is queen all the way back to a8, forcing the rook to come to a2, and then once again this slow roll approach of going b5 and going for the long-term attack. Apparently, that is the approach Prague has to take, but he's got one more move to make, and he's got 20 seconds to do it. Is he going to find queen a8?
He looks so stressed as well. This is the last move. 10 seconds now for
Here
Prague.
we go. He has to find this move.
There he goes, queen a8. Wow,
Queen A8.
is on the
Brilliant.
board.
My goodness, 50 moves have been made. Now Vidit is going to go rook a2 because it's forced. And then Prague is going to go b5. That stuff is natural. It's
Oh my
impossible to say
goodness.
how this game is going to end.
Danya, I don't
What
know
a-
how the players... I'm exhausted just from watching this
Oh,
time.
absolutely. Me too. My goodness.
And let's see elsewhere. Have we made? Let's go to Yasipenko against Van Foreest. No. Fabiano. Okay, let's go to Fabiano.
It's winning. Black is completely
Wow.
crushing, and Fabi is going to lose this game most probably.
Shall we? Okay,
Yeah.
they have just made move 40, so we can check in there again very soon and go into more detail. Let's just see if Yasipenko and Jorden have made the time control as we see it
They have.
ejected. Fabiano, that's tough to watch. They have also made the time control. So the time control has been reached everywhere. And then, yeah, that gives us the chance.
Catch our breath for just a second.
I
Oh
know.
my goodness. That
Oh
was
my goodness.
ridiculous.
That game, I mean, we really do all deserve a rest day after that
We
one.
really do. We really do. And so do Prague and Vidit.
They do. Now maybe we have time to quickly see how did Rapport get his pawns so far. And yeah, as it looks that he is going to score a big, big win with the black pieces over Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and you know, there was a moment at which I felt like Fabi was making pretty good progress, and he really was. Rook d8 check. And apparently, I mean, the engine doesn't like king e2. Again, this is ridiculous. I mean, king c3 here is a move that no human would ever want to play. How do you know to get the king away from, and the eval bar is doing Cirque du Soleil level acrobatics here. But after king e2, king f6, Rapport brings his king up. Fabi tries to set up his queenside pawns to make them as invulnerable as possible. We saw Richard playing a5. And see, the problem for White is just that Fabi is kind of in Zugzwang. He just doesn't have any good improving moves. If he moves his rook away from g1, he allows g3. So he ends up going king e1. Richard improves his position again. And now rook h8, defending the pawn. And here it comes. You know, I mentioned this breakthrough, and it was really only a matter of time before he would put that into practice. H takes g3, h3, and the pawn is unstoppable. What kills White here is the fact that the bishop is going to inevitably land on e4 and chase the rook away. So Fabi ends up having to allow this pawn to get to g3, and then the other pawn gets to h3, and we currently have this position on the board. Black can play c5 here. That's the most clinical move, just stopping White from playing b4. And White's possible moves just evaporate here. I mean, let's say a4. Oh, and then there's the move rook d8. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Rook takes d8, g takes h2, and the pawn is unstoppable. This is something Rapport, of course, is going to see. And if you move the rook away, the simplest win, Fiona, is bishop f3, threatening checkmate, forcing White to take. Boom. Now the king is on f2. It blocks the rook's pathway, and you go h2 and make a queen. This is approximately, I think, how the game is going to end.
I mean, this is beauty prize material. Very, very beautiful finish on the cards for Rapport if he can find it. But as you're saying, this is right up his alley, and he's got plenty of time. We see the 25 seconds, but as soon as that ticks down, he will get an extra 50 minutes. So, Dania, I think we are going to go on a short break. We all need it after that insane action in Vidit against Prague. 4 games still going. We'll come back to them in just a few minutes. Plenty to play for. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the World Rapid Championships from Warsaw, Poland. We're about to get going. Magnus now forcing the king closer. Yeah, this is very, very tricky for the Georgian player. No, and he blunders his rook.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. He blunders his rook, and Magnus wins the game. And that was a lesson in just pressure, pressure, pressure. Duda, he has 3 pawns more than his opponent. Duda has won 3 in a row. He's getting off to a fantastic start. Gunina and Kostenyuk, 2 players with a perfect score. They're going to be facing each other. Kostenyuk once again has turned it around. And for the first time in the game, Gunina is down on the clock. Gunina is going to have to resign what initially looked like an amazing game from her. Magnus still has the threat on the pawn. There's the threat of rook f2. Magnus was actually very clever in how he just avoided the trade. And Shiro has lost on time.
So we have 3 players in first place right now in the open section.
this round. It's Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen.
I think Magnus is going to wrap this up really quickly.
The king moves away from the check. Magnus maneuvering his knight to a superior position. And Alireza resigns the game. The number 1 and number 2 players in the world right now. And Magnus Carlsen coming out there victorious, needing a win here if he is to have a sole lead. Magnus just simply retreating the king one step back. There's no stopping him from getting a queen on the next move. He's gonna win it, and he's gonna take the lead in this tournament. Carlsen playing against the youngster from Uzbekistan.
Abdusattorov has beaten some really strong players in this tournament, and that makes me kind of optimistic about his chances against Magnus here.
And Magnus now is going to give up another pawn. Wow, look at this. For the second time, Magnus is giving up pawns in order to just get rid of them. There's a check coming in here from Abdusattorov, and Magnus resigns. Abdusattorov takes the lead after a win against the reigning champion. Carlsen will have the opportunity to strike back with the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi.
Magnus is probably regretting this knight cd5. Now he's definitely forced to be playing for the draw.
He's not going to be catching Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That was surely a very disappointing game with the white pieces.
It's the big matchup of this round. If Kostyanyuk makes a draw with the black pieces, she will be crowned world champion.
I would have to give the edge to white in this position because of the permanent nature of black's king problems.
I agree that this is an advantage for white. What? It's over. Kostyanyuk is the champion.
Yes, Kostyanyuk, she had a wonderful tournament, a very convincing first place with 9 points.
Alexandra Kostyanyuk, the new women's rapid world champion.
Nakamura facing off against Carlsen. We've been waiting for this pairing, and it couldn't have happened at a better time when everything is on the line.
Magnus moved his rook and no longer is trapping that king on the edge of the board.
Yeah, I mean, rook a5 is a pretty good move, but also king g2, as you said.
And Magnus gives it up. It's a draw, and the rules of the event stipulate that only the 2 players with the best tiebreak score will be allowed to play the playoff. Third place, then, the bronze medal for Carlsen. It is Abdusattorov getting ready for the game. He will be facing Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia. And Black's king doesn't manage to get back to defend the pawn. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is steering this game towards a draw. And that means Norderbeck is going to have the match ball with the white pieces in the next one. Nepomniachtchi getting rid of that last black pawn. Norderbeck getting rid of the white pawns. The guys shake hands. The white king is trying to run away from the checks. The rook just keeps checking in on that white king. Can the king get away? Both players are down to just 10 seconds on the clock. The king is finding shelter on the side of the board. Now he's returning to that checkmating idea that Irina identified earlier on. And now here comes the new queen.
Yes,
the new queen comes in, and then he's going in for the checkmate. Nepomniachtchi will have to, and he resigns. Norderbeck, Abdusattorov is the new rapid world champion.
Wow, this is an amazing turn of events. I mean, what a special moment that we're witnessing.
The world rapid champion, Norderbeck Abdusattorov. That is going to be a name to remember for the future. Only 17 years old and already a world champion.
Hello and welcome back to round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And as you can see, 3 games have ended in draws. Karyakin, Carlsen, Giri, Duda, and Shankland, Mamedyarov, but plenty to play for in the 4 remaining games. And Dania, we just saw the craziest time scramble between, well, not so much time scramble, but the craziest series of moves maybe of this tournament, as we just see Vidit making his first move after the time control there. Do you want to start there, or where would you like to start?
Yeah, let's start there and just sort of, I'll try to explain why this position is so bad for White in the long run. And what's important to, I mean, this is what's so hard to evaluate when you've got 30 seconds. It's the fact that Black is not going to deliver mate in the next 2 moves, and probably not in the next 5 moves, but maybe in the next 10 moves. So Pragg should start by playing b5 and anchoring this knight so he doesn't have to worry about anything happening down the a file. Now, rook c1 is essentially the tactical danger to White's king is coming from 2 different sources, and you can't stop both at the same time. The first source is the rook coming to c1. The second source is the long diagonal and Black's queen jumping out to d5 or to c6 and then delivering an incredibly deadly check, let's say on f6 or e5. And on a general level, White's defenses are overstrained. There's no way to hold both at the same time, especially because the rook has to stay tied down to a2. It can never leave. It's in Hotel California. It's checked into a2, but it's there forever as long as the queen remains on a8. So a very hard judgment to make. And wow, what a crazy final 5 moves before the time control. And Pragg is just taking some time to calm himself down. But I think he's playing b5 here.
Yeah, I mean, this game, really, it had it all. Ups, downs. I saw on Twitter during the break that especially Indian fans, they don't know how to feel, who to cheer for. But Pragg, right now, after the time control has been reached, he is a huge favorite to get a big, big win over Vidit.
Yeah, and these 50 minutes will be used very wisely, I am sure. He's just going to do as much calculation as he can. And, if the time scramble continued here, I think that Vidit would have practical chances. But with all of this extra time, I just don't really see him pulling this one off.
Yeah, so, well, let's move on now. There's some other games we haven't checked in with. Niels, for example, for a long time, which earlier on was our main focus of the day, because that was crazy as well. And maybe we can go back here to where we left it off, because not that much has actually happened.
And Niels already has 20 minutes again.
Crazy.
And he's pushed, so I recommended b6 here, but he's taken a different approach. He went b5, knight a5, trying to get it to c4. So Dubov goes knight d2 to prevent it, and now b4. So now a choice for Daniil. He can play c takes b4, but after rook b4, king c3, oh yeah, there's a very strong move, knight c6 here, attacking d4. And White has this very unfortunate dilemma, either give up the pawn or allow a trade of rooks, which is totally unthinkable. The knight endgame is losing. So it turns out that White's most resilient move for that reason is actually c4. And here's the hilarious thing. This allows Black to create connected passers, which in the endgame generally is quite deadly. But in this particular endgame, I suppose that White can go after Black's pawns with rook c8 and rook f8. This might still be losing, though, Fiona. This is very, very close to being lost for White.
Sometimes I don't even know how you evaluate these rook endings. I think, would you agree that they are the kind of the hardest maybe to evaluate from a distance to say, is this drawn or is this losing?
Even with engines, sometimes it's difficult to make the proper assessment. But yeah, even if you take this position, there's always going to be 2 or 3 different options, and they're all very tempting. You can go rook a3 and then a4, or you can go b3 and give up the b pawn, but go after the d pawn. Which one do you play? So it's a nightmare. These endgames are always.
And sorry, Dania, to interrupt
difficult.
you. We'll come back to that in just a second. But
Fabi has resigned.
Fabi has resigned. So we didn't see any of that beauty quite appear on the. Well, which made its way to.
He did go rook d8.
No, he did go rook d8. Oh, he did go rook d8. We did get it in. My apologies. What a fantastic game and finish for Richard Report, and what a huge win for him. Today is a good day for the players with the black pieces. Rapport, the first one to strike here. We have Niels, who still has chances. We have Prague, who is in an objectively winning position. So this could be a huge day for the players with the black pieces. And sorry, Daniel, let's go back to what you were saying about these rook endings.
And yeah, you're absolutely right. A huge win for Richard. And again, beating Fabio with black is just massive. And it really all came down to that blunder. Although I would argue that Richard set a good tone for the game earlier on. It seemed at the start like Fabi had a pleasant endgame, but I thought Richard played it very, very accurately. And by the time that Fabi blundered, he was already under a good deal of pressure. So definitely very disappointing for Fabi going to the rest day. But for Richard, a very well-deserved victory and fantastic conversion. It was not easy to convert that extra pawn, and he did it with a gusto. Okay, so shall we go back to the... By the way, Dubov. Oh, Dubov has captured. Dubov has captured on b4. I think he missed knight c6. I think he has forgotten about knight c6.
And knight c6, and is that just that? How do you defend? So let's have a look.
That's basically
knight c6.
that. I mean, you have to defend the pawn. Dubov is not going to give it away. I don't think Dubov's going to give the pawn away. And the funny thing is, after rook c4 check, oh man, after king d3, there's this beautiful move, knight takes d4, which wins the game on the spot.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Because rook takes c4, there's d takes c4, forces a transition into a pawn endgame with an outside passer. But, okay, White can play king b2 to circumvent that, but I am positive that even if Black just plays a5 here, this endgame is completely winning.
And
just
it's
get
ironic.
the king over to b6.
It's ironic that Niels this time is on the winning side. We just took some time to explain. I mean, Niels Fabi, was that just yesterday? I'm losing track of time. That was just yesterday, yeah.
That was just yesterday. That's how much has happened since then.
It feels
crazy.
So Niels there was on the losing end of an ending where Fabi had the outside passed pawn, extra pawn, and we spent a lot of time explaining why that is lost. But today, he is on the winning side, and he, I think, has seen knight c6. He's looked a little bit surprised at first, but yeah. So let's show once again so we can see if Daniil defends the pawn. Maybe with is knight f3 a better try?
Yeah, it's possible. There's also king d3, by the way, to give up the pawn and then go rook c8 and rook c1. But I want to look at your move, knight f3. Well, I still think that if Black trades rooks, rook c4 check, king b2, this has to be winning. One approach that Black could take here is to play f6. I mean, essentially, this forces a trade, and now Black has the possibility at a moment's notice to create a second passer with e5, or even to open up the king side with f5. So, I mean, these endgames are almost always losing. One's with an outside passer, even with the presence of knights, it doesn't change all that much.
Yeah, so here you're saying you think knight c6 was simply missed by Daniil, otherwise he would never go king c3.
Well, or maybe he had king d3 in mind. I mean, this is an idea that I could plausibly see him falling for, but the knight simply moves away. I mean, this is really easy. Knight b5, rook takes f7, rook takes g4, and Black preserves his full material advantage. Black is up 2 pawns, and rook e7, knight d4, temporarily giving away one of the pawns, but now you win it back again with knight c6. I mean, these lines are composed of simple tactics that Niels will see even in significant time pressure, which he's digging himself into very rapidly, by the way. He's down to 16 minutes.
Yeah, he really needs to start picking up pace here. Knight c6. The good thing about knight c6 is there aren't so many. At least you're not in trouble, right? To lose something. There are no tactics where the knight can be dislodged and your rook could be in trouble.
Right.
Right?
No. The only way that would happen is if Black played rook takes d4 here. And yeah, that would be very bad on account of king d. Not losing, Black could still bail out with rook takes d2, but obviously not what he would be looking for. And so for that reason, I'm a little bit surprised at how long Niels has taken here. But I mean, Niels has has been on top all game long. So he just wants to make sure he doesn't give away, the game for a second time. I think he senses that he missed a win in the middle game, and the worst thing is to miss a win in the middle game and then squander it again in the end game.
And there he goes.
Yeah.
Knight c6 has been played, and we're going to go to an interview with
Richard, you just beat Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. It sounds like a big game for you.
Yeah, certainly this is a new feeling. I think this is my first classical win against him. I still don't have such a good score actually. Plus, okay, he's an extremely strong player, but also a very nice guy, and I'm a bit feeling sad that I beat him today with a bit of luck. Yeah.
What were the key moments in the game today?
Yeah, so he surprised me with his first move already. I went for some things that I've checked throughout the event for some other game. Yeah, this knight h6 I think was played, according to my knowledge at least, once in some online game. I think, yeah, and it was bishop d2 I think in that game. And he takes d6 queen g5, which was, okay, I didn't expect this line, so I don't know if I have checked it or not, but I didn't remember. So we went for this endgame, and it was very concrete with knight e5, knight f7, taking on c6, bishop e3, f e3, very strange position. There are not so many pieces on the board, but somehow the position is, so weird. He's having a huge position advantage on the queen side. I have the same on the king side. During the game, I felt like, okay, maybe it's somewhat unpleasant, but then when he allowed my pawns to advance on the king side, I got some invisible, at least, counterplay. And then he just, he just blundered. I think this g4 was already kind of dubious, but after knight e5, he just blundered rook d4, knight g4, bishop g4, e5. Yeah. And
then, he lost like the pawn on g4, and it was such a massive block there.
Yeah, and then after that, I suddenly wasn't sure what to do. I mean, of course, I'm clearly I'm the one who is playing for a win now, but still, like he played this knight d3, and I played rook h6. I don't know if it's a good move or not. I just didn't see clear, way to convert. Every time his knight is on time, or he's collecting pawns, or has some counterplay. So I tried to go for something which is relatively one-sided. And when he took on e5 and rook e6, knight g4, he kind of gave me that. I'm not sure if I am serious how much better I am, but it's completely one-sided game. So maybe he shouldn't have done that. I thought maybe e4 was better instead of knight e5, or just something to hold the position for a bit more. And yeah, and after that, I think he just started to miss a couple of things. Like after bishop e6, rook g1, I think it's just a blunder, rook f8, and he has to move with the knight, and things like this. And suddenly, okay, we are kind of short on time, and I have this tactical ideas with g3 all the time. I mean, with the pawn g4, h4, and bishop e4, bishop f3 is a threat. So he was kind of in a minute swung, and yeah, I exploited this, that he was short on time, and the position was really tricky. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, I think you had a good start of the tournament, and then you lost to Magnus, a couple of draws. Now you're back at +2, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good start, if you can call losing in the first game a good start. Yeah, Yeah, so I had let's put it this way: the first half of the tournament or quarter of the tournament was much more, up and down than this one, right? So I won. At one point I was on +2. Yeah, I lost to Magnus, this Catalan. Yeah, of course I had my chances in that game to make a draw, but obviously I didn't use them well. And after that I had some exciting game against Shach. And some not so exciting game against Sergey. And then I had this game yesterday with Vidit, which I felt like, it was a huge position out of the opening, and I had some chances afterwards, but I misplayed it in the time travel phase, and it was just...
Yeah, like in that game, you had like this opposite color bishop ending. Did you check it afterwards? Like, was there a chance to win?
No, I mean, I don't. It was very strange, because I saw it immediately a draw. Of course, if he goes like with g5 at any time after move 40, and he's thinking forever, like he can play g5 immediately or bishop g2 f4 g5, it's just that draw. And then he didn't see this idea for some reason, and he went for this what he did, which is a much more creative but also much more difficult way to defend. But I think sadly for me, I wasn't never on time, because he has this idea with h4 gh. Bishop h5, which was just really funny, because he's thinking so much, and instead of easy draw, he goes for something which is requiring some skill. So I figured maybe I have some practical chances, but objectively, I think it was just a drawing.
Rest day coming up, 3 more rounds. Is there enough fire in you? Is enough energy for the next 3 rounds?
Yeah, we'll just see after the rest day.
Okay, I wish you all the best.
Thanks.
always a pleasure to hear from Richard report his first classical win, he was saying, against Fabiano. And it's so nice to see the compassion. Really lovely guy.
Absolutely. And, you know, he's still very, very young, but he's been over 2,700 for many years now. Again, somebody that people kind of tend to sleep on when they think of top super GMs, but he is such an entertaining player. And it's interesting. He seemed to think that the end game yesterday was a dead draw. So that's pretty interesting to me, because I thought that, you know, we thought that he was closer to a win than to a draw, but he's analyzed it. He's right. And still a great game today by report, beating Fabiano. He's going to be feeling real good tomorrow during the rest day.
Absolutely. Elsewhere, other games have ended peacefully so far, but two players are pushing very much with the black pieces as well. Praggnanandhaa against Vidit, and Jorden van Foreest, Niels Grandelius against Daniil Dubov. Jorden isn't pressing, he's defending. We'll go to his defensive effort, well, maybe even right away.
Yeah, let's check it out and see if he's on the path to making a draw. I think he actually is, and that would be a tremendous comeback by Jorden if he is able to pull it off. So we have this position on the board right now. He's attacking the e4 pawn. It appears to me that white has to start by giving a check on f5. And then black is going to cover with the rook. This is Jordan's idea. The rook on c2 is hanging, and if you move it to f2, well, black could throw in a check on g3 just to push the king away. And now, apparently, the move queen e3 is the most accurate. It basically preserves the ability to do all sorts of stuff to give a check on c1 or e1, and it also simply attacks the pawn. And I don't see a good way to defend the pawn. If you push c6, black is going to pick it up like this. White is going to take e5, but this position with all the pawns on one side of the board, Fiona, is basically a dead draw.
It also looks like the white king is just never going to be quite safe enough.
Yes.
With the black rook and queen working together very well.
Yeah, I don't see this happening for Andre. And really the pivotal moment, just to remind everybody, there was apparently a very difficult win with the move g4, forcing the rook out of commission. And you had to allow queen e1 and recognize that the knight can drop back to g2. And ultimately, the idea is to play queen f8, queen e8, rook f8. But Andre deciding to go for a prophylactic approach, going rook e2, and Jorden, very, very well done, spotting this brilliant tactical defensive idea of taking on c4 and swinging the queen over to g3 to pick up the knight. And that is how this type of position was reached. They actually have made a bunch of moves in this type of material imbalance. Okay, so ultimately, this is what they have on the board right now. Plenty of time. I'm imagining that both Esipenko and Van Foreest are going to be taking oodles of time on every move here as they try to be as accurate as possible.
A very resilient defense from Jorden. Indeed, let's go back to maybe the Indian clash, Vidit and Praggnanandhaa. Or we could bring up the bird's eye view actually and see.
Yeah, let's bring up the bird's eye view, because in the Vidit game, so b5 has been played and Vidit has responded with queen b4, which is sort of very understandable, very natural. And one thing that surprises me is how Dubov Grandelius has unfolded. If we could maybe stop at that game for a second and then come back to the Vidit game.
For sure.
Because what's happened here is that Niels, okay, so in response to rook c7, I thought that knight b5 was the cleanest in order to take the g4 pawn, but Niels going for a more killer approach. He goes a5 straight away, and now after rook takes f7, I think he just wants to push his pawn and make a new queen. Now he goes knight c6. This is very, very accurate. Attacking e5, he forces f4. What is the secondary point of putting the knight on c6? It is to stop the white rook from coming to a7. After a4, I think white's days are numbered, Fiona, because I just don't see a way to stop this pawn.
Yeah, and well, you said allowing black to capture the pawn on e5 was also not an option, so Dubov has gone f4 and a4. And how do you stop that black pawn?
Well, you have only one way. You have to go rook c7, and then you have to swing the rook from c8 to a8. But the thing is, black could still push the pawn all the way to a2 using the fork as an indirect defense. Okay, and if white moves the king, for example, to e3, yeah, knight b4 ends the game. It threatens rook a6. It threatens knight c2. So, and also rook c6 and rook c1. There's too many pathways, too many ways to pry White's pieces away from the ledge. Dubov is going down this line. f4, a4 has been played. It appears that Niels is right on the cusp of winning his.
And I have
is
to
this his
say,
first win of the tournament?
Sorry?
Is this his first win of the
Yeah,
tournament?
yeah. So Niels, he's I think on 2 points, 2 out of 9 going into this round.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say, I was gonna come to that exact same point, that I think Niels really has had such a tough tournament, and I'm very happy for him. Of course, it's not a secret. He's a great friend of mine. Of course, we're trying to be unbiased here, but I'm very happy. We see the standings here. So going into the round, he was on 2 out of 9. Those were 4 draws. He had 5 losses, so really a tough event. And I think getting a win is for sure going to lift his spirits. And I think also Wijk is a tournament where it's tough to get wins. There are still a fair few players in the field who haven't scored a win.
Indeed, and as we have a quick look at the updated standing, are you telling me that you're friends with one of the participants? I think that disqualifies you as a commentator. That is too much. No, that is just, I mean, had I known about this beforehand, this presents a serious problem.
This might be a problem. Should have shut my mouth, but whoopsie.
Yeah, so Magnus is still going to be in front by half a point. But what's the most important game of the game still remaining? It's probably Vidit's game, because if Vidit at least pulls out a draw, he brings himself to 6 out of 10, and at least he's still going to be pretty much in contention.
Yeah, so let's check in there.
Let's go to Vidit's game.
I'm also curious on the clock situation, but it's good to see that none of them have dropped too far down. So often we see this. They make the time control and then half an hour is invested, but that hasn't been the case here, at least not yet.
Right. So queen b4 has been played. Now, Black would ideally love to play rook c1, but unfortunately for Prague, he can't do it right now because White can take b5. What he can do is essentially do the same thing with the queen and go queen h1.
He just has.
Now queen takes... Oh, he just played it. And queen takes b5 can be met with knight c3, which is crushing. Yeah, Vidit is in huge trouble here. Black wants to play rook c1 and knight c3, and that just looks killer. Man.
Yeah, what do you... And I mean, the Prague, before the time control, there were certain missed opportunities, but after move 40 has been reached, every move, I think, has been pretty much the best move, yeah?
So far, so good for Prague. And okay, so after queen h1, rook a3 is the engine recommendation to prevent knight c3. And now I'm thinking that queen takes h2 is a possibility. This is a really cute line. If queen takes b5, queen takes queen h8 check. Always a lovely move to play. Check, you win the queen, but that's not the end of the story. You also win the knight at the end, which is no less crucial, and you win the game. That's
some beautiful full board vision right there.
Yeah, Prague's going to see. I think something like that is likely to happen. I don't see what Vidit can do other than rook a3, because the threat is, rook c1, knight c3. Knight c3 is also a threat, because if the rook leaves the a file, Prague's favorite move, rook a8 check, is maybe ultimately going to win him the game. We'll see.
So Vidit in very dire straits here. We are going to go on a very short break. I know it hasn't been so long, but it's the day before the rest day, which means it is testing. It is testing day here on site, and I've just gone for mine on the previous break, but Vic will send him off now to get tested as well, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
My first memory would be being here with my grandfather and my little brother playing here for the very first time. I was playing in the amateur sections and really desperately trying to get a look at the top players playing. So my best memory would have to be definitely well, winning here last year without question. A couple of years ago, we started getting neural network chess engines into the chess world, and they really changed the game, the way we see the game very differently, and it has improved our understanding of the game immensely. So it's a very interesting development, and the way they play chess is really magnificent. So it's very nice. I have a chessboard at home, so I like to bring a chessboard to my tournaments, but 90% of the work, I think, does take place on my laptop and using technology. I always think that like the engines we currently have, they're like the strongest there can ever be, but they keep on getting stronger, so who knows what's gonna come in the future. I've basically played in all of the groups, and indeed that just coming here as a kid and now playing on the highest stage is of course very special to me.
Always nice to hear from Jorden, but he has not gone Queen G3, Dania, and instead it looks like Queen C3 is a big blunder.
Yeah, he lost his patience here, and what he has allowed is the move Rook F3, which of course Andre will play. And of course Jorden saw this. Now my hypothesis is that Jorden only considered Rook G3, Queen D6, and now Rook takes G6 and Queen takes E5. And this endgame should be a draw if Black is very careful, because essentially in Queen endgames, there's always the possibility of perpetual check. But anyways, that's a moot point, because in this position, Andre is not going to go Rook G3. He is going to throw in the move H4. I think this is the subtlety that Jorden overlooked. Now, White is threatening H5. The only way to stop that is for Black to play H5. Only now, Fiona, does White go Rook G3. Now, you might ask, well, what's the difference, right? Why throw in H4, H5? It's not because of Queen takes H5. That lets Black off the hook to do Rook H6. No. Forcing H5 creates a hole on G5. White occupies that hole. And after a move like Queen E6, or in fact, Queen B6, A6, it doesn't matter. White wins not just one pawn, but actually two pawns. White is able to take on E5 afterward and force a transition into a rook endgame up two pawns. This is completely winning for White. I believe that this is the line they're going to go down. Esipenko has more than enough time to calculate this out to its conclusion, and here he goes.
And the move Rook F3 was actually accompanied by the look, the knowing look. And I think also Jorden, well, we'll see if Jorden, if he has already understood. He's taken the pawn on C5, and H4 will probably be the cold shower here.
And by the way, the difference is that you can't start like this. If you go the other move order, Black draws with Queen F6, and at first I was like, wait a second, H5 and HG wins the queen. No, it doesn't. Queen takes takes G6, and Black is the one who's winning. So you have to start specifically with H4 here.
And it's on the board.
Andrei Esipenko did just that. Yeah, this is child's play for him.
Wow, what a turnaround. I mean, Andrei Esipenko, he was in control for most of the game. Then that missed opportunity, Jorden defending so resiliently. But now that was a slip, not throwing in the check on G3. And I think there's just no saving from here on out. This is too easy for Esipenko.
Yeah, it is. And an understandable blunder by Jorden, who's been under tremendous pressure really since the early middle game. And you'll often see that, these blunders are partially a product of the fatigue that builds up as you have to defend, move in and move out. And, Jorden found some great ideas in this game. Bishop takes c4. It's going to be a pity that he doesn't take this all the way to its conclusion. But for Andrei Esipenko, a phenomenal win going into the rest day. And he's had a topsy-turvy event, but he is looking to finish strong.
And the moment of realization here for Jorden is always kind of painful to watch. as after working so hard for so many hours, he understands that with just one slip here, this has the position is gone.
Yeah, you can kind of see it dawning on him. He's calculating the line. I mean, he has to go h5. That is absolutely forced. Otherwise, white goes h5. I mean, the only other move is queen c2. But now the simple rook g3 ends the game. So he's got to bite the bullet and go for it. But it's not going to help.
No, and well, while we leave him to this, maybe let's bring back the bird's eye view. See, is Niels making progress? Is Pragg making progress? Which of the two do you want to start with?
Yes, and well, Niels is going down the line we discussed. I mean, in that position you see over on your lower right-hand side, he should go a2, and the pawn is going to be untouchable due to a fork. So a2 is going to win the game. And Pragg is thinking in that critical position. Vidit has indeed gone rook a3, and now queen takes h2 with the idea of queen h8 is what we were discussing. There's actually several winning moves in that position. Pragg doing a great job taking his time, making sure that that he doesn't let this one slip. I mean, I don't know who's going to play for. Probably Niels is going to play faster because he's actually in time pressure again. So maybe we can go to his game.
Yeah, and also...
Oops.
Also, I have a feeling that Dubov, although he still has an hour on the clock, he is not one who likes to sit and torture himself in a lost position. So I think as soon as he understands there is nothing left at all, he will just resign.
Yeah, now he's holding out a little bit of hope based on the clock situation, that's for sure. And as he should. I mean, 7 minutes, there's 7 moves to be played. You just never know. That's the scary thing about time pressure is you put yourself in a situation where you all of a sudden might encounter a problem, and you can't guarantee that you'll solve this problem correctly if you have no time on your clock. So you leave some of it up to chance, and Dubov is going to do his utmost to create complications with the little material that he has left.
And, well, as you mentioned earlier, a2 can be played here. The pawn looks like it's hanging, but it's actually defended tactically. White cannot capture it because of the fork on b4. So I guess White should make a king move, step out of that.
Yep.
And...
Well, the engine move is rook b4, but f5 is a little bit uncertain. I mean, rook takes... Nope, sorry, not that move. Rook takes pawn. F takes c6, rook g3 check should be thrown in to toss the king back to b2. And now black can come around to e2 and start eating up the pawns from the e file. But all of this is not that elementary. I'm sure there are other wins along the way. I'm just sort of following the top line just to give people a sense of what that would entail. But maybe not as convincing as Niels would like this for something like this to be.
And, okay, if he doesn't go a2, there's no other way to defend the pawn, right? Or...
I was thinking about rook a6 here and
that's
forcing
very cute
a trade.
also.
It's cute, but the king is going to walk over and take the a pawn. Now, in the time that it's doing so, maybe black can win by coming around and attacking White's kingside pawns, but that is also quite a precarious strategy when White has ideas like f5 to create his own pass pawn. Niels down to 5 minutes. Here we go. Here we go again.
Actually, incredible. It feels like the time trouble is less severe than last time, but still. But he knows. I think if he makes move 60, the a pawn is still alive and the advantage intact. And what has he
There
played?
he goes.
Knight b4. Yeah.
Knight b4 check, which is a possible move. I mean, he decides to support the pawn. Of course, he saw... Ooh. Now, he saw a2. Maybe he wants knight a6 to cut off the rook. Okay, but wait a minute. King c3 is going to be played by Dubov. King c3, I think he wants this. But after knight b3, a2, of course, black threatens rook takes b3, so knight a1 is forced. How exactly does black make progress in this position is the question that I have. I mean, what does black do here?
I would love
you go
to.
rook b1.
Yeah.
But then I take, and I walk over to b3, and I start taking your pawns. I'm not sure about that.
I was going to say I would love in that position to activate the king, but that's just not possible with the rook cutting it off along the 8th rank, and I guess g6 never an option because of rook a7 check.
Right, that's a good point. Now Dubov has no real choice. I mean, he has to approach the pawn. Walking over to the other side of the board is just unthinkable due to knight a6 or a2. Okay, here he goes. He's gone king c3.
Yeah, this is still not as easy. I thought it was almost over when the a-pawn was running down the board, but I should know. I've been playing chess for long enough. It's never over.
Especially in these endgames. I mean, passed pawns are great, but you know, when they're stopped, the position has the appearance of, oh, black's going to promote for sure. But concretely, it's hard to make that happen. And what concerns me even more is that even if Niels makes move 60, it's only 15 minutes. So he's at most going to have, 19 minutes or so. And probably even less. He's just going to have the 15 minutes he's going to get.
Yeah, I think.
Right. He's going to have exactly 15. And by the way, Yasipenko going for that line.
Let's go back there, maybe.
Oh, and Prague taking the pawn on h2. But let's go back to Yasipenko. Let's watch as he eats up Jordan's 2 pawns.
He has mask in hand. He's ready to go home.
Right. He is. He's ready to chop up some pawns and win the game. He's looking for something better. Nothing better exists. He should just take on h5. There he goes. I think he did that. I thought he made a move.
It looks a lot like it's Jordan's to move, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's Andrei's move still.
Oh, I guess he hasn't. Yeah, I thought he moved, but he hasn't yet. He's just taking his time. But yeah, rook h5, king g8, queen takes e5. And the point is that if rook e6, it may seem like black wins the pawn back, but white has a very important resource, queen d5, pinning the rook and essentially forcing the queen trade. So this is also probable.
Yeah, basically, I mean, there's just after. I wonder what he's looking at. If maybe he's wondering if there's a way he can take even more advantage of the pin. Could g4 be something he's looking? No, then the king is.
Well, g4, there's always going to be perpetual, unfortunately. But and you can't really hide your king anywhere in order to make g4 work. So I'm surprised he hasn't played it yet. I mean, he's been taking, but he has plenty of time, of course.
Yeah, plenty of time. He will take on h5. I think we're both certain. I think this would be, what was it earlier when you said the short side castles? But here, I mean, if he doesn't take that pawn, then really,
right.
I don't understand anything. But he's going back into the tank, so that gives us the opportunity to check in with Vidit and Prague.
Yeah, well, Prague has indeed taken on h2 in this position. We were discussing that move with the idea of swinging the queen all the way back to h8. And Vidit has found a nice defensive response. I like his move, queen d2. The idea is to meet queen h8 check with the move queen d4. And this would be quite counterproductive from black's perspective. Now, if I'm Prague, one thing I would consider here is returning to h1 and keeping white as tied down as humanly possible. I suppose you have to be a little bit careful about this move, queen d7, maybe?
And once again, rook a8 would be the best
our favorite, our old friend. Our old friend.
I mean, has the rook ever... he's never played it, right? In any of the moments. The rook has never been on a8. Maybe now it's time at last.
He's anti rook a8, but I mean, there's this move knight b6 also, which is extremely strong. Swinging the knight around to c4, finding greener pastures also should be winning. But I think he might move his queen back to the first rank. I feel like that's the instinctual response.
No, I like that suggestion. And for Prague, I think now, I already mentioned the nerves must be, adrenaline is pumping. I mean, he's on the cusp and he knows it of beating Vidit, which I think beating any top GM like Vidit rated 27-30 is going to be a huge accomplishment for him, but especially so when it's your fellow countryman, Indian number 2. And yeah, so it's partly just the nerves, keep the nerves in check, and also the other point is he has a few pleasant options, so sometimes it's tricky deciding between good moves.
Again, not to be a broken record, but if he takes another 20-minute think, you know, he's going to be down to 6 minutes. So at some point, he's going to have to start trusting his feel for the position, because these positions are very difficult to calculate out by brute force. White has so many different queen moves, and you know, you have to factor in some concrete details. Like, for example, if you play queen h1, you have to have a response to queen d7. And it appears that knight b6 is the most effective response. And once again, this, oh, you can actually play queen h8 here. And okay, king a2, rook c2, we've already discussed. In a previous position, in queen b2, you trade, you go knight c4, and you get this endgame, which, to be fair, is not the easiest to win. But I think black is just in time to infiltrate white's ranks and win at least one of white's pawns, which should be enough to win the whole game.
Not so easy to see that from a distance.
Not at all. That's very tough. That's a tough. Queen h8 there is a tough move to spot.
Okay, well, I think Prague might take a bit more time here. So let's go back to the bird's eye view. Niels has indeed played knight a6, trying to cut off the transmission between the rook and the pawn.
Right.
And yeah, now the question is, how do we make progress here?
Yeah, and I mean, knight b3 has been played by Dubov, who I can guarantee you is still feeling hopeful. And it's maybe even more hopeful now that they've gone down this relatively unconvincing line for black. I guess we can go back to that game and await Niels's move.
Yep.
Because he is down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds for 5 moves. Here we go with this again.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, even 6 moves to make still for Niels.
6 moves, my bad, yeah. I wasn't a math major.
I don't know why the times haven't adjusted on the bottom left corner. Niels certainly wishes he had 24 minutes.
Right.
But
no, this is his dream. Like the bottom left is reflecting. There we go. It was reflecting his desires.
Okay, so now we are in that spot we kind of discussed earlier of how do we make progress from here on out. The white knight is now stopping at that pawn. I was saying I would love to activate my king. Doesn't seem possible to do that. So we can't move the knight. Well, could we play knight b4? Is that leading anywhere? But the knight came from there.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't see where it goes from b4. Now, you can go rook b1. We discussed that move. I think Niels might actually do that. Rook b1, rook takes a6, rook takes a1, and then you get that rook endgame. I mean, according to the computer, it should be a draw. But at least from a distance, it seemed very tempting to me to go for that. You could also go rook c6 check and force the king to decide where it wants to go. I mean, if it goes to the left, then you can start pushing your d pawn down the board. Although that means giving up your a pawn, and then you're really in danger of not winning the game if that d pawn doesn't go all the way through.
Such a tough spot here for Niels with 2 minutes, under 2 minutes now. He's about to make a move. I'm very curious to see what it's going to be.
Is he playing d4? I think he might be playing d4 check, which is actually a really fascinating idea. Let's see. Yeah, d4 check, king takes c4, and only then rook b1 is the idea. But let's wait for him to move, and then I'll show the idea if he in fact goes through with it.
Under a minute and a half, he needs a move now. 6 moves to go until he gets his final 15 minutes, and rook b1 has been played.
Yeah, so rook b1 essentially forces white to take the knight. So rook takes a1, and then Dubov is going to win the a2 pawn with his king. So what's going to happen is rook a6, rook a1, king b2. What was tempting me about this is the move rook f1, and black comes around and starts taking white's pawns. King a2, rook f4. But the engine seems to think amazingly that this position is closer to a draw than to a black win. Even though black can come around and win another pawn, the whole problem is look at how active White's king suddenly is. White's king comes to c5, and because this pawn is so far advanced, White should be able to draw this with accurate play. This would be a remarkable save by Dubov if this is indeed what happens.
Let me tell you one thing, Danya. If I was in that final position with the black pieces, I would suddenly start being worried that I might even lose to that advanced white pawn.
Right, you start thinking about like how, all right, maybe I should start looking for a draw. Like, no, and your concerns would be somewhat justified.
No, I mean but the problem is this whole line we just went down seems more or less forced. I mean, I'm not sure if there was any moment where where black could improve on that line we just went down.
Yeah, no, it's forced. Black has to, obviously has to take the knight, and then black has a choice between rook g1 and rook f1, and both moves lead essentially to the same prototypical endgame where black will have the g and h pawns, and white will have that far advanced e pawn. What hurts black as well is the placement of his king. The king is really far away from the e pawn and has a hard time walking through via g6. That square is going to be cut off as long as white maintains the h pawn, which is going to be a long time.
Yeah. Maybe, Danny, maybe we can look at your idea with d4 check, which looked really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, when I spotted it, I thought for a second that it was a game changer. So the point is that after king takes d4, rook b1, if you just blindly take the... Oh, no, it doesn't work. I thought this position is winning for black, but it's not. Because amazingly, white has king c3. The king is back in time. And already here, black should start thinking about making a draw, as you said. So, wow. I feel like Niels was hovering over the pawn.
I mean, this is such a tough game for... If Dubov holds, I mean, all credit for him, but that is going to be another really tough blow for Niels. This one isn't over yet, but already Dubov... And I think you can also sense it from his... demeanor that there is some new life, some new hope.
There's definitely hope, and he's certainly, this would be a game changer for him. He hasn't had the best event. I mean, he's been really on the defensive in essentially all of the last games since his forfeit, and including this game. It seemed like he was off to a very promising start, but then when Niels castled short, everything changed. And to draw this would be huge.
That was what an incredible moment. At some point, we'll have to go back and show that. For now, let's bring back the bird's eye view. See if Andre has finally. I can't believe it. He still has not taken on it.
Taken the pawn. He's gone g3. So he goes for the slow improvement.
But the pawn isn't going. It doesn't really change much, right? The pawn isn't going anywhere.
It changes very, very little. I mean, black can throw in the check, but ultimately black will have to return to c6. In fact, black can do nothing except stay on the left side of the 6th rank, because if black goes queen f6 and tries to force things, he only forces his own defeat. Queen c8 check. Now, if queen f8, there's rook h8, of course. And if king f7, there is a nice little skewer here. So, or a pin, rather. Again, I always do that. So Jorden will go queen, whatever. Queen.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, no, queen b6 loses. Again, there's a check.
He's gone a6 to cover the square on c8.
Yeah, of course, that's the point. Rook h5, king g8. And then there's no queen c8 check. I think Andre is trying to find a way to do this without having to take the pawns. He has to go king h3 here, I think. But wait a second, king h3, there's this move. Wait a minute. I am not sure I love the move g3. I think Andre might have overlooked a detail, because if he goes for this, then it's a draw. Queen e2 check is a perpetual. Right?
And what's the problem with that other line? So king h3?
Well, it's winning. It's winning according to the engine, but I mean, white only has one extra pawn rather than two. But apparently this endgame is still winning because white is so active. King F7, white. Nope.
Doesn't take that one.
Not yet. Soon. Check. And now black has... I mean, black is essentially just getting squeezed. Another check. King F7, H5, King F5. And ultimately, this pawn on E5 is way too weak. It's just not sustainable in white. Maybe Andre has calculated this endgame and decided that it is winning. But he's taking some more time here, and he's about to make a move.
Yeah, King H3 is on the board.
King H3. I think Jordan's going to go Queen E6. He really has no other choice. This is the best practical chance.
If he keeps waiting, if he goes back to C6, then again we just pick up the 2 pawns, I guess.
Yeah, at that point, white will have no choice but to do that.
Yeah. Okay, back to the bird's eye view. What did Prague decide on? I'm curious.
Prague decided on Queen H5. So he gets the queen onto a nice square where it defends the B5 pawn and potentially threatens to give a check on E5. So Vidit playing F4, depriving the queen of that square.
So
and
let's
Prague
bring up the, let's just bring up the big board so we can analyze here. Sorry, Danny, I will ask you maybe just to reiterate with the arrows to show again.
So basically, what I was just saying is Queen D2 and now Prague playing Queen H5 in order to aim at the E5 square and protect the B5 pawn, and Vidit taking away that square with the move F4. And currently, Prague just played Queen F5. Prague just played Queen F5, aiming at the knight. I mean, I feel like practically speaking, defending this for white is such a nightmare. I mean, every single move, you have the potential to blunder. I mean, Prague is below 20 minutes, but I really just don't see this happening for Vidit.
Yeah, Vidit, he was in control earlier. He was a pawn up, life was good, and one moment, and it all turned around. Now he's suffering. He's been suffering for a long time. I think this is far from over yet, but Dania, we're going to go on a short break, and then we will be back with the last 3 games here in another very exciting round. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
The first time I came here was 2017, where I played the C group, and then in 2019 I played the B group, and now this is my third time here. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for me because I can learn a lot from these games, and I'm really looking forward to this. To have fun and interesting games. I started to work with engine pretty late after I became an IM, and mostly seriously after I became a GM. I sometimes think over the board and try to find human ideas, and also use computer as well. I use technology and as well as use books and see in a chess book. I don't think computer will solve chess for now definitely, and maybe later they could solve, but for now I think chess won't be solved. I'm looking forward to play against Magnus in a classical game, but also other players like Caruana and all the others as well.
Welcome back to Tata Steel. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize final. It all starts at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern on Saturday, February 12th. Right here on Chess.com, and for so many weekends thereafter. For more information, head on over to go.chess.com/RCC. Mark your calendars for the Rapid Chess Championship. Never spend another weekend being bored. Fiona, this round has been anything but boring. We are in hour 5 of Tata Steel, round 10, that is, and we are watching the remaining 3 games.
Absolutely. And Danya, I think there's only one place for us to start, and that is Dubov against Niels Grandelius. I'm absolutely shocked that Dubov did not go for the rook ending.
What? I actually was zoning out on the Prague game. I was checking that. Whoa. Rook b1. He went knight c2. Oh my God, he went knight c2. Oh my, I'm sorry. This is crazy. Maybe he was worried about d4, but then just rook takes a2, and obviously you stop the pawn.
I mean,
that is ridiculous.
Especially with so much time on the clock. I am shocked that he decided to give up the piece rather than to go for a rook ending, which we thought looked much more drawish than winning.
Simply knight c7 here, rook c8, rook c5. Is there something that maybe there's something he sees? Maybe f6? No, but then takes and knight e6, and black wins. And if white goes e6, by the way, Fiona, there's still knight takes e6.
Very nice.
So, oh my goodness. And Dubov not taking all that much time. He still has 50 minutes on the clock. I'm honestly shocked that he didn't spend 20, 30 minutes trying to calculate the rook endgame.
I really cannot understand it at all. And here we see the time control once again. Niels has just made move 60. So as soon as he makes a move, you will see those 15 minutes added. We'll see how much is left of those.
I think we'll see about 3 minutes added. It's time to get into time pressure again.
But yeah, this was the final move. 60 is the second and final time control. And yeah, let's get back to the game, and I'm just absolutely shocked. And there we see the close-up. So at the moment, 10 minutes remain. So 5 are already gone, and those 10 they're gonna tick down fast. But the position seems to be, I was gonna say completely winning, which it seems to be, but it's never quite that easy, of course.
Just a couple more moves. I mean, first of all, he needs to see knight c7, which is very easy. I mean, you drop the knight back and attack. That move is obvious. What's not as obvious is figuring out that you should play rook c5 and calculating f6 looks scary. I mean, I just showed this line. This does look scary at first because the king can't walk over to g7. But if you look very concretely after knight e6, okay, white can try rook e8, but then the knight swings over to g5. And the moment you stop the pawn, the game is over. Here, you don't have to calculate any further. So it's just really a couple of details that have to be accounted for. I mean, I suppose White could keep the tension with king d3. And here there's 96. I mean, 96 is essentially the threat.
That's a very nice motif, actually, this knight e6 ideas with the rook on c5.
Probably rook c6 in this position is what is also attracting Niels. I really don't know, but rook c6 there is e6, and I don't know what to do there.
Let's put it on the board. Rook c6, e6.
No, but I think this simply is a blunder. e6. No. Here it's a draw.
Niels has gone completely the other way.
Okay. He's giving up the knight, and his point is that he's just going to take all of White's pawns in return for it. That probably is also winning. Dubov, did he go f6?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, he went f6. And now Dubov's point is if g takes f6, there's going to be rook a7 check, king g8, and now rook takes a6. Niels has to be very careful. This is probably a draw with this h-pawn being as far advanced as it is, Fiona. So after f6, it looks like Niels has to move the knight and allow rook a7. Ugh, this gets scary.
This looks very
scary. This gets
scary.
really scary. My goodness. If this game ends in a draw, I swear, that would be insane.
In a way, I mean, it almost feels like a draw would be not necessarily the logical conclusion, but this game has been so insane.
I know what you're saying. It always feels like these games tend to end in draws. But Niels is not going to have a good night's sleep if that is the case.
Definitely not. So let's look once again. The knight looks like it should move. First of all, where do you go? Do you go to c5?
Well, there's two candidate moves, right? The drawback of knight c7 is bad because it allows rook a7, and it may seem like black stabilizes. No, rook e7, and you have to move the knight and give up g7. Still winning chances even there because the pawns are restrained, but not what Niels would want. For that reason, you want to go knight c5, get out of the line of fire of the rook. And after rook a7, the engine indicates a very powerful move, king g8. Now, yes, you give up g7 with check, but at least you get the king to an ideal defensive square where it is basically ready to take on these pawns. But man, rook h7, and now you have to play rook f5, and you're going to still have to win this position. And Niels, once again, approaching serious time pressure. This time it will be permanent. So he doesn't have much margin for error anymore.
And one thing that's maybe important to mention at this point, there might be some newer viewers watching us, and I saw one person asking, will we see rook against rook and knight? If you are uncertain, let's say all the pawns came off. Unfortunately for Niels, rook and knight is not enough to win against the rook, and it's quite an easy, actually a very easy draw, very easy to hold with the rook. So Niels cannot afford to just go down to the pure endgame without pawns.
And by the way, rook versus rook and bishop is also a theoretical draw, but a lot harder to hold. I mean, rook versus rook and bishop probably is not held like at least 25% of the time, probably even more. But rook versus rook and knight, you're right on the money, is a pretty elementary draw. You don't really have to know anything. Okay.
And what did he play? Knight
c5, correct. Now rook a7 is what we're going to see, and we're going to see it instantly. And there it is. Dubov has over an hour on the clock. And will Niels find this move king g8? Or will he be tempted by a move like 96?
What about the check on e4? Does that help us, or does that just help White?
His king e3, knight takes f6 is winning, but unfortunately for Niels, White can go king e2. And if you give a check on f2, then king e3, and all of a sudden black's pieces are kind of all stuck together, and you're unable to take on f6 because the rook is going to hang. Ooh. Oh man, Niels now down to 6 minutes.
I mean, this game, it's never over. So many times it felt like.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, now there's this mating attack in the end game, and then Dubov is back, and suddenly it's winning again, and then suddenly we think, oh, now it's gonna go to this rook ending.
Yeah, but no, I didn't even see that Dubov could refrain from the rook anymore. I thought it was literally forced. Otherwise, I would have talked about this option. I didn't even see it. But man, this is a pivotal moment. King G8 seems to be the winning move. As long as Black could preserve the D5 pawn, he should be winning. If Black gives up that pawn, then, you know, we run into trouble if you're Niels.
And the knight on c5 is doing such a great job covering the square on d7 so that the rook can never get behind that pawn.
Now, by the way, rook g1 is another way to defend the pawn and is also bad because of a weird move, rook c... I mean, it's unclear. Rook c7 chases the knight around. If you go knight e4 check, ultimately you're going to run into the issue that white is threatening to win the game by pushing these pawns forward. So rook g1 is probably not the right approach. 5 minutes now for Niels. Oh, this is getting nerve-wracking. You could see he's starting to feel tense.
And reminder for everyone, this is it. These are the final 5 minutes. So Niels is not going to get any more extra time from here on out. The time you see on the clock is what he has for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's playing blitz, and he realizes that he has to be accurate here. He was about to make a move. I didn't see what it was.
I thought he was hovering over the king with the hand.
I thought so too. I will be very impressed if he plays King J8. That's a move which requires a lot of presence of mind and also fearlessness to allow white to take the pawn with check like that, and to see past that is not easy.
Super impressed with Niels. He looks so calm.
Yeah, he really does. He always does.
Wow,
Here
King G8.
King G8. Amazing. Niels finds it, and Dubov.
Did you see the reaction?
You just tell. Damn it. You know, yeah. Of course he sees it. Darn it.
I mean,
just see Dubov.
That blank king has been such a hero in this game. First, by castling, and always G8, the key square. First, the king castled kingside to G8, and now King G8 again looks like it could be the winning move here.
Yeah, that's the symbol of the game, is the king landing on G8. Well, Dubov has to play rook takes G7. There is nothing to think about for him. And after king F8, he has to find some way to complicate the game. Now, I thought about going after the H pawn. Apparently, rook C7 is the most resilient move. Chase the knight around. And if the knight drops back to E6, you go rook E7, and the game is still not over. I mean, if the knight parks itself on G5, Fiona, white actually has everything defended. Look at this. And white can start bringing the king up to D4. And guess what? Black still has to work pretty darn hard to win this kind of position with 4 minutes on the clock.
Daniel, to be honest, this kind of position, the last one we had on the board there, I am always like, I see the engine says -4, but it's still, to my human,
absolutely,
it looks terrifying still as black.
And if it doesn't look terrifying, then there's something wrong with you. I mean, these positions always do with these passed pawns. You make one little mistake and you allow promotion. So anytime there's even a tiny possibility of losing and you're in time pressure, you're always going to be scared. But let's see what Dubov ends up doing. He's about to take on G7. He can also give a check on A8, but then the king walks over through F7 to E6 and escapes.
And Daniel Dubov, he's also have to be concerned about his time, because Daniel, he's about to drop under an hour soon.
I know, yeah. He's basically in acute time pressure. Yeah, he needs to get moving. He needs to get cracking. There we go.
And off he goes. He's heard us rook G7 and king F8 on the board.
Indeed. And now the big moment. Now I think Dubov, either he's going to take a long time or he's going to adopt the approach of playing quickly and, you know, trying not to give Niels any time on his move. That's been the approach he's taken so far.
Yeah, and if I had to bet, I would. I think he will stick to that. Should we quickly?
Is also about to win.
Yeah, should we quickly go there?
Yeah, let's check out the other two games. I think Andre is grinding it out slowly but surely. He's trying to force a queen trade. Jorden didn't end up going for that endgame because it is completely lost. But man, Jorden doing everything he can, down 2 pawns. But for now, he has succeeded in avoiding the queen trade. I don't think he's going to be able to do that for very long, though. In fact, I think queen d5 ends the game immediately. Queen d5 ends the game because if you don't take the queen, you walk into rook e5. If you play queen f7, you walk into rook f5, followed by rook e5. You have to take the queen. E takes d5. This has got to be completely winning for white.
Yeah, looks like queen d5 will be the end. Can we try instead to checkmate the black king after queen h7? Where do you go?
I thought about it. I don't see it though. Rook f. I mean, this also completely winning. Rook f6, and now the move h5 is very powerful. Actually, setting up queen g6 check, and also threatening h6. Look at how white uses both of these pins.
Yeah, I mean, this also, I think, once again, Yasepenko is spoiled for a choice of winning moves here, and it's just a matter of preference.
I feel like he's taking like 20 minutes on every one of these moves, and he's really working out the most clinical pathway.
And we just need to update the clock times, because those are still from the Niels game. Here, the players, Andre is down to 12 minutes, but he has just played queen d5, and any time considerations are irrelevant, because I think Jorden very likely will just maybe not resign here, but soon.
Yeah, I mean, rook endgame down 2 pawns is almost never a draw. Now, there is a scenario you can imagine where if white is not careful here, yeah, you can actually, first of all, d6 would be the best way to screw this up all in one move. You lose the pawn. I mean, I guess rook e5 would be, but other than blundering your rook. The best approach is to put the rook on g5 and anchor it to the pawn so that black's king, limiting the range of the king's mobility, right? It now has to stick to the pawn at all times. And you could even throw an h5 for good measure. Okay, black's rook is probably going to stand behind the pawn, and then you just walk your king over to d6 and you win the game. I mean, that's very, very easy.
Yeah, and look at the black king. I mean, it kind of couldn't join the game anywhere, was completely cut off. And Jorden, from his face there, we briefly saw him. He knows that it's over. I don't know if he's going to try and defend this rook ending.
Yeah,
he's already...
He might resign.
Yeah.
It's over. Great job by Yasepenko. Very disciplined.
Very, very impressive indeed. And let's go quickly to Prague, see if he is making progress. The queens are off the board in that game.
But he's winning. I mean, he decided, Vidit, out of desperation, finally decided, all right, enough is enough. I'm forcing the queen trade. But Prague said, all right, thank you very much. Now you're going to suffer in this kind of position, right? He's winning the e5 pawn. This is just nasty, because white is going to be left with these 2 incredibly weak pawns. Oh, but wait a second. Vidit, though, he finds a way. He's going to play knight a3 here, isn't he? He's going to play knight a3. And he's going to win the b5 pawn.
Let's have a look. Knight a3. I was wondering if b4, if anything works, but no.
There's knight c5, maybe. Rook takes b5. Rook takes c3. Man, we are in for a very long game. If they go into this kind of endgame, the question is going to be whether black can get to the second pawn. If he does, black is winning on the spot. If he doesn't, there's still a little uncertainty in a position like this. Yeah, I think he's going to win, though. I think Prague's going to win.
That looks messy.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't really know what to say in this position other than I feel like, practically speaking, for a human to defend an endgame like this is virtually impossible.
Yeah, and maybe
what
that's
were you gonna say about Vidit?
I was just wondering what Vidit was thinking about. If not knight a3, because it looks like if you don't win the pawn on b5,
well,
then what?
Well, if you don't win the pawn on b5, then of course you should maybe consider resigning here. Yes, but okay. But yeah, this is very difficult. Very, very difficult. Maybe we need to invite Alexander Grishuk into the studio for some endgame analysis, but maybe later.
I know, he's not coming. He was commentating on the Russian, I think, on our Russian channel a few days back.
Oh, really? Well, I commentated the World Championship with him in Russian. We did a couple of rounds, and I had such a great experience. I mean, he's funny in English, but in his native language, he's obviously more fluent, and he's amazing.
No, I can imagine. I think
he shared Yeah, go ahead.
No, you.
He shared, we're tired. He shared this hilarious story that made me think this is like the most Grishuk thing ever, in this way that only chess fans will understand what I mean. He was like, all right, when I was first learning to drive, I had to go somewhere, and then, on the way back, my phone died, so I couldn't map my way back home, and I didn't know the roads very well. So he says this in the most deadpan. So he's like, I went on the freeway and I drove all the way until the freeway ended, and then I just kept driving in the same direction until I finally hit a spot that I knew. But he said it in the most like deadpan, Grishuk-y way ever. Like, you imagine this is the most thug life thing ever. Like, he's just sitting there driving and he doesn't know where he's going, but he's completely confident that he's going to reach his destination.
That's hilarious. And then, yeah, funnily enough, look at Prag. For the first time in the tournament, I think the mask has come
Taking
off.
it off. He needs that oxygen.
I know.
White's pawns need some oxygen too.
The Prag face reveal after 10 rounds. Here it is. That's his face.
Indeed. And the pawns are socially distanced, but last I heard, they're not vaccinated.
Oh, it really has been a long day.
Yeah, when I resort to these kinds of jokes, that's a sign that I'm bringing the level down.
But Prag, I mean, on a serious note, he looks so focused. Like, I think he's known for a long time he's better, but now we're really getting down to the nitty-gritty of the final phase of the game, this end game here. He's going to have to put on some work, and we've had a resignation by Jorden. So kudos to Yasipenko. Also a very interesting game between these two, and quite a bit of back and forth.
Yeah, Jorden resigns in this position, down 2 pawns. I mean, it's clear that Andre is making progress on both sides of the board. No need to continue playing. And painful game by Jorden, who held out valiantly, but made that critical blunder in allowing Rook F3, Rook G3 in a situation where he was quite close to holding the drop. Yasipenko with a win, the second decisive result of the day, and that leaves us with only 2 more games: Dubov, Grandelius, and Vidit against Prag. Let's swing by Dubov's game and see what's going on there, maybe?
For sure, especially with Niels. Niels' time ticking down. Dubov, he's gone under an hour. He actually invested quite a bit of time into his last couple of moves. So we were wondering, where is he going to go after King F8? He went to C7.
Yeah, tricky move. If Niels goes Rook F5, which is extremely tempting, looks like it wins all the pawns, right? Nope. Rook B8 check. Okay, big deal. Where is he going? Rook B7. Nope. Rook B7 check. And you can never cross E8 because of Rook E7 check. This is actually just a draw.
Wow.
My goodness. This guy is
devilishly tricky.
So, yeah, that's the perfect word to describe it. And Niels actually has to move his knight off of E6 in order to be able to escape the check. So knight D4 is the top move. Not easy to play. And now, okay, if Dubov checks and checks, okay, I mean, King E6, Rook E7, oh, barely. And if F7, the king can just walk all over to E4, and White is unable to make progress. E6.
Niels, by the way,
E5.
has played knight G5, Tanya.
Okay, knight G5. Probably similar. Oh, we talked about this. Now Dubov's going to approach his king to E3. Now King E3.
This game. Man. Okay, King E3, let's see. And the king is coming up. This is the position where I said I would be terrified still.
Now King F4, and this is amazing. Rook E4 check. King somehow slips through the cracks to F5. Are you kidding me? This can go either way. I really don't know how this game will end. It's impossible to say.
I was thinking during our break, Dania, that we haven't decided yet what the rapid recap of the day is going to be, but I was thinking if we choose this game, good luck to us doing it in 10 minutes.
We'd be doing the rapid recap by the time the next round started as well. There's no rapid recapping with this game. Slow recap.
I know.
And he has gone king e3, has Dubov. My goodness gracious. Okay, 4 minutes for Niels.
I mean, I really don't want to allow the king, but we cannot stop the king from coming forward, right? We cannot cover all the squares on the 4th rank.
Yeah, that's the problem. d4, f4. And the knight can't move back to e6 because Dubov has set himself up perfectly for this idea of giving rook b8, rook b7 check. I mean, and imagine sitting here 5.5 hours into the game. You've got 3 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game, and you have to find a precise way to win when your opponent has 2 passed pawns right in your grill.
I mean, once again, the engine says +4. What if we follow the engine line? What does the engine say the win is in this position? Because
and by the way, I have to compliment the chat has been very understanding of the fact that this is not an easy win. I have to give some props to people in the chat for not just saying, "Oh, it's +4. Why is Niels not winning?" Because I think that's progress. I think, you know, looking at this position immediately makes you realize that it's not an easy win. So props. The actual engine move is rook a1. Come on.
Oh my god.
What does this even do? King f4. Oh, and now it's saying rook f1 check. No, you need to let it reach a higher. I mean, the thing is, the computer at a lower depth here, even the engine can't figure out exactly what to do.
Good luck to Niels. I mean, under 3 minutes on the clock. I feel nervous just watching this. I mean, I said earlier I would be absolutely terrified here as black. I wouldn't just be terrified that I'm not going to win. I would be terrified if that king gets anywhere near my own king, because the black king stuck there on the back rank. I mean, if we imagine a white king appearing on g6 or e6 and suddenly...
I know, you can lose.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I think Niels just allowed a draw. I think Niels just blundered. Rook b7 check.
Oh
because you can't go to e6, you get mated. Now, does he want king e8 maybe? Oh my goodness, he blundered. I think he forgot that king e6 gets checkmated with rook e7.
And king e8? What's the problem?
Well, if you go king e8, at the very least, I should be able to go rook e7 check and then king d4 and then take the pawn. And then we really are playing for 3 results.
Oh my god.
Crazy. I mean, this is going to be such a heartbreaker if Niels doesn't win, and it's looking like a draw. I think he has to just repeat.
And I think it's just dawning on Niels. I think probably just a blind spot for a second. King cannot go to e6. He has gone back now. And
he's going to repeat once and then think about going king e8. Unbelievable. And we were all, and I think as commentators, we're obviously unbiased, but you can't help but root for Niels when you see how he's playing and how much he's trying, and you can't help but feel terribly for him. But at the same time, you have to give it up for Dubov. I mean, he was playing quickly, but he was always staying in the game, and he found a lot of practical chances this game. He didn't beat himself, and at every critical juncture, he really did force Niels to find, you know, very, very accurate moves. That's what make 2700s so insanely hard to bring down. They never die. They just never die.
It's so incredible, really, how many times you have to beat them. Once isn't enough, twice isn't enough. Like, they always come back. And I mean, the resistance that Dubov has put on. I mean, I'm starting to wonder, you know, earlier I was wondering why didn't he go for that rook ending? I wonder if he considered both and thought that this one gave him maybe even more practical chances. I'm very curious.
And, you know, I stand corrected. I was almost positive that Niels was going to win. And you know what I'm going to say? I think Niels' big mistake, practically speaking, even though, again, let me be very clear, this doesn't squander the actual win. In this position, I think knight c7 just ended the game because it prevented e6 from ever being a thing. Of course, Niels thought that Dubov would take his knight here, and then the endgame is winning. Amazing move, f6. And I feel like Niels might have missed this detail. This tremendously complicates the winning task. And after that, it was never easy. It just wasn't. And he's down to 2 minutes. I think he's going to concede the draw here.
This is crazy. what a crazy game between the two players. I'm lost for words. And for Niels, such a tough spot. And we're going to go just for an interview with Jesse Blanco. Will be back
you
here.
just beat Jorden van Foreest with the white pieces. Can I say that it was like Esipenko won the rook on g5 0?
Yeah, maybe. But it was strange game because I played some really weird opening, and it was all about equal, I think. But then he played f5. I'm not sure about this move. I took the pawn, rook f5. He could play as well bishop f5. I think it was better maybe. And when I played queen b4 c5, I think it's already a mistake. And after queen e4, I think it's almost not winning, but it's big advantage, I thought. Yeah, and after he played rook g5, I could also play knight g6, I think, but he has queen d7. I play rook a7. He can't take because of the mate, and after rook b8, I didn't see anything, so probably he's fine there. Yes, and that's why I played queen f3, and rook just was trapped.
Yeah, can you say that like the whole game basically was like trying to find your way to get that rook?
Yeah.
To keep the tension on that rook?
Yeah, probably. But I'm not sure, when he played b5, he could also play queen e7, and I'm not able to change the rooks. So I'm not sure about this position if I have something, but probably b5 was a mistake, because after this I can change the rooks and it's much more easier for me.
So you're at +1 now, back in the tournament. Actually, I want to talk about something completely different, because like I know that you're like a big football fan.
Yes.
And you play like the fantasy
Premier League, yeah.
Are you the best fantasy player in this tournament?
Magnus is...
Apologies for cutting out of the interview. We will play the end of it later on. But the game is going on, so we will return there. Niels deciding to play on, but now suddenly all three results possible in this game again, Danya.
Yeah, I mean, Niels has actually gone for the win. What a gutsy decision. King e8 and Dubov, as we discussed, going down this line. Now, the engine is showing a draw, objectively speaking. How is this draw to be achieved? King takes d5, I suppose. Rook takes h5, and then the king will have to step back to e4 in order to pave the way for the pawn to move to e6. Now, I said all three results are possible. Not really. Black can't really lose this game because at any moment, Black can give up the knight for the pawn. The problem is that White's pawns are simply too active. And in the long run, Black cannot make progress because of the constant threat, Fiona, of the pawn advancing to e6. This is a draw.
And this game really, I mean, Dubov, he has so much time. He's still thinking, could there be anything more for him than taking on d5? Is there a tricky attempt? Because I think he feels the momentum shifting as well. And he might harbor some dreams of creating some chances, some tricks.
No, I would say no, because the point is Black is going to take on h5 in the next move. I mean, I guess e6 is also a move here. But then after knight g5, White is simply losing because White loses the pawns. So I've actually done that before, where you come back and then your opponent's in tie pressure and you really, really want to win, but then you overpress and you make you make an attempt at a trap. Okay, takes and king e4 has been played. I think Dubov is doing this perfectly.
And okay, let's see once. Okay, first of all, where do we go with the rook?
Well, rook h1 is the sort of traditional way to do it, right? Putting the rook behind the king. And after rook h1, I suppose it would be premature for White to go e6. You could end up losing these pawns. I mean, the knight can go to g5. So I think Dubov just needs to hang around these pawns with his king. I think he should go king f5. And you see what the problem is. After rook f1 check, the king just goes to g6. Rook g1 check, king h7. the king makes contact with the pawn, and if the pawn moves, there's going to be e6, and then the king is going to chase the pawn through h6. Anyways, let's see what Niels does. He goes rook g5. He goes rook g5, and I guess king f4.
King f4, and then once again the question, we'll have to move the rook again, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Niels is buying himself some time. I mean, he can make back and forth moves as much as he wants here.
Yeah, Vic is telling us, I don't think it was a draw. I also saw that Niels said something to Dubov. I don't think it was. To me, it looked more like it's
Wait a minute.
Like, what?
Sorry to interrupt you. Knight h8. Knight h8.
Oh
my goodness.
Goodness.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Knight
This
h8
game
wins
is
the
too
game.
much, Daniel.
The knight heads to g6.
And he's
He can't
played
stop
it. Knight h8 is on the board.
Dubov rushed it. Rook g5 was such a tricky move. Dubov had to go rook e6. He had to keep the king on e4.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Daniel, I cannot take it.
this?
My heart is too weak. I cannot deal with
Oh
another
my
turnaround.
Goodness. Just at the moment when he was about to save the game. And here's why is this a problem? Well, this is a problem not because this is a fork. That's not the issue, right? The issue is that the e-pawn is going to be lost. Rook e6, king f7. You have to move the rook away and you give up the e-pawn. Once the e-pawn is lost, black goes around and takes the f-pawn, and that is going to be an easy win. Rook, knight, and h-pawn against rook is famously one of the easiest theoretical wins to achieve. There is
so
nothing that Wijk can do
insane.
about this.
Oh my goodness. And now dawning on Dubov. I mean, for Dubov, it's all. I talked earlier about how heartbreaking this is, but it's also hard. This game is going to end in heartbreak no matter what happens.
Dubov. Right. It's going to end in heartbreak for Dubov. And, you know, I hate to be that guy, but he's got 55 minutes. He just had to hold himself down. He had to make himself be a little bit more patient. Whenever there's a knight, you know, you just never know when a move like this is going to be possible. And knight h8, what a beautiful geometric idea. The only path to g6. And you can just see Dubov
the
kind
smile.
of incredulous there.
Yeah.
I came that far.
Yeah. But just to be clear, once I'll go back to what I was saying before knight h8 appeared on the board, which was really a shot out of the blue. I don't think there was a draw offer, just to be clear. I think, first of all, it wouldn't make sense for Niels to offer. It wouldn't make sense for Daniil to decline. And what Niels said, I don't think it looked like a draw. To me, it looked like maybe Daniil unintentionally kicked him under the table and apologized. To me, it looked more like something like that, with Niels saying, oh, it's okay. So I don't think there was a draw offer. But now, I mean, for Daniil and now the devastation, he really came so far, Daniel. He was one step away from holding this game.
And these are the hard, there are swindles where you're losing, right? And your opponent makes a big mistake, or you catch your opponent on a trap. Okay, that's impressive. But this was more impressive because it's not like Niels made a huge blunder. I mean, Niels made a series of inaccuracies and mistakes, but Dubov kept himself in the game for over 40 moves. I mean, he was lost in the middle game. Then he was lost in the early endgame. Then he was lost in one type of endgame. Then they went into another. And in every type of new position, Daniil managed to adapt and find a whole new set of tricks and traps, particularly this decision to play a knight down, realizing that the passed pawns present tremendous difficulty. This is tremendous defense by Dubov, and this is the reality of chess. This is why it's the most brutal game in the universe, because just 1 second, one momentary loss of concentration cancels out 6 hours of laborious, insane effort.
I mean, this is so brutal, and I mean, I'm at a loss for words. This game, I was thinking, Daniel, maybe if this is our game of the day, instead of doing a rapid recap, since tomorrow is the rest day, we just gather here and film a nice 2-hour recap.
I would be down. I would be down for that. I would be totally down for that. I would say that if we do that, we should definitely do it tomorrow, because I don't know if I'd be capable of talking about this game from the start today.
Oh my goodness.
We had a question in the chat. What about rook g7? So here, black takes on g7, and you might say, wait a second, isn't the h-pawn a draw? No, not with the knight. When you have a knight, the h-pawn is winning, and the e-pawn is very easily restrained. You can just win it with the king. And if white doesn't push it, you can just play knight g6, revert back to e7. One way or another, you're going to push white away from that pawn. You're going to win it, and the rest is very, very easy. You can kind of convince yourself of that. And Dubov makes a move. It's king e4, but obviously knight g6. And just one or two more precise moves are required of Grandelius.
I mean, this is maybe the most intense game I've ever commentated on live.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say top 5 for sure. The other game, by the way, is also ongoing, and they also have a very close end game. But I suppose we can stick on this game for now, because that other game is not ending anytime soon. That's for sure.
And we are getting to this position. The e-pawn drops, and now h5.
Now the move h5 is winning. You could also play rook h5 and then migrate the knight over to f7. That's actually the most clinical approach. After h5, black is still a little tied down, but winning. It's also winning.
So now Niels, he just needs to now put the finishing touches. This is the most winning position he's had all game.
For sure.
But under 2 minutes here, I don't think the time is too much of a problem anymore. I think as soon as he's played either h5 or I think he'll go rook h5.
Yeah,
no.
I mean, either is fine. He's going to go...
The pawn. I'm wrong. The hand was hovering.
You might not be wrong. He retracted it. Maybe he'll change his mind.
No, yeah, h5 is on the board.
And Dubov is going to play rook g7, rook g5, and then king e4 maybe. But then Niels can just keep pushing his pawn. He can push it to h4. He can push it to h4.
So let's see. You're saying rook g7.
Yeah, I mean, rook g7, rook g5. Let's say king e4. Okay, Dubov has gone. Yeah, he's gone. I think he's gone rook g7, right? Yeah. Okay, now you can give a check on g4. You know what makes this terrible for white is that the king can never cross the f file because the knight is always going to have a check. So you're going to have to go king e3, and then Niels can just keep pushing the pawn. I mean, this is completely winning. g7, rook g5 has been played. Did he resign, or are they starting a new score sheet? I think they're starting a new score sheet.
Yeah, it's move 81, so that's a new score sheet. Rook h7 has been played.
Oh, you know what the easiest win is? Rook f5. Go after the f pawn. Then if king e4, you'll play rook f4 check. Then play h4 and then pick up the pawn. That is the win that ends. That is the win that will cause immediate resignation on Dubov's part.
So rook f5 here, the move we are looking for.
Yep, rook f5 followed by h4 followed by rook takes f6. And if white plays rook h6, then the king comes up to f7. All hands on deck. It's a team effort by black's pieces. And
it really is.
And evaporates for the last time.
Yeah, I think once the f-pawn drops, we'll see a resignation by Dubov. Niels, down to his last minute. I mean, he's really used up all the time that he was allocated today.
He's going to move his knight. Knight e5, knight f7 is another winning maneuver, by the way, that he can play.
Yeah, and he looked like he was reaching for the knight, so that's what we might see. Yeah, knight.
Although
e5 is on the board.
King e4. King e4. And if knight f7, then maybe king f4. How exactly is black with the finishing touch? Man,
this game just never.
You just don't know what's going to happen in this game. You can't call anything. It's so unpredictable.
Robert has joined us in the chat. He's saying, wow, and in that line, so after rook f5, king e4, rook f4 check, king d5, rook takes f6, wins because of the fork on f4.
Oh, beautiful. And actually, that is a very important detail. Thank you, Robert, because h4 would make it a lot more complicated on account of king e6. So that's probably the detail that Niels failed to account for. Not that his move ruins anything. But I think Dubov should try king e4 here and then king f4.
I mean, this game has exhausted me. I don't know how to play it. It's a good thing that tomorrow is a rest day, because this game
absolutely
is going to be really tough to recover from for both players. And I think regardless, even for Niels, he will be, of course, delighted if he gets the win. But a game like that really, really, really takes it out of you.
And, you know, just like going to the gym and getting a very tough leg workout, you don't feel it the day of. The day of, you feel really good about yourself. When you wake up the next morning, I'm exhausted. I'm sore all over the place. That's how Niels is going to feel tomorrow morning. He's not going to want to get out of bed. He's going to want to watch a football match and order room service, and he deserves it after this game.
Yeah, he definitely does. Niels, he actually doesn't like football, but he's been very active here. I think he's going for a run every day with his second, Rasmus Swane. And he's quite a routine guy, so I think a run, a walk, a nice meal, that will be his jam, and he's earned it after this game. As Dubov tries to... Oh, I thought he...
Knight c6. Yeah. This is resignation. It's tantamount to resignation. Knight c6 and the game is over. Niels is going to play it in about 5 seconds, I think. Or not, or he's going to spend the rest of his time. There's nothing to calculate. Knight c6, king moves, and you take the rook. There. Did he play it?
I think no, he went...
No! Oh my God! Knight c6, Niels. Well, this also wins, of course. Of course, this also wins because the rook is trapped. It's just funny that he didn't give that check.
And there's the handshake, resignation by Dubov. And Dania, what an absolutely incredible game we have just witnessed.
And good sportsmanship there by Dubov. He smiled. It's very, very difficult to not be angry when you resign a game like this and just storm out of the playing hall. To sit around and, you know, still have the strength to discuss the game, it says a lot. And Niels is he is a gladiator. He is a hero for the way that he played today. The resilience. He won the game again and again and again. How many times did he have to win this game?
I can't count too many.
Oh, guess what? We have another one.
Vidit against Pragnananda now, the last game to be going.
Bullet.
Sorry?
They're on increment. They're both on increment. Oh no, they just made move 50. Oh, they just made move 60, and they're gonna have another 15 minutes. Okay. So I thought we were about to see a 50 move.
A bullet finish, your favorite word.
Favorite word in the English language after hyperbullet.
Dania, we are going to go on a very, very quick break, and we'll be back here with the conclusion of this game. Of course, we'll also catch up with everything we have missed. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And what an absolutely insane round it has been. But then, yeah, it is past 8 p.m. here in the Netherlands. So they've been playing for over 6 hours. And still the Indian clash between Vidit and Praggnanandhaa remains. As I see Niels getting ready for the interview. So before we do a deep dive, well, let's go to Niels.
Niels Grandelius, your first win in the tournament, and what a roller coaster event it was.
The game, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, first 2 hours I was basically playing as bad as all the other days. I ended up in, I don't know if it's lost, but it's just very, very bad for me, I think, at some point. But then he gave me some counter chances, and in very few moves it already turned. That I was the one declining repetitions, and it's clear that I'm the one pressing. But then, with not that much time before move 40, I decided to go into this position, ending a pawn up, so like very safe, but probably I had something much better, is my guess. But I went to this, and it's for the rest of the game, it was all the time, like, for me at least, my evaluation was that it was in between draw and the win, like, quite, like, I think I changed maybe evaluation 5-6 times during the game, during the end game, so I don't know, finally, even in the end, like, I finally got this one last trick with knight h8, after which it's completely over. But even like one move before that, if it doesn't allow it, I'm not even sure that it's winning. So like, I simply have no idea.
Yeah. How many squares have your knight been? Because like it was also, you know, like these famous diagrams, right? Like with the arrows.
Yeah, exactly. But at least it was extra. So better bad knight than no knight at all, I guess.
Was there like this moment where you could actually like trade the knights, or like Daniel could like trade the knights?
He could have traded the knight. I have to say I was very surprised that he didn't trade the knights, because I thought the rook ending should be his best chance. He just pushes all the pawns on the king side, and I was thinking that it's closer to a draw than a win at least. And in the game I thought it's closer to a win than a draw, but again I don't really know.
I mean, all rook endings are drawn, no?
Exactly, yeah.
Time management. There was quite a big thing in this game. Like Daniel at some point was like was an hour up.
Yeah, but yeah, sure. No, it was a bit slow. Like I haven't. When I have a very bad position, the good thing is to keep playing fast, and then when chances appear, if they appear, you are ready to take them. But somehow I was spending time not to end up in a bad position, and did anyway. So I don't know. Like if he just mates me on move 20, it doesn't matter if I have 10 minutes or 1 hour.
But like, were there like moments that you were looking at your clock and it was ticking down, and you felt the nerves? Like, shit, I have to make a move.
Yeah, but actually I would only say like it was one moment, and it was this decision to go into the ending, winning a pawn, but relieving all the pressure. That was a decision that was like heavily influenced by my bad time. But for the rest, no, I was just trying to play the position.
Yeah, like I said, like it's your first win in this tournament finally. Like, how relieved are you?
I'm quite relieved actually, but okay. I mean, I could easily have lost this game as well, so I'm not sure it's my best game here. But well, it's something. It's a start.
Is it something to play against Daniel? Because like, for example, like Vidit had also like this amazing game against Daniel, also won. Like, does he bring the best out of his opponents?
Look, we had a very normal position, and he castled long suddenly. I mean, I think very few people would actually do this, and it's very interesting, and it took me completely by surprise. And I mean, yeah, that's Daniel Dubov for you. I mean, he's going long castle whenever possible.
3 more rounds to go. What are your ambitions, goals?
I'm hoping to play a good game, basically. That's it. I don't think I have any right for more hopes than that now.
Okay, well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Niels Grandelius, what did he say, Daniel? He's very relieved indeed. I mean, sometimes it's easy to find the words as well after a game like that, but he's confirming what we thought, that the rook ending was probably more drawish, and he also was surprised that Daniel didn't go for that.
Yeah, we all were. And it does seem upon analysis that was probably a draw. So what an incredible game. But we have one more incredible game that is still going. We have this end game between Vidit and Pragg. I'm going to very quickly run through what has happened since they traded queens. So Pragg won the pawn, Vidit won knight a3. Oh, he did go knight c5. So we talked about this. Knight c4. Okay, we talked about all of this. Knight e4, g4, and somehow Pragg wasn't able to win that pawn. It looks like he had some better attempts. Knight h3. Knight h3 in this position looks like it was a winning move. If Black wins the pawn, Fiona, the game is over. If Black wins g5, that endgame with 2 pawns up is indefensible. And right now, they have this position. Vidit is down to his last 9 minutes. It looks like, objectively speaking, White should be able to hold. But practically, this is such a difficult endgame to play. One mistake and it's over.
I mean, this game, it's almost a similar story in terms of emotions to Dubov Grandelius. This is going to end in heartbreak. Other for Vidit, who was the one pressing initially, then one slip, Pragg seized control of the game. He was very near winning in a couple of moments. There was, of course, this moment with Rook A8, which we talked about plenty. And then the game continued, and now we find ourselves in this endgame. Vidit has defended so stubbornly. If he loses, it will be heartbreaking for him. If Pragg cannot convert, that will be equally heartbreaking. What do you make of Pragg's chances to get to that all-important g5 pawn?
Yeah, I mean, he has to keep trying various methods. I mean, right now he's gone rook c8. That's a good move. He's cut off the king. Now, he's got several approaches that he can take. He can take the approach of saying, okay, first of all, a rook trade it can be both good and bad. Like, sometimes a rook trade is good. Sometimes it is bad. For example, White can play the move king b3. And let's, just for the sake of illustration, if Black trades rooks here, that's terrible because White is able, in the resulting position, to get the knight into e4, and this is just a fortress. So Pragg has to be very careful about rook trades as Vidit goes rook d5 in this position. Yeah, you got to keep swinging your knight, keep trying. Maybe knight d1, knight e3. Maybe get the knight to f5 in order to cut off the rook's access along the 5th rank to the g5 pawn. I don't know. It's incredibly difficult to play this accurately.
And I was seeing in the chat someone saying Pragg looks exhausted. I mean, of course, he is going to be. This is one of the longest time controls, but I think his chances are quite good. Now, he is up 5-6 minutes on the clock. Remember, the players are not getting any extra time apart from the 30-second increment. And I feel, I don't know if you would agree, but from a practical point of view, with such little time, it's harder to defend than it is on the offensive side.
Well, for sure. I mean, Pragg has a million different attempts. He can gain time at any moment whenever he wants to. But right now, if we were to reason concretely, I like this idea of maneuvering the knight from d1 to e3. You could also, like in this position, you could play rook b8 check. That's actually a very, very strong move. It forces the king onto the a file because both of these moves land on forks. And here already knight c3. And you know, in this position already, Black can probably trade knights. And the point is that it looks like White is a fortress, but no, rook f1, king b4, and Black's rook steps into f5, intercepting White's rook, and this is winning. King c4 takes, and Black is just in time to play f6 and reach a winning pawn endgame by a single tempo. So is that necessarily going to happen? I don't know, but maybe it will.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
I mean, I really don't envy the players. Pragg here, knight d1, one of the tempting moves. He's about to reach out. It looks to me like it could be knight d1 from the hand movement. Yeah, knight d1 is on the board.
D1. And if Vidit goes king b3, I think it's losing by force, actually. King b3, rook b8, which is very easy to miss. Extremely easy to miss the move rook b8 check. Now, according to the engine, king a3 straight away is better because it doesn't allow the knight trade. But this is a big... it does allow the knight trade. Knight e3, rook d3, knight c4 check. But in this particular version of the endgame, White can defend from g3. So this is... no, but f6 is winning. I mean, the king is cut off. No, I think Black is winning. I think Black is just winning this.
By force, yeah?
I think it's winning by force. Yeah, Black trades knights wherever the king goes. And the most important resource is this rook b8 check, which I think Vidit failed to foresee when he played rook d5. And this is what I'm talking about, right? One little inaccuracy, he put the rook on the wrong square, and that's it. That caused that king b3 was the most accurate move here, but rook d5 allows this beautiful transition to a rook endgame that's winning.
And it's funny to see both of these final games decided in the end by a knight coming to the back rank. In Niels's case, even more impressive because retreating knight moves are very difficult often to see. But here also knight d1, the king has gone to a3.
Yeah, now this is going to lead to a well-known theoretical endgame. Prague needs to decide on the knight trade, which, by the way, it's not a given that he realizes that it's winning. I mean, he still has to figure that out. The point is that the white king is going to be cut off along the c file, and that's what really devastates white's chances. He's rolled up his sleeves, though. That's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, for the first time in the tournament, not only has the mask come off, also the jacket has come off, I think, for the first time as well. But Prague, I mean, the focus on his face is so intense right now. He knows he is on the verge. It's been such a long game, and for sure both players are exhausted. Not only was it a long game, it was so intense, but he knows a bit more focus, a few precise moves, and he is going to be going into the rest day with a huge win over his compatriot Vidit.
Yeah, that's going to feel so good. And I would show the line once again and delve into a little bit more detail, but I feel like he's about to make a move. Let's wait for him to decide whether he wants to trade or not, because if he doesn't play knight e3, knight c4, then it's all a moot point. He's got 10 minutes on the clock, plenty of time, so he can even take 5 of them to evaluate the consequences. And by the way, knight e3, rook d4, of course, stops the trade of knights, but not the fork.
Knights are tricky beasts.
Yes, they are. They certainly are. All right, well, thinking. They are going to use all of their time up.
The eyes are darting all over the board. Oh yeah, my goodness. Do you want to, shall we have a look? I know you wanted to wait for
Yeah,
for
but it doesn't
Prague,
seem like he's going to move anytime soon. So we have a lot of time. So knight e3. Now, it doesn't really matter where the rook goes, because here's the thing. If white's rook has 2 defensive approaches, it can stay on e5. And in that case, we already know that the winning approach, well, actually, the winning approach is one and the same. You just go rook c7, and then you go f6. That's it. You force the trade, and this leads to a very well-known theoretical endgame. Now, the win here is the following. You go king f5. White's only approach is to keep checking and then attacking the pawn. And the only idea, I remember Alex Yermolinsky taught me this, you go king e3. This is what you do. If the rook keeps checking, you go king f2. Now you're threatening to push the pawn, so the rook has to stop it. Whoop, back to f3, and then you're ready to play g4. If the rook goes to g1, then and only then do you bring your rook up to c5, defending the pawn. White has to try to make a mad dash to b4. Even if white has king b4 in this position, it doesn't actually help, because black plays king f2, rook g4, back to f3, and once the pawn hits g4, it's all over. The pawn just gets to g2. You don't even need to know the Lucena position. The king is so far away that there isn't even a sliver of opportunity. If Prague sees this, he ends the game immediately.
And this is such an instructive moment. Do you think he's going to go for it?
Yes. I think because he's taking so long, if he didn't see that there was a possibility, he would have already moved.
Yeah.
I think he's just making sure and quadruple checking, because it has all come down to this. And the last thing he wants to do is make a rash decision and squander what has been a tremendous effort all game long.
And really, I mean, knight d1 check was such a brilliant move by Prague, where suddenly the white king had no safe square to step onto.
I feel like it all started, I mean, if I'm honest, yeah, Vidit made that big mistake with queen takes h6, right? Or queen h6. But when he played way back when in the opening, when he played knight b1 instead of queen e7, I felt like after queen e7, black doesn't even have Black really doesn't have any kind of initiative against White's king. When Vidit played knight b1, that kind of gave Prague these long-term chances, so that even if he objectively he was much worse and he didn't have enough comp, you know, Vidit constantly had to remain on his toes and play accurately on every move, which was really hard to do across like 25 moves.
Shout out to our producer Big, who has produced a really beautiful scene here for the end of the game.
That is really, really cool. That looks awesome.
So Prague double checking, triple checking. This is Foreest. He can force the knights off, and that will be the end of the game. Vidit with the poker face. I think he has also seen, but not giving anything away.
Nope. And Prague is now down to 6 minutes. I mean, he needs to start thinking about making a move sometime soon. Although, again, if he determines that knight e3, knight c4 is winning, that endgame, I think he can win with 30 seconds on the clock. Like, he can win it just with the increment. Because if he knows the plan, he will play instantly.
To be honest, I'm surprised that he hasn't moved yet, because the endgame, I think that you showed really very instructive. But players like Prague, they know, like, I think they know it by heart. But of course, I mean, it's been so intense. Who knows what Prague is checking? Could there be any other move than knight e3 he could be considering?
I mean, maybe knight c3, but also I'm going to defend Bigfoot. Chad is really nitpicking this layout, but Big literally just put this together on the fly. This isn't, you know, it's not going to be perfect, but I think it's a really, really nice view. It gives you the board, it gives you the view of the players. What else do you need? And the timestamps. I think the times are readable. Yes, you know, they're not high definition, but I think we can see how much time they have. What else is there to think about? I think knight c3 is maybe tempting him, just like attacking the rook and trying to get the rook off of the fifth rank. But honestly, Fiona, I mean, this is so easy to calculate, this endgame.
Yeah.
It's really forced. I mean, there's no variability here. It's just boom, boom, boom. And if you see this idea of going rook c7 and f6, it's game over.
And he is down now under 5 minutes. I agree with you. If he gets to the rook ending, he doesn't need any more time. So I'm not going to criticize him for using up all his time if he wants to. The problem is if he doesn't play knight e3, then he really needs to make a move now.
It's going to be too big of a sunk cost. Like, he's already taken too long not to play it.
Yeah.
I'm 99% sure we're going to see something like knight e3, knight c4. Then I think he's spending this whole time calculating the rook endgame. And as long as he sees rook c7 and f6, that's the key idea. And there he goes. And he goes knight e3. That's step one.
So Prague, he will have the chance on the next move to get the knights off the board. And I agree with you. I think that's what he will go for. And then the rook ending will just be lost. I think Vidit will fight probably until the very end.
Yes.
But yeah, Prague. I mean, what impressive composure from him today. Reminder, he's only 16 years old.
Indeed, as Vidit goes rook g3, I think I know what he wants to do. Vidit wants knight c4 check and then king b4. Ooh, that's a tricky defensive idea. But it doesn't help because still rook c7. So here. Aha. So if rook c7...
Then you stop f6, yeah?
Then you stop f6. But this has to be winning. I mean, rook e7, I think threatening rook e5. And if rook d1, I still think f6 is winning, although with the king being this close, it gets a little bit more hairy. Now, this is where Prague would need a little bit more time. So let's see what happens.
And
Vidit
suddenly it also
really
becomes a lot more understandable that he was spending that time on knight d3.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I hope Prague saw this because now he's spending more time.
3.5 minutes remaining.
It's 100% winning. I'm positive, but he just needs to work it out.
But Vidit is also finding the toughest after going astray with rook d5, allowing knight d1. He is now once again putting up the toughest defense as Pragg ticks down under 3 minutes.
And we talked about it. They don't die. These players, no matter how many pieces they have left on the board, it might be 2. They will make out of these 2 pieces the most resilient defense. Here Pragg goes. Did he play knight c4? He did. And king b4 by Vidit. He's going to Wijk king b4 to prevent the rook from getting to c5 and consigning White's rook to a passive resistance. And now Pragg, of course, is going to take the knight, I would imagine. And then he's going to have to be very, very accurate with 3 minutes on the clock. The moment of truth is about to arrive.
Indeed. So knight d2, rook d2. And now I'm not even done. It's been such a long day. Did we find something that was completely convincing?
No, I mean, knight d2, rook d2, you could just play rook f8 and f5. Like, even that should be winning. But man, it's been a while since I reviewed these types of endgames. This is where we bust out Dvoretsky's endgame manual, page 284. Yeah, but it's not easy. I honestly miss this king b4 idea. This changes the difficulty level of the conversion, I have to say.
Yeah, once again, maybe we can just explain one more time if anyone has just joined us now. As Pragg, I think he messed up some pieces there, but he has captured on d2. And the problem is that now suddenly we're not in time to get in both rook c7 to cover the 7th rank and f6.
Yeah, and rook c7, Vidit can have either rook d6 or probably he's going to play rook f2. And obviously then Black can also move the king around. Black doesn't have to commit to anything yet because White's king is cut off. When I say cut off, what do I mean by that? I mean the king can't cross the c-file. Black can sort of experiment with several different approaches and gain some time. Black can even repeat. I mean, Pragg could even just move his rook back and forth a couple times. Nothing wrong with that as he decides how he wants to go about this process.
I was just thinking, Dania, that today, I mean, we always encourage you guys to do vote chess before the round. There were so many Niels and Pragg, they were at the bottom of the standings. Today has really been an insane day, but this game isn't over yet. But I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I've lost.
Yeah, I don't know either. We are pretty exhausted too. I mean, this has been such a roller coaster ride in so many games. You might even forget that Carlsen Karyakin was today. That was this morning.
Oh my goodness.
They drew this morning.
Well, this afternoon here in Wijk. Although even for me, it feels like that happened this morning.
Right. No, absolutely.
Ages ago. And I mean, another thing which is incredible is that we talked about before the previous rest day that in general rounds before the rest day tend to be a bit more peaceful on average.
Yeah,
but,
not today.
Famous last words.
Right, famous last words, yeah. Oh my goodness.
And this is going to end with both players really using up all their time. I think it's probably the longest game of the tournament.
Oh, without question, I think. And probably by like half an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you and Robert ever go past, I suppose it's 8 p.m. your time. I don't remember going past, even last year, going past. Like,
yeah, I think 8 p.m. was usually the time at which we would finish. And maybe a couple of times we finished at 8:30 with the game, the rapid recap. But I think 8:30 was the absolute latest we ended the stream. So this is, by far the longest game.
Yeah. Whew.
Okay, oh my goodness.
Well, now Vidit is taking all of his time, trying to figure out where to put his rook. Does he keep it on g2? Does he play rook d5? Does he move his king? There's like 800 candidate moves here. I don't know if it makes a difference one way or the other. I think rook d5 is probably bad because of this old idea that I showed Rook F1 and Rook F5. But who knows? Who knows?
Question from the chat: can the players eat something while playing? Absolutely, yes.
Can and should.
Can and should indeed. I see another comment. Why is Fiona laughing all the time? I didn't see anything funny today.
Well, that's right, Fiona. Why are you constantly not taking your job seriously? Like, come on.
I have a clip of it.
That's all you do is you're just always laughing. You're not even commentating.
I think a lot of people, like, in all serious, I think they don't realize, not just for, I think, even for us, it's exhausting being here. But for the players, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's different kinds of exhaustion, but you know, we're basically reliving the moments in the games. I mean, we're basically there in spirit. Of course, it's much more exhausting to be the player to put your blood, sweat, and tears into a game like this when there's so much on the line. But it's exhausting all around.
It really is, and at some point, at least for me, kicks in like what's the word? It's like your mind is just fried at some point. It's almost like being punch drunk, or is that the word? Is that a word, punch drunk?
Yeah, it is. No, and it makes sense. That's exactly what it is, actually. It's just, you're just sort of in a haze.
Yeah.
And Vidit also is seemingly in a haze. He's down to 3.5 minutes on his clock. And now we're finally about to see what I really came here for, which is the bullet segment of this game. And he's finally about to make a move, or so it seems.
I mean, it's also, you know, we are sitting here, okay, I'm laughing all the time, but for these players, I'm not sure if they even know, is this definitely, I don't know if it knows, is this definitely losing? Does Prag know, is this definitely winning? Probably not. And in that case, for Vidit, every move could be the decisive move, if that makes sense.
Right. For us, we might be saying, well, why is he thinking it doesn't matter? But we know it doesn't matter because we can see that the evaluation is the same, as you have indicated. And just to rephrase, yeah, Vidit might be saying to himself, well, what if only one move makes a draw? You know, I need to find that one move. And he's going to keep searching and searching. And that's what he's doing here, as he is now down to 2.5 minutes. I thought he was about to make a move, but no, he is still deep in thought.
Let's imagine, Dania, this was a bullet game and you were playing white. Which move would you instinctively go for?
Rook d5. Or, well, we discussed Rook d5. I just realized that Rook d5, Rook f1 is still okay for white because now I can drop the rook back to d4. And Rook f5, Rook g4. So I would be tempted to do this, or I would just move the king. I would play king b5 maybe. Just keep the status quo. Rook a2. Okay, well, that's, I mean, a similar type of move. Rook g1, Rook a5.
So the idea, of course, if Prag attacks the pawn from g1, he will defend it from a5.
a5, yeah. So you can do the whole routine with Rook g1, Rook a5, Rook f1, and then the rook is going to come back to a2 in order to defend the g-pawn with Rook g2. So the bottom line is, when does black play f6? Obviously not here, because that allows Rook a7 check. Okay, so if not here, then the question is when.
Did Prag play king g8?
Prag did play king g8. I think he's buying himself some time. They're going to repeat moves. Okay, 8 check, king g7, or king h7. He's just going to buy some time.
That's actually a good practical decision, don't you think?
Yeah, it is. It is.
So by making that triangulation maneuver, I guess if rook a7, he will just go back to g7, or is there anything to be said?
I guess he'll go back to g7. I mean, of course, he has to be very careful not to... he has to be very careful not to repeat moves 3 times, but right now, it's not even close to that.
Okay, he's made what he's done. He's played 3 fast moves, For anyone in the chat curious as to what Pragg is doing, why is he not trying to actively make progress? He played 3 fast moves, which give him a little bit of extra time on the clock to then... I mean, even 1 extra minute in this situation could be
a game
crucial.
changer.
Yeah,
it's a game changer. You need every second to calculate. Now, just to complete the thought, because I was rudely interrupted by Vidit deciding to make a move at that moment. Black has to decide when to push the f1, when to trade. The ideal version is to keep the rook on the c file, because then it's completely winning. That doesn't seem to be possible. So one possibility is, for example, let's say White, king b5 loses to rook g1, but okay, rook d2 or whatever. You can play rook g1, rook f1, rook d2, rook f5, rook g2. You can play f6 in this version, but you see the problem is that White's king is really close all of a sudden to the right square, and it does seem like rook f3 wins the game. I think Black is just in time to keep the king confined and away from e4, but Fiona, this is so hard to go for when you've got no time and tempo for tempo. I don't know if Pragg is going to be able to go for this.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly the point. The problem is whenever you break with f6, you want to be 100% certain that it will be winning, because there will be no way back, and with 2 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes on the clock, it's just so hard to decide on the moment when you go for that committal f6 push.
That's right. And Vidit taking, once again, all of his remaining time. I mean, I assume he's going to play something like rook d2. I just don't see what else there is to do. I mean, he can go rook a7. It all essentially will lead to the same conclusion if Black plays rook g1. So.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Again, this isn't criticism. The players have been there for so long. But I'm surprised that Vidit is leaving himself with so little time on the clock.
He's just not moving. And I guess what he's essentially thinking is that when push comes to shove, his moves are going to be forced. But he has to move. He's got 13 seconds.
Oh, my goodness.
And rook. Where did he go? Rook d2? Rook a5. Yeah, I mean, again, one of several moves that... Wait a minute. I mean, rook f1. Yeah, rook f1, rook a2 is the point. Rook f1, rook a2.
And Vidit making that move with 5 seconds on the clock. Pragg, he has 3 minutes now.
Yep, now he's the one with a lot of time. You can also go f5, by the way. But the problem with doing that, I think some people in the chat were suggesting it. If you play it here, you're going to encounter a lot of difficulties with your pawn on g6, and White's going to keep attacking that pawn. Yeah, you can try king f7 and then king e6, and you can try to sacrifice that pawn. But evaluating this, I mean, this is a nightmare. Try evaluating this endgame. Oh, God.
I think there's no way he's going to go for something like that.
I agree. Although, he's going to have to go for something. Ultimately, eventually, he's going to have to push the f pawn. Because he's not just winning the g5 pawn for nothing. And he's going to have to take a calculated risk at some point and just go for a line that, might be a draw.
And you can see the nerves. I really don't envy any of the players. He's about to make a move.
I think f5 is winning. But I think that final position I just showed there was winning for Black. But that's the whole point. It's not easy to figure it out.
Some great camera work again by Vic. And what has he done? King move. King f8.
Okay, well, he's trying to get around 3-7 to e6 to f5. But rook e5, obviously Vidit needs to play rook e5 here. He needs to cut that king off. Cannot let it get to e7.
And Vidit wants, I mean, he's just playing on increment now. Can we also cut the king via a7? No, because then
rook g1.
Then the pawn falls. 10 seconds once again for Vidit.
I mean, rook e5 is like, you just got to do it.
You
just got to do it. Rook
no,
a7? No, he has gone rook
a7.
a7. But, so I guess his point is, okay, rook g1, rook a5, and if the Black's king moves, then White's king is going to get over to c4, just in time. So, my goodness. I guess king maybe Prague should put his king on e8 for now and see what White does. White might be in Zugzwang there. White might be in Zugzwang after king e8. Oh my goodness. That's actually an incredible position, Fiona. The rook has nowhere to go along the 7th rank, because if you go to b7, you lose your rook. If you move your king back, you lose your pawn.
He's done it, Danya. He's done it.
And Vidit has to go rook a2 and let Prague's king out of the cage. I think this is the decisive idea.
King e8 is such a cool move.
That's great. I mean, again, the king can't move in either direction because of the arrows. The rook can't move to b7. If it gives the check on a8, the king escapes. You got to go rook a2 and hope for the best.
10 seconds for Vidit.
Then the king walks out. 5, 4. He's got to move. He's going to go rook a2. Rook a5. He's gone rook a5. Rook a5. Now I think Prague can start walking out with his king.
Yeah,
like
so
king e7, for example.
King e7. And even, okay, let's say the king gets to e6, and then how do we continue? Then we try and bring the rook?
First of all, f5 is already easily winning. And second of all, you can, then you can play rook f1, rook f5. And at that point, you're not even going to give up the f7 pawn. You're just going to win the g pawn all on its own. So Prague is just a couple of accurate moves away from winning.
Yeah, king, I think he's going to d7. All the same, the king is going to go to e6.
Yeah. And bid it with only the increment, no time to even think about it. I think he's going to lose within a couple of moves. He tried everything he could. He took as much time as he could, but it just isn't going to be quite enough.
5 seconds
7,
for Vidit.
5.
4, 3, 2. Oof.
Rook a6. Okay, well, rook g1. Or is, he's going to go king e7. And again, he's going to do Zugzwang. It's the same problem. It's Zugzwang again.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this position. It's the same principle. Rook b6, you lose. King moves, you lose. The rook has to move away from the 6th rank, and it has to let the black king onto e6, and that is decisive. Amazing stuff by Prague. Just great technique.
I mean, it's been stunning. I'm so impressed. 7 seconds once again for Vidit, but it looks like it doesn't matter any longer. Rook is dropping back
to a2, and now king e6 is the crucial move that Prague is going to play, I'm sure. No, that's it. It's over. King e6 is game. You're going to get the ideal position with black's rook returning to c1 later on to cut off the king.
I mean, the technique that Prague has displayed here with only 2-3 minutes on the clock is just so impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like king e6 should be kind of automatic here, but Prague is going to double, triple check it.
And surely, I mean, surely this is going to rank as one of his best victories in classical chess. I don't know who the highest rated. It's not so much the rating, but I think this is a game that is going to stay with him forever.
Well, the rating is also impressive. 27-27 is
sure.
Not a rating you beat every day. So especially with black.
Yeah.
And for Prague, I mean, he's just going to be really happy to score his first win of the tournament. In fact, both of the lowest seeds.
He's beaten Niels, actually. He lost a lot of games, but
Niels.
He did beat Niels.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so he's already won a game in this tournament. This is, I guess, his first Super GM victory. And man, he's going to take up all of his time as well. He's almost there. I mean, he just needs to play king e6. I really don't know. There isn't much to calculate there. You just go king e6, king f5, and take the pawn. And king e6, rook f2, there's rook g1.
He is also down to 30 seconds now, and we will, Danya, we will see that bullet finish that you've been waiting for all tournament long.
We will. 26 seconds now. You just got to be careful. Imagine if you
there he goes. There we go.
Did he go king e6?
Yeah, he did.
He did, and Vidit going rook a5, the final attempt at a fortress, at a defensive construction, and the move rook f1 ends the game. Rook f1, rook f5 is the maneuver that wins. Rook f1, king, let's say c4, rook f5, and then black's king walks around the rook to f4, and you simply take the pawn, and then Vidit is going to resign. If Pragg plays rook f1, then it's 2 moves away or 3 moves away from resignation.
And there he goes. Where is the rook going?
It's definitely going to f1.
It is. Rook f1 is on the board.
Vidit might try rook a6 check, by the way. Final trap, hoping for king f5, rook f6 check.
Oh my goodness, imagine if that actually happened.
That would be crazy. But Pragg's going to go king e5.
I think if that were me playing and if I walked into rook f6, that would be the end of my career.
Oh, yeah, it would be the end of anyone's career. I think even if you're a GM, I would definitely retire after that.
The end of your life, the end of everything.
The end of all the furniture in the hotel room. 15 seconds Vidit. I think he has played rook a6 check. Yep.
Rook a6
king
and
e5.
King e5.
Yeah, Pragg making sure that he's not putting the king anywhere near f5. He should put it closer to d5 than to f5 just to make sure.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, this now.
Wow.
Really, really is it, I think.
This is it. Rook f5, king f4, king takes g5. And with 2 pawns, Vidit is not going to continue the game. He might play rook a7, and I think he will resign after rook f5.
10 seconds again for Vidit, but Pragg has done everything right here. King a5, rook a5 check.
Yeah, king f4, king g4, and then rook f5. Or you can play even king e4 and then rook f5, and then king f4. Any order is fine for black. Yeah, it's all winning, all equally winning. Man, they are like so patient. I would be playing pretty much instantly. I would be too excited to think.
I know. I mean, Pragg has really demonstrated some, not just outstanding technique, but his maturity, like the way he used his time and how he handled his nerve has just been very impressive.
Yep, king f4. No, there's no point in continuing now. I mean, king g4, rook f5. Here, I would say that it should resign.
For him, it's a very tough loss. He was one of the early leaders. He was still, very close pursuer, and with only 3 rounds to go, this loss is probably going to end his hopes to potentially win the tournament.
Yep. No, without question. I mean, this is how it always happens in tournaments. You make plans, but you never plan to lose a game like this. You're in great form. You can draw Magnus, but everybody in this tournament is so good, including Pragg, that it can always happen at the least expected moment. And I mean, now he should definitely resign.
Yeah, for sure. We see the time ticking down, only 14 seconds to go, and we might just see a handshake here as Vidit's final pawn is about to drop.
F5 is coming, king takes g5.
And there it is, the resignation.
He's resigned.
Wow, congratulations to Praggnanandhaa. The game lasted 6 hours and 50 minutes, and what a game it was, Tanya.
Unbelievable game, and I mean, this game could probably be analyzed for hours. It was so complex, really from the opening onwards. Vidit played a very good opening, got an advantage, but at the end of the day, he gave Pragg too much activity, and even though it wasn't the smoothest conversion, Pragg missed wins in the middle game. He kept his foot on the gas pedal, and he played exquisitely in the endgame, getting into the rook endgame, and then figuring out the most precise win. Amazing win for Pragg, very well deserved, and he's going to be feeling great going into the rest day.
For sure, and then 4 decisive results here once again.
Indeed.
In round 10. And it was a weird day. It kind of started slowly, as you were saying. The start of the games feels like they happened yesterday or something.
Right. Yeah, it's like 2-day games. I mean, of course, Carlsen is a quick draw. Shankland Mamediyarov is also a pretty peaceful result. Giri Duda was a little more topsy-turvy. So all of our draws were relatively peaceful, but man, the decisive games were absolutely incredible. Back and forth. We had Richard Rapport playing a great game, let's not forget, to beat Caruana with black. That was equally as impressive.
Absolutely stunning stuff. Dania, we're going to go on a quick break, but we're expecting to hear from Praggnanandhaa very soon.
The first time I came here was 2017, where I played the C.
Praggnanandhaa, it's a national holiday in India today. And what a day it was with a fight between two Indian players. You just beat Fidit with the black pieces. Describe the game just like in one word.
Interesting game.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What were the interesting moments?
Yeah, first I think in the middle game probably I was slightly worse, maybe even worse. And he took the pawn on a4, which gave me huge counterplay with knight d7, and even went for queen at 6, where I got queen b5. Probably after that I was completely winning, but I couldn't find the clear way. Then I went to this endgame. Probably with accurate play, maybe it's holdable, this rook knight, but I think in a practical game it's very difficult.
And rook ending?
Yeah, rook ending, I have seen some similar endings with the king far away, but I think it's winning, but as my coach said, it's winning, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was winning, indeed. Yeah. You played like about 80 moves. You were the last game left in the playing hall. Like, it must be very tiring for you.
Yeah, it is tiring, and yeah, I'll go and take rest. And it's good that it's tomorrow, rest day. So.
Yeah, and so how does it feel? Like I think it's the second time you beat Fidit in a classical game.
Yeah, last time it was in Asian, and okay, this time it's much more special because last few runs I was struggling with my play, and okay, today at least I won, finally won a game.
I remember the last time we had like an interview. You told a little bit about that you worked on the mental side, trying to get back from a loss, for example. The tournament didn't go super well for you yet, but like, how did you manage to strike back?
No, I just I knew it will be tough, this tournament, because all the players are very strong. So I was just ready for it mentally, and so when the situation came, I could focus on the next game.
So how do you prepare like mentally for like for example after a loss?
Like yesterday I didn't do much. Like I just went home, just checked my game a little bit and then slept. Like just relaxed basically, and then I just try to forget about the game.
How long do you usually sleep?
You mean in this tournament?
Yeah.
How long do you sleep? That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Around 9.5 hours.
But like you go to bed like, cause like today, like right now it's like almost 9 o'clock. Like what time do you go to bed? What time do you wake up?
Usually I go at around 10:30, but today I think it'll be late.
Will there be some celebration?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Probably dinner. Yeah, that's.
Okay. Well, I wish you a good dinner. And,
yeah, thank you.
And a good rest day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess. It is now time. It was a great interview. It is now time for your round 10 rapid recap. And Fiona, there were a lot of games that we could have chosen. We decided to go with Fabiano Caruana against Richard Rapport, which was a fascinating game in its own right.
Indeed. So from the get-go, surprise, surprise, we got something quite unusual, with Richard Rapport. That's bound to happen.
It really is. I mean, the typical move here is d5. There was a different game in this very round between Giri and Duda that followed d5. But here, Rapport going for a more old school move, c5. This allows e5, and now the knight drops back to g8. The point is that white has this big hole on d4. But Fabi, instead of going knight f3, which is the main line, he goes for the immediate d4. And pretty quickly, we had a series of simplifications, Fiona.
Yeah, it looked like this game, we were thinking might end somewhat peacefully. Let's see what happened, as Richard Rapport actually did a great job controlling all of Fabi's initiative.
Indeed, and Fabi in this position, after a series of normal developing moves, he plays queen g5, essentially forcing a queen trade because of the attack on the g7 pawn. And it does definitely look like white is slightly better here. Black is a bad bishop. White has the possibility of castling along. But Rapport makes a very impressive move, f5. This move has two purposes. The first is to send the knight back to f7, where it's controlling a lot of important squares. And as we'll later see, he also sets his pawns in motion, and later on he can go e5, e4. And the next stage of the game was also very well played by him.
Yeah, starting from this moment with f5, a strange looking move. I was thinking, I like Fabiano's position, but Richard started playing very precisely, and after knight e5, as you mentioned, the knight drops back to f7, which led to a series of exchanges.
Yeah, it did. As I was indicating, you can't take that knight. Knight f7 is so cold-blooded. Knight takes c6, bc. And even though it looks like black structure is damaged, white has to go for this move, bishop e3. Otherwise, either you lose the f-pawn, or in the event of bishop h4, the bishop gets trapped. So after bishop e3, both sides now have a damaged pawn structure, and Richard brings his king up to e7. And now, he's not just slowly developing. This is typical Rapport, very ambitious, Fiona. He just starts pushing his pawns down the king side, trying to grab as much space as possible.
Indeed, Fabiano trying to reroute, bringing his knight to c5, and those kingside pawns, they just keep on rolling.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been more prudent to go h4 at this moment. We were discussing that. That could have averted some of the subsequent problems that befell Fabiano, he decided to do something similar. After h4, he goes g4. Obviously, he's inviting an en passant, and then he's going to get control of the h file. Richard doesn't do that. He doesn't take en passant. Nope. Instead, he goes knight e5, centralizing his knight. And Fiona, this is the most important moment in the whole game.
Absolutely. Fabiano now going astray with rook d4. From a distance, it might be easy to have to miss what's happening, but after knight g4, the problem is that you recapture, but black is not forced to take on g4 immediately.
No, black plays this wonderful intermediate move e5, which fell out of Fabi's field division. It attacks the rook, forcing the rook back. And then after f takes g4, black is not just up a pawn, but look at this massive pawn phalanx. It's only a matter of time before black breaks through with g3. And that's kind of what happened. Report making another very interesting decision. Rather than just clinging to the pawn, he decides to sacrifice his extra pawn back, but instead to activate his rook. It seems like he sacrifices 2 pawns, but no, he recovers one of them. And ultimately, they get this type of material situation where black has this incredibly dangerous majority on the king side. And Richard converted that majority masterfully, Fiona. And the next stage was just lovely.
Yeah, look at this technique. First, of course, the rook gets activated, hitting the knight on f2. That went to d3. And now the pawn majority you're just mentioning starts advancing. The rook giving a check. The king, of course, stays on the side of the pawns. Maybe it was better to go the other way, but the natural move, king e2.
Yeah, king c3 was an interesting try with the idea of playing e4, actually trying to dislodge the bishop. After king e2, king f6, e4, black has the move rook e8 here. So that might have been a more resilient try, but who can blame Fabi for playing to e2? Richard continues to cramp down, stopping any possible pawn motions on the queen side. And then after fully improving his position to the absolute maximum, he is ready to break through g3. And of course, if h takes g3, black wins the game by playing h3, h2, and sticking a bishop on e4, dislodging the rook from h1. Fabi was forced to move the rook up to g2, but Fiona, this is not a sustainable defensive construction.
And the final stage, look at this beautiful move that's coming up. After h3, Fabiano going a3. And what did Richard play here? How do we make the pawns go through? Rook d8.
Bang.
What a move, Daniel.
The rook from d2. Amazing move. If rook takes d2, there's g takes h3 and g takes h2, and the pawn is simply unstoppable. Fabiano was forced to move the rook back. And there's another detail, which is that if knight takes h3, Richard has several winning moves. So the simplest is just to take and then to take and to promote to a queen. Fabiano had to move his rook back. And the final move of the game is bishop f3, clinical stuff, threatening checkmate. And the point is that if Fabi intercepts that with knight e2, then the pawn is going to take on h2 and promote. Not easy to beat Fabiano like that. He made it look easy, but of course the blunder helped. Still, it was an exquisite effort by Richard. Yeah.
Absolutely. Richard mentioned in the interview he got a little bit lucky, but from there on out he played with clinical precision. A beautiful game. This was your rapid recap. Your rapid recap of the day. And Dania, I mean, it is 9 o'clock here. We've been live for over 7 hours, and what a day it has been. Here are the results of this round 10.
Wow, I can't believe it started at 8 in the morning my time. It's 3. And the results, indeed, 3 draws. They were pretty peaceful. The 4 decisive games were all incredible in their own way. Andre winning, Gradelius, I mean, and Niels and Pragnananda, I think they're the real heroes of today in terms of their resilience, their ability to withstand phenomenal resistance by their opponents, Daniil Dubov and Vidit, respectively.
Indeed.
What can you say? This is why we watch.
This is why we watch chess, indeed. And I am still laughing. I couldn't tell. I'm so tired. I couldn't tell if I had said rapid recap or if I had said recap.
Recap rapid.
It's that time of day. I said rapid, yeah?
Recap.
I literally couldn't. That's why I started laughing. Anyway, the standings. At the top, they haven't changed so much. Magnus Carlsen maintains the sole lead on 7 out of 10. Anish Giri is still the closest pursuant on 6.5. And behind, well, now Richard Rapport with his win, he is suddenly lurking there, just 1 point behind Magnus, alongside Mamedyarov. And so very likely, I would say, Dania, that the tournament victory will be decided between these 4 players.
Absolutely. And let's have a look at the pairings, not for tomorrow, but for the day after, for the next round, round 11. The important matchups, we have Carlsen, Vidit, and Vidit's reward for losing to Prague with white. Yeah, how about Magnus with black? How is that? Prague himself is going to be playing Caruana. He's going to be looking to extend that winning streak. Grandelia Sesipenko, Duda Shankland, and Anish Giri against Van Foreest, a game that I think Anish is going to try to play for a win, because with the rounds, with the tournament nearing its conclusion, he's going to try to close that half-point gap between him and Magnus Carlsen. And the round, Fiona, is not tomorrow. So
it's not tomorrow. I think
coverage.
Never has a rest day been scheduled better than the one from tomorrow. I think I definitely need it. The players need it.
Same.
I think we all need it after today. But we'll be back 2 days from now on January the 28th at the same time, 2 p.m. Central European Time, 5 a.m. Pacific. Dania, it's been emotional today.
It has been very emotional, but it's also been a lovely experience. So thank you to you, Fiona. This was so much fun. And we know that it was an emotional and hopefully a fun experience for everyone in the chat as well. So thank you to everyone on Twitch and on YouTube for watching and cheering on your favorite players.
Thank you so much, Dania. It's been a pleasure indeed. Big shout out to the chat, to our producers, everyone watching. And enjoy the rest day. Tomorrow, we'll see you 2 days from now. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
The first time I came here was 2017, where I played the C group, and then in 2019 I played the B group, and now this is my 3rd time here. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for me because you know, I can learn a lot from these games, and I'm really looking forward to this. You know, to have fun and interesting games. I started to work with engine like pretty late. After I became an IM, and mostly seriously after I became a GM. I sometimes think over the board and try to, you know, find human ideas, and also use computer as well. I use technology and as well as you know, use books and see in a chessboard. I don't think computer will solve chess, like for now definitely, and maybe later like they could solve. But for now, I think chess won't be solved. I'm looking forward to play against Magnus in a classical game, but also other players like Caruana and all the others as well.